Chapter 270. Wei Yong was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, and before he could stabilize his body, the spiral bone spear came crashing down. The spiral bone spear pierced through the air, emitting a shrill sound as it shot out like lightning. At such a close distance, Wei Yong could even see the spiral carvings on the tip of the bone spear. These spiral bone spears, although their attack is not bad, and have drilling power, they are only rank 2 Gu after all. There is no need to worry about them. But it is only a rank 2 Gu after all, there is no need to worry about it. At that moment, Wei Yang's thoughts moved like lightning. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes were cold as ice. Wei Yong wanting to fight both of them provoked her pride. The spiral bone spear can only restrain them. I do not have enough Gu worms to subdue them. I need to use my fists and legs. She was a genius. Earlier, when Fang Yuan sent Wei Yong flying, although it was only one attack, Bai Ningbing had already seen Wei Yang's weakness. Wei Yang's strength had not been permanently modified by Gu worms. He only had the strength of a normal person. This weakness could be exploited to its fullest potential. Bai Ningbing stepped forward, following behind the bone spear, raising her leg and kicking fiercely. Brother Wei. Little Xiao, who was observing the scene, could not help but feel nervous at this sight. If Wei Yong was restrained by the bone spear, Bai Ningbing would have a chance. At the same time, Fang Yuan was also rushing over. Wei Yong was at a disadvantage. At the crucial moment, Wei Yong laughed lightly instead. Seeing that the spiral bone spear was about to hit him, suddenly, his body shone with white light, as he turned into a ray of light and escaped. There is indeed such a Gu. Fang Yuan squinted. Such speed. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, feeling shocked. Almost at the next second, the spiral bone spear pierced through the stone slab, stabbing into the ground. Bai Ningbing could not stop her momentum, and with a loud sound, she smashed the stone slab. Spider web-like cracks spread all over the stone slab. Brother Wei's rainbow light Gu. I thought he did not have time to use it, but it turns out he was waiting for that moment to escape, causing the enemy to miss. Excellent, this is a psychological blow to the enemy. Little Xiao saw through the trick behind it. Seeing that the enemy was about to be heavily injured, but the enemy escaped so easily, from hope to disappointment, anyone would feel a huge psychological impact. As the white light dissipated, Wei Yang's true body was revealed. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown 180 feet away. He had already crossed more than half of the martial arts arena and was now facing Fang and Bai. Seeing this speed, Bai Ningbing could not help but hesitate. With this rainbow light Gu, Wei Yong could leave and fight whenever he wanted. Without a doubt, he was already in an invincible position. Rainbow light Gu was a rank 3 Gu. It could allow a Gu master to turn into light and escape. Among the rank 3 movement type Gu, it was known as the fastest. In contrast, between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one only had jumping grass, and the other didn't even have a movement Gu. Wei Yang's speed was something they could only look at but not catch up to. In terms of movement, Rainbow Light Gu gave Wei Yong a huge advantage. Once this Gu was used, even though Fang and Bai were working together, they were forced into a passive situation. Gentlemen, this is the Rainbow Light Gu. Although it is only a rank 3 Gu in terms of speed, it surpasses many rank 4 Gu worms. It was so fast that the Gu master using it could not react in time. This is its first weakness. To use it, one needs to use it together with the Lightning Thoughts Gu or a Flash of Inspiration Gu. Otherwise, by the time the Gu master reacts, they would have already flown too far away, or even crashed into the wall. Wei Yong spoke, actually speaking about the Rainbow Light Gu's weakness. Its second weakness is that it consumes a lot of primeval essence. Among rank 3 Gu, this level of consumption was already above average. It has a third weakness, I won't say it, you guys can guess. Is it because strength Gu cannot be used to increase strength? Bai Ningbing continued. This time it was Wei Yang's turn to be surprised. He then showed an expression of praise. Lady Bai Yun is really smart, not bad. If a Gu master uses Gu worms to change their body, for example to increase their strength, it would be hard to use the Rainbow Light Gu. The primeval essence consumption would increase, and more seriously the light transformation would fail, destroying the Rainbow Light Gu. Unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing heard his praise and her expression turned cold. Her gaze was like ice as she stared at Wei Yong with killing intent. Hey, I'm warning you, don't call me lady. Ah! Wei Yang's expression froze. Did I say anything wrong? Don't tell me the term lady is a taboo for her? What a strange taboo. Wei Yang sighed inwardly, but said apologetically, please forgive my offense, Lady Bai Yun. Veins popped out on Bai Ningbing's forehead. She gritted her teeth. Don't call me that either. Oh then, Sir Bai Yun? Wei Yang observed her expression as he carefully chose his words. Bai Ningbing's expression relaxed. Wei Yang's lips curled into a smile, continuing. Then sirs, it is my turn to attack. Bring it on. Fang Yuan patted his chest, shouting, scaring Bai Ningbing who was beside him. Your Excellency He Tu is truly heroic. Take this. Wei Yang praised, and just as he finished speaking, he turned into a white light, charging towards Fang and Bai. Facing such speed, Fang and Bai did not even have time to blink. This rainbow light passed through the gap between them, arriving behind them. The white light dispersed, turning back into Wei Yang. He held two blades of light, slashing towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one on the left and one on the right. Before the blade even hit, Bai Ningbing felt her skin tighten. She immediately knew that her ice muscles alone could not block this blade, and quickly retreated. Fang Yuan gave a light shout. Not dodging, he activated the sky canopy goo and flying bone shield, punching forward. The blades of light first hit the spinning white bone shield, breaking it. Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan's fist was about to hit his chest, but the difference of a millimeter was like 1,000 li. The streak of light suddenly came to a stop. The whole attack was as fast as lightning. In less than a few seconds, Wei Yang had already moved from one side of the battle stage to the other, crossing a distance of 600 meters. Again, Fang Yuan shouted, the battle intent in his eyes blazing like fire. Wei Yang turned into light again, arriving in front of Fang and Bai in the blink of an eye. Bai Ningbing could not take it head-on, and could only use spiral bone spear. But Wei Yang's speed was too fast, the bone spear missed. Fang Yuan could only take the hits passively. Other than the first time, his fists had not hit Wei Yang again. At once, the white rainbows on the battle stage refracted continuously, like pinballs in a sealed box. On the other hand, Fang and Bai could only try their best to resist, completely losing the initiative. This is Big Brother Wei's true strength? Too amazing. Little Xiao could not help but feel dazzled. Wei Yang's speed was astonishing, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. After a few more minutes, he stopped, laughing. If you two want to compete in stamina, targeting my rainbow light goo's weakness of expending primeval essence, then I'm afraid you are wrong. I still have a light source goo, it is a support type goo. Its only use is to reduce the primeval essence expenditure of light type goo worms by half. Damn it. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan spread his arms. I'm done, I can't beat you. Big Brother Wei Yang, we admit defeat. Wei Yang laughed heartily, cupping his fists. Thank you for letting me win. Little Xiao saw that the battle was over, and immediately walked over, excitement still lingering on his face. Big Brother Wei is really amazing, but it is also amazing that you two could last for so long. You two might not know, but my Big Brother Wei might only be rank 3 peak stage, but he has outstanding battle strength. He is the third general under Lord Shang Yanfei. People call him White Light Swordsman. If it were me, I might not even last 20 rounds. A loss is a loss, it is no big deal. Wei Yang, after I have a suitable goo, I will compete with you again. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. Ever since she was young, the arrogant her had never lost so badly. She was naturally feeling gloomy. Little Xiao saw that Bai Ningbing called Big Brother Wei Yang by his name, and his expression became slightly unhappy. Fang Yuan stood at the side. Big Brother Wei Yang, you held back, I can feel it. After I buy some useful goo, I will spar with you again. Although I lost this time, I am not feeling good. Next time, Big Brother Wei, please use your full strength, don't worry too much. Ha ha ha, Brother He Tu is a straightforward person. This time it was my fault, next time I will use my full strength. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. That's right. Big Brother Wei Yang, I accept my loss wholeheartedly. I will treat you to wine today. Little Brother Xiao, come too. Tell me more about Big Brother Wei's heroic deeds. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan laughed. Little Xiao felt that although Fang Yuan was ugly and missing an ear, he was very pleasing to the eye. Compared to that eccentric guy called Bai Yun, he was much more agreeable. Good. Little Xiao laughed. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I know a newly opened restaurant, the prices are cheap and the food is good. I cannot let you two treat me, I will treat you. Big brother Wei, please come. Fang Yuan stared. How can that be? Little Xiao is half a host, you two are guests, let Little Xiao treat you. Wei Yang tried to smooth things over. Fang Yuan thought for a while, alright. You treat this time, I will treat you next time. I have no money on hand, after I sell the recipe and have money, I will treat you two to a good meal. To speak the truth, I have just arrived here, and have been shocked by the prices in Shang Clan City. These words were a bit mischievous, and he was also honest about his lack of money, causing Wei Yang and Little Xiao to laugh lightly, feeling that Fang Yuan was a straightforward man. Only Bai Ningbing knew Fang Yuan's acting skills, and was already used to it. During the meal, the three drank and chatted, and introduced themselves, getting closer to each other. Only Bai Ningbing drank the water, doing as she pleased, enjoying herself. Little Zhao's name was Xiao Yan, 27 years old, an expert in fire-type goo worms. Recently, his cultivation had advanced by a small realm, reaching rank 3 middle stage. That was how he broke through 4th Inner City's battle zone and arrived at 3rd Inner City. Hei Tu and Bai Yun are just fake names. My real name is Guiyue Fangzheng, she is Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan pretended to be drunk, revealing some information. They had Bai Clan's arrest warrant. As long as Shang Clan investigated, this matter could not be hidden. Fang Yuan might as well say it and give a magnanimous impression. Xiao Yin was moved. He and Wei Yang were demonic goo masters, Fang Yuan telling them his real name. This was a heart-to-heart gesture. Chapter 271. Guiyue Fangzheng? Hearing Wei Yang's report, Shang Yanfei frowned. Guiyue's surname was very special. Shang Yanfei searched his memories and quickly found the origin. Guiyue clan, one of the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain, with hundreds of years of history. Qingmao Mountain. Shang Yanfei's eyes brightened, thinking of a piece of information from half a year ago. Qingmao Mountain suffered a mysterious attack, and in one night, it turned from a green lake to a land of ice and snow. No one knew what happened on Qingmao Mountain. Even now, the ice and snow covering Qingmao Mountain had not completely melted. But from all sorts of traces, people could see traces of a great battle between goo masters. Right now, Qingmao Mountain's destruction had become a mysterious event, and was widely spread in the southern border. As for the cause of all this, there were many different opinions. But to some people, the traces on Qingmao Mountain were too obvious. The secret of the 10 extreme physiques, to the higher-ups of the goo master world, was already half public information. The moment Shang Yanfei got this information, he guessed that this was caused by one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. If so, then Guiyue Fangzheng's origin can be explained. Mu Bei Mountain's investigation team also sent back a letter. There are no suspicions. Shang Yanfei quickly drew the outline of the entire event in his mind. Then there is only one question left. Why did they conceal their identities and hide in the caravan? Shang Yanfei had already guessed many possibilities, but this matter was still under investigation. Right, you sparred with them, how were their skills? Shang Yanfei asked. Wei Yang's expression turned solemn, respectfully reporting, heavenly talent. In time these two will definitely surpass me. Oh, you gave them such a high evaluation? Shang Yanfei was a little surprised. Wei Yang nodded, continuing. Although they use goo worms to conceal their aura, to be able to last so long in battle, they should at least be rank 3. And from their age, we can deduce that they should have a great aptitude. Shang Yanfei laughed. But Wei Yang, you have to know, a great aptitude is only a type of talent, it does not represent everything. Wei Yang, you only have B grade talent, but you are my external elder. All these years, how many A-class people have died in your hands? You are the best proof. In an ordinary mountain stronghold, it was already an amazing thing to have an A-grade talent. But to Shang Clan, a great aptitude was very common. Firstly, it was because the clan was large and had many clansmen. Secondly, he could recruit demonic goo masters. Demonic goo masters who could stand out in the battle stage would definitely have good aptitude. Thirdly, Shang Clan's wealth was like a mountain. They had the ability to purchase aptitude-changing goo. I am indebted to Lord Patriarch's praise. This subordinate does not dare to accept it. Wei Yang humbly replied. This subordinate also understands this logic. Because of this, I am even more certain that these two are not ordinary people. The two of them are extremely talented in battle, and they have a natural sensitivity to battle situations. It's as if they were born for battle. Their goo worms are incomplete, but relying on those 2 or 3 goo worms they managed to persist for so long, it is truly surprising. In terms of temperament, the two of them are very resilient. Even in a disadvantageous situation, they were not discouraged. Under the pressure I exerted, they were able to break through and adjust themselves. Their coordination became better, their footing became more stable, their improvement was extremely obvious. Specifically, there is a difference between the two. Guyue Fengjing has a straightforward nature, peerless courage, he can charge head-on and has an innate spirit. As for Bai Ningbing, she is quick-witted, always planning before making a move, and has been trying to find my weakness during the battle. Her gaze is sharp. Especially Guyue Fengjing, after I said that I have the light source Gu, he admitted defeat calmly, his magnanimity far surpassing ordinary people. Lord Patriarch, these two are like young tigers in Pingyang Hill, and young dragons in Shallow Beach. One young and one Een, one fierce and domineering, the other soft and scheming. They are a perfect combination, shining like twin stars reflecting off each other. If we can recruit them and make them work for Shang Clan, it would be a great thing. Shang Yanfei was moved. Earlier, he did not put Feng and Bai in his eyes, but after hearing Wei Yang's words, his interest rose. Wei Yang, you have followed me for so many years, I trust your foresight. But you do not need to belittle yourself. Even if they grow up in the future, they might not be able to match you. You are restricted by your aptitude, otherwise with your talent, you would be even more outstanding than now. You do not need to worry about it. If there is a rebirth Gu, I will help you keep it. Shang Yanfei said. Rebirth bone could raise a Gu master's aptitude. It was extremely precious and had great value. Wei Yang was so moved his eyes turned red. This subordinate will never forget tribe leader's kindness in nurturing me. I, Shang Yanfei, will not mistreat anyone who follows me loyally. You can go now, continue to entertain them these few days, probe their thoughts towards Shang Clan, and see if we can recruit them. Yes, this subordinate understands. 3 days later, Nanqiu Garden. In the guest hall, Feng Yuan and Shang Yizi sat facing each other. Feng Yuan was leisurely enjoying his tea, while Shang Yizi's expression was ugly. These few days, I have come to find you with sincerity, but the price you offer is actually getting higher and higher. Originally, it was only 65 yuan stone, increasing by tens of thousands every day, but today you are asking for 800,000. Are you toying with me, treating it as entertainment? Shang Yizi felt extremely stifled, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If it was before, he would have already lost his temper and smashed the cup in his hand on Feng Yuan's face. But not now. Why? Because this guy can reach the heavens. I wonder what their relationship with Lord Father is. These few days, Wei Yang had been entertaining these two, accompanying them as they strolled around the city. Who was Wei Yang? He was known as the Third General, and was Lord Father's trusted aide. His actions most of the time did not represent himself, but Shang Yanfei's inclination and will. But why were these two fellows who had popped out of nowhere treated so courteously by Lord Father? Shang Yizi could not understand. After the incident, he started investigating crazily. But it was useless. He was just a young master. His influence was limited to Shang Clan City. He did not have as much influence as Shang Yanfei. Without any results, Shang Yizi could only guess. Why did Lord Father express goodwill to them? Was it because of the inheritance in their hands? No, an inheritance could revitalize an ordinary clan. But Shang Clan was different. Unless it was a rank 6 Gu Immortal's inheritance, it was just icing on the cake. Or was it because they were talents? No, there were so many loyal demonic Gu masters in the battle stage they wanted to join Shang Clan, and they were all good fighters. Even Father did not like them. Why would he like them? Anyway, Shang Yizi could not see anything. After the two guesses were eliminated, a thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that one of them was Father's illegitimate son? That Shang Tuahai, the current young clan leader, wasn't he Father's illegitimate son? But when Shang Yizi thought about it, he felt something was wrong. The bloodline was extremely important. Once Shang Tuahai was discovered, he was protected. Unlike these two in front of him, Shang Yizi thought hard but made no progress. Because of this, he was even more wary of Fang and Bai. Often the unknown was the scariest. Fang Yuan sensed that these days, this young master Shang Yizi was getting more and more restless and impatient. This was what he wanted to see. Every time he increased the price, he did it on purpose. If he increased it from 650,000 to 800,000, the negotiations would definitely collapse. But by increasing it by tens of thousands, it would wear down Shang Yizi's resolute opposition. The time was ripe. Fang Yuan put down the teacup in his hand, smiling. Every item has its value. To others, this is just a Gu master inheritance. But to you, it is the last hope to protect your young master position. Since it is so, then the price should be higher. As the assessment gets closer, the value of this inheritance will increase. Thus, I increase the price every other day. Isn't that something I should do? Now that the price is too low, how can I live up to this last hope? How can I live up to the important position of Shang Clan Young Master? After all, only Shang Clan Young Masters can compete for the Young Clan Leader position. When Shang Yizi heard this, his eyes twitched in anger. Fang Yuan was threatening him. He was raising the price. How could he be so shameless? Shang Yizi wanted to chop Fang Yuan into pieces. But when he thought of the position of young master, he finally forced himself to endure it. You have a good plan. If I spend 800,000 to buy it, it will be a loss and my evaluation will be lowered. The elders in charge of the assessment are not fools. Thus I cannot buy it at this price. Fang Yuan had expected Shang Yizi to say this. His lips curled up into a smile. So I have a good idea. On the surface, I will sell it to you for 650,000, but in reality you will give me 800,000. You will keep your young master position, and I will sell it at a good price. Isn't that a win-win situation? Shang Yizi's expression changed, staring at Fang Yuan. You want me to fake the accounts? Absolutely not. If I am found out, no matter when, my young master position will be revoked, and I will be severely punished. Fang Yuan frowned. You can't say that. Who said it is fake? I sold you the recipe, that is the same thing. But you are kind and generous, you think I am an upright person, so you gave me some yuan stone as a gift. These two matters are not related at all. At once, Shang Yizi looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, not knowing what to say. Chapter 272. Shang Yizi left with a heavy heart. Before he left, he told Fang Yuan that this was an important matter. He needed to consider it carefully. As long as he was considering, it meant that he was close to success. Fang Yuan had already seen through this person. He knew that the deal was done. At that time, he could even increase the price. Of course, he was hesitating now. He could not increase the price to provoke him. Once he had made up his mind, it would be a piece of cake for him to increase the price. 2 days later, Shang Yizi appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a haggard face. I agree, we will do as you said, we have a deal. He gritted his teeth, hesitating for a long time before saying this. Trust me, you will remember this decision in the future. Come, let's drink. Fang Yuan smiled, pouring a cup of wine for Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi raised his cup and drank it all. What kind of lousy wine is this? After drinking, he frowned and cursed. This is the cheapest rice wine. Young master, I do not have the money to buy good wine. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. You will have the money soon. Huff. Shang Yizi breathed out heavily. When he was considering, he was in a dilemma. It was very painful. But after he made the decision, he relaxed completely. All right, I have prepared the contract, take a look. Fang Yuan handed over a document. Shang Yizi took a look and stared angrily at Fang Yuan, slamming the table and shouting, 950,000? You actually raised the price again. Last time you said 800,000. It has only been a few days and you raised it by 150,000. You think I am rich enough to rival a country? Bastard! Do you think I stole my primordial stones? Fang Yuan was calm, he smiled. It has been 3 days, the price will naturally rise. It is not like you don't know. Shang Yizi's veins were bulging, he jumped up from his seat. You think I am easy to bully? I do not have that much money. You're asking for 950,000 for a mere inheritance. You really dare to demand an exorbitant price. Don't be impatient. Extreme anger is harmful to the body, young master. This is not a small inheritance, it concerns your position as a young master. Think about it, every year a young lord would be eliminated. How many people are waiting anxiously down there? Fang Yuan's tone was unhurried. Hearing about the position of young master, the furious Shang Yizi immediately lost his composure. Looking at his expression, Fang Yuan also knew that this figure of 950,000 was probably too much for him to bear. Thus he took a step back and said, all right, then 900,000 yuan stone it is. I'll take it that I'm afraid of you. Shang Yizi slowly sat down. He had only been in office for a year, and he also had to take care of the evaluation. The amount of yuan stone he had actually pocketed was no more than 400,000. Without a doubt, after this transaction, his 1 year of hard work would go down the drain. It wasn't easy for him to earn a small fortune, but it was all gone. But this concerned the position of young master. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. He was silent for a while before nodding. Then 900,000 yuan stone it is. But I don't trust a paper agreement. We need to make a poison vow gu. Fang Yuan showed hesitation on his face. What are you afraid? Without the poison vow gu, how can I be sure you won't run away with the money? This must be done, there is no room for discussion. Shang Yizi's attitude was firm. Fang Yuan had actually expected such a situation. Since that is the case, I will go first. Fang Yuan stretched out his left hand. Shang Yizi revealed a smile, summoning the poison vow gu. The poison vow gu was a purplish-red worm, only the size of a finger. It had a menacing mouth and was a rank 3 consumable gu. It flew to Fang Yuan's left index finger and bit it. Immediately, a heart-piercing pain assaulted Fang Yuan's nerves. Fang Yuan endured the pain and started to read the contents of the document. After he finished, the poison vow gu doubled in size from the size of a finger, absorbing a large amount of Fang Yuan's heart blood. Next, the poison vow gu flew to Shang Yizi's fingertip and started to suck blood. Shang Yizi held the document, using a trembling voice to read the contents. The poison vow gu doubled in size again. His face was pale from the pain. He grimaced in pain as he breathed in. This damned agreement, why are there so many words? Can't you write less? You don't have anything else to add? Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Yizi's lips curled up, showing a smile. But his face was twisted, making his smile look sinister. Bam! The poison vow gu that was filled with blood suddenly exploded. But there was no blood splattering. Instead it turned into countless red light spots. The light spots flew towards Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi, like raindrops falling into a lake, entering their bodies. This meant the poison vow was in effect. If the contents they read did not match their true intentions, the poison vow gu would self-detonate and turn into a pool of blood. In such a situation, it meant that one or both of them had broken the vow, causing the poison vow gu to fail. Seeing this, Shang Yizi's smile became even wider. He looked at Fang Yuan. We have already sworn the poison vow. If you change your mind in the future, and do something that goes against the vow, then you will turn into a pool of blood and die. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, only asking, where is Yuan stone? Shang Yizi shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, how would I dare to go against the poison vow? Here. He took out a gu. This gu was like a ball, like it was made of crystal, translucent and palm-sized. There were clouds in the ball, as if they were sealing white clouds. This white cloud had a peculiar shape, like an old man with a walking stick and a hunched back. The old man's white hair drooped down. He had a sage-like aura. The wrinkles on his face were vivid, and he was smiling kindly. This was a primeval elder gu. It was specially used to store yuan stone. As the saying goes, everyone has their own specialties. The primeval elder gu was only a rank 3 gu, but it could store 1,000,000 yuan stone. There are only 870,000 yuan stone in here. I will find some time to gather the remaining 30,000 yuan stone for you. Shang Yizi showed extreme reluctance as he handed the primeval elder gu to Fang Yuan. Inside, there were 600,000 from the merchant's payment. The remaining 270,000 were almost all of Shang Yizi's personal assets. After Fang Yuan received it, he cooperated with Fang Yuan's refinement. The primeval elder gu changed owners, and the cloud in the ball immediately changed. The old man inside was originally facing Shang Yizi, But now he changed his direction and started smiling at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan moved the primeval elder gu casually. As long as he changed directions, the cloud in the ball would change, and the old man would always be smiling at Feng Yuan. Actually, this primeval elder gu was quite interesting. If the yuan stone inside was low, the old man would frown. If the storage was moderate, the old man would be expressionless. The more yuan stone there was, the happier the old man would be. Shang Yizi saw Feng Yuan fiddling with the primeval elder gu and understood that Feng Yuan knew how to use this gu. He snorted. This primeval elder gu is worth a lot. I cannot give it to you for free. I got this primeval elder gu from the auction. It cost me 6,600 yuan stone. Feng Yuan nodded. Rank 3 gu were priced in the thousands in the market, and the primeval elder gu was rare. It was definitely worth this price. He immediately took out the yuan stone and gave it to Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi used an ordinary storage gu to store these yuan stone and felt very unhappy. These were supposed to be his yuan stone. Forget it, as long as I can keep my young master position, everything is possible. I will earn back the yuan stone, and this guy who raised the price and threatened me will die a horrible death. Shang Yizi was not a magnanimous person to begin with. Feng Yuan took all his money, and the remaining 30,000 yuan stone, he had to borrow money from all over the place. White bone recipe's normal price was 600,000, but Feng Yuan sold it to him for 900,000. Shang Yizi pinched his nose after suffering such a huge loss. He hated Feng Yuan to the core. The remaining 50,000 yuan stone, I will give it to you in 3 days. You and I will know about this. We cannot let a third party know. Even your companion cannot. You better not try to take advantage of this loophole. It is useless. Shang Yizi stood up to leave. He could not take it any longer. Looking at Feng Yuan's ugly face for a second longer, the anger in his heart would accumulate a bit more. There are no loopholes in the agreement. You saw it too, didn't you? Feng Yuan's expression was indifferent. Shang Yizi snorted coldly. He was born in Shang clan, and was influenced from a young age, and had been in charge of the shop for a year. Even if there were loopholes, they could not hide from his eyes. I don't think you dare to go against the oath. He sneered in disdain, turning around and leaving. Feng Yuan did not take it to heart. He knew Shang Yizi's mood right now and could understand. As for the poison oath, he did not intend to go against it. The poison oath gu's restriction was very strong. Otherwise, it would not be widely used by gu masters. It could not be leaked to an unknown third party. That was a definite no. Any loopholes, it was a joke with one's life. Just like earlier, Feng Yuan gave Shang Yizi 6,600 yuan stone. It seemed like this was an unnecessary action. It could have been deducted from the remaining 30,000 yuan stone. But he could not. The poison oath stipulated 900,000, so Shang Yizi had to take out 900,000 yuan stone and give it to Feng Yuan. This was the hard and fast rule. 3 days later, Shang Yizi collected 30,000 yuan stone and gave it to Feng Yuan. And Feng Yuan also gave him the recipe. Of course, the most valuable bone flesh unity gu's recipe could not be sold. Shang Yizi only knew about the bone spear gu, spiral bone spear gu and others. After looking at the recipe, he found many other recipes used the bone spear gu as the foundation. He was satisfied with this, and his mood became slightly better. Feng Yuan then sold the bone spear gu, spiral bone spear gu and bone spike gu to him. According to the original selling price, it was 40,620 yuan stone. As such, the result of this transaction was that Feng Yuan's wealth increased by 934,020 yuan stone. Adding on his previous savings, he had a total of 945,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan stored most of the yuan stone in the primeval elder gu. Of course, to prevent accidents, he also stored some on him and in the tusada flower. At this time in my previous life, I was still in a caravan. I had 50 to 60 yuan stone at most. But now I have close to 1 million. Feng Yuan compared it to his memories and could see the huge advantage of rebirth. Of course, he was taking a huge risk. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Giving does not mean you will get something, but to get something you need to give something. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shang clan's investigation ended, and Wei Yong brought Shang Yanfei's invitation. Esteemed guests, my lord clan leader has arranged a family banquet, and ordered me to invite you? Family banquet? This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 273. This small courtyard was where Shang Yanfei had set up the family banquet. It was an open-air banquet, and because it was inside the mountain there was no need to worry about wind or rain. The courtyard was not luxurious or elegant, it was even slightly run down. There were more than 10 tables in the courtyard, forming a circle. It was already starting to feel crowded. There were some fruits and snacks on the tables. There was also a sign indicating whose seat this was. 3 people had already arrived and sat down. Big brother, why did Lord Father gather us this time? Shang Chaofeng threw a red fruit into his mouth as he asked vaguely. The eldest Shang Qiunyou was sitting upright with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he opened his eyes slightly, saying in a low voice, Lord Father just came out of closed-door cultivation and thought of us, so he held a family banquet. What is so strange about that? Big brother's words are reasonable. But when did Lord Father hold a family banquet without any important matters? Don't you feel that there are too many tables here today? Shang Pulao added. Shang Chaofeng snickered, but Shang Qiunyou closed his eyes again. Shang Pulao's eyes flashed. He was in charge of the brothels. He was the most well-informed. Actually, he had already faintly heard the news. He was about to continue speaking when his ears moved. Someone is coming. The 3's gazes turned to the door of the courtyard. With a creak, the door was pushed open and 3 people walked in. Wei Yang was in front, followed by Fang and Bai. Fang and Bai had been to this courtyard before. It was the private residence that they had been summoned to. This private residence belonged to clan leader back then. When he was still a young master, he was suppressed by the other young masters. Lord Clan Leader retreated in order to advance. He gave up the young master position and became an ordinary clansman. When he was in dire straits, he lived here. After Clan Leader succeeded to remind himself and the younger generation, he preserved this place. The family banquets have always been held here. Wei Yang opened the door as he introduced. Next, he noticed the 3 people in the courtyard. Oh, so the 3 young masters have arrived. Shang Qiunyou, Shang Chaofeng and Shang Pulao all stood up, cupping their fists towards Wei Yang. Elder Wei Yang, greetings. Wei Yang was one of Shang Yanfei's 5 generals, an important official of Shang clan. As long as the young master wanted to compete for the young clan leader position, he would have to go through Wei Yang's evaluation. Greetings, young masters. These 2 are the honored guests invited by the patriarch today. Wei Yang cupped his hands, his expression calm. He was an elder, and his status was even higher than the young master. He was also an important official, so he wouldn't try to curry favor with these young masters. Please sit here. Wei Yang led Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing to their seats. Shang Qiunyou and the other 2 looked at each other, and they noticed the surprise, bewilderment, astonishment, and curiosity in each other's eyes. This was a family banquet. When had they ever invited strangers? Who exactly were these 2 people? His seat was even closer to Lord Father's main seat than ours. Wei Yang also sat down, smiling as he continued. Let me introduce, this is Shang Qiunyou, clan leader's eldest son, currently in charge of Shang clan's care farm. This was the 4th son of the clan leader, Shang Chaofeng. He was in charge of all the Gu battle arenas in Shang clan city. This is Shang Pulao. He's in charge of all the brothels in the romance district. Shang Qiunyou had a strong physique and a deep voice. It was obvious that he was a calm person. He was the oldest, close to 30 years old. Shang Chaofeng had messy hair and a high-nose bridge, giving off a wild aura. Shang Pulao was the most delicate and pretty. He had a thin body and a pale complexion. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes and a romantic bearing. He was clearly a playboy. Qiunyou greets the 2 esteemed guests. Shang Qiunyou cupped his fists and greeted. Wei Yang did not introduce Fang and Bai. The 3 young masters were astute people. They naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. The 3 young masters are right. I am He Tu. This is my companion Bai Yun. Fang Yuan introduced. These 2 names were clearly fake. This made the 3 young masters even more uncertain of Fang and Bai's origins. They could only laugh it off and gloss over the situation. As the banquet approached, more young masters arrived. There was Shang Pai Xiu, who was in charge of the gambling stone Shang Suni, who was in charge of the silk shop Shang Fuxi, who was in charge of the auction house, and Shang Baishi, who was in charge of the substitute training division. There was also Shang Yizi, whom Fang Yuan was already familiar with. Wei Yang introduced them to Fang and Bai. When these young masters saw Fang and Bai, they all showed strange expressions. They sat down. The more people there were, the more they talked, the more lively the small courtyard became. When the banquet was about to start, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a young master rushed in. This person was tall and thin, he had thick eyebrows and fierce eyes. He was Shang Baishi, in charge of Shang Clan City's city guards. The city guards handled disputes, mediated conflicts, maintained order. They were the busiest. After exchanging some pleasantries with Fang and Bai, before Shang Baishi sat down, a flame flashed on the main seat, and Shang Yanfei appeared. Shang Yanfei wore a white robe this time. The corners of his sleeves were embroidered with gold. His blood-red hair spread out recklessly, reaching his waist. Coupled with his extremely handsome face, it formed a unique aura and charm. "We greet Lord Father." The young master stood up and half knelt on the ground, greeting in unison. "Lord Tribe Leader." Wei Yang stood up. At the same time, Fang and Bai also stood up and paid their respects. "Sit." Shang Yanfei reclined on the wide-back chair, casually waving his hand. Immediately, a dazzling rainbow-colored light spread out, resembling raindrops or clouds. The light landed on everyone's table, turning into exquisite delicacies. The fragrance of the dishes permeated the entire courtyard. Fang Yuan immediately recognized this as gourmet food box gu. Shang Yanfei's unique rank 5 gu, used to store delicacies. The state of the delicacies when placed inside would be the same state when taken out. Fang Yuan had worked hard in a caravan in his previous life. After Guyue village was destroyed, he had no one to rely on. At that time, Etian Mountain suddenly rose up. Demonic Path Gu masters formed an alliance. Their momentum was huge, touching the bottom line of the righteous path. All the large clans allied and attacked Etian Mountain. One of the leaders of the alliance, Shang Yanfei, used this gourmet food box gu to reward the army. With just a wave of his sleeves, tens of thousands of people were rewarded with delicacies, greatly raising the morale of the alliance army. From then on, gourmet food box gu became a symbol of Shang Yanfei, becoming an interesting topic of discussion among the people. At that time, Fang Yuan relied on his advantage as a transmigrator to become a small leader, joining a caravan and being in charge of escorting supplies to the Righteous Path Alliance army. He personally saw Shang Yanfei use the gourmet food box gu. The sky was filled with rainbow-colored light. It was dazzling and dazzling. Illuminating the heaven and earth, it was a grand sight. To think that in this life, I could see this gourmet food box gu years in advance. And at the same time, I became a guest of Shang Clan. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. There was a sharp contrast between his previous life and this life. This was the huge advantage of rebirth. And this advantage of rebirth came from spring-autumn cicada. It was the accumulation and result of his previous life's hard work. Shang Yanfei laid out the dishes and said to the children, "Today we have 2 esteemed guests here. All of you have to go up and toast them. Qiu, you are the eldest, set an example." Lord Father had personally instructed them. Although the Shang clan young masters were suspicious, no one dared to delay. Shang Qiu immediately stood up and raised his wine cup, saying in a deep voice, "Qiu toasts the 2 esteemed guests." The moment he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. Fang Yuan accompanied him with a cup of wine, but Bai Ningbing still only drank water. Among these young masters, Qiu was the oldest. He was close to 30, and his appearance was quite mature. At first glance, one would think he was 40. In contrast, his father Shang Yanfei was like a young man in his 20s. If father and son stood side by side, it would be an interesting scene. Before the banquet started, I had already chatted with the 2 esteemed guests. This is the first time we met, and we had a pleasant conversation. If the 2 esteemed guests have time, you can come to my place to play. Gu battles are definitely interesting. Shang Chaofeng also stood up. Fang Yuan smiled. Although this was the first time they met, he had a good understanding of Shang Chaofeng. This person loved to fight and win, and his personality was also a little sinister. In his previous life, he almost became a Shang clan young master, and had once been Shang Xian's greatest hindrance. Fourth brothers' gu battles are too bloody. It's better for beauties to dance and dance. Shang Pulao retorted, and then toasted Fong Bai, his peach blossom eyes shining. This junior would like to invite the two esteemed guests to have a good chat. If we have time we will. Fong Yuan said these polite words and drank with a smile. This banquet in his eyes was a celebrity banquet. Most of these Shang clan young masters would have their own performances in Southern Border in the future. Shang Yanfei had many children. These people were able to stand out in the fierce competition. They naturally had outstanding abilities. They could be called dragons and phoenixes among men, beautiful jades among rocks. Moreover, they all had different personalities and styles of doing things. Right now they were gathered together, like bright pearls, emitting bright and dark radiance, reflecting each other's beauty. Eldest son Shang Qiu, second son Shang Baizi, fourth son Shang Chaofeng, and eighth son Shang Pulao. Ninth son Shang Baishi had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. He seemed to be using some goo worm. Every time he breathed, 2 puffs of pale yellow smoke would come out of his nose, lingering around him. 10th son Shang Baishi had a short and fat body, and did not seem to be eye-catching. But Fong Yuan knew that his body contained great strength. But in terms of strength he was several times stronger than him. 12th son Shang Baishi later married into Tai clan, and became the publicly recognized second divine investigator after Tai Shueleng. 13th son Shang Fushi was quite intelligent, and when the Righteous Alliance attacked Yitian Mountain, he offered many plans, causing the demonic Gu masters to suffer greatly. And 21st son Shang Pai Xiu. He was the youngest, a late bloomer. Many years later, Shang clan declined, and he joined the demonic path, becoming a notorious demon in Southern Border. Father, sorry I came late. While toasting, the courtyard door was pushed open, and a young girl walked in. She was Shang Qi-1, ranked 16th, and was in charge of the battle stage. Her eyes were lively, her face was like a peach blossom, and she had a lively nature. She was a beautiful woman. Seeing that everyone had toasted, Shang Yanfei also raised his cup, facing Fong and Bai. Thank you both for protecting Xi and Ci along the way, allowing me to have a new daughter. Chapter 274. Daughter. The group of young masters all revealed shocked expressions as they looked at each other. Shang Yizi came to a realization, slapping his forehead, so it was like this. Because of this, father treated these two with respect. The mysterious veil was removed, and Shang Yizi looked at Fong Yuan with deep hatred. He was no longer afraid. Now that I know your background, I will slowly deal with you two bastards after I get through this assessment and catch my breath. At once the courtyard was silent. Shang Yanfei smiled, looking around, giving everyone time to accept the news. Fong Yuan cooperated, showing shock, realization and suspicion, muttering, "Don't tell me?" "That's right." Shang Yanfei looked at him, nodding. "It is the Zhang clan's young lady who protected you two on the journey. She is my daughter. From the moment she stepped into Shang clan city, I sensed her bloodline, and now we have reunited." Zhang Xianxi. Bai Ningbing blurted out. Shang Yanfei laughed heartily. She is no longer surnamed Zhang but Shang. You two saved my daughter's life. You are our Shang clan's benefactors. Thus, you are worthy to toast to our family. Just as they spoke, the courtyard door was pushed open. The young female Gu Master Tianlan was dressed like a servant. After opening the door, she returned to Shang Xianxi's side. "Missy." Xiao Dai looked at the courtyard full of people, feeling timid. "Let's go in." Shang Xianxi let out a breath of turbid air. Under everyone's gaze, she walked into the courtyard. Suddenly, her footsteps stopped, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. She saw Fong and Bai. It really is her. The moment she saw Shang Xianxi, Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk to pin size. She was completely shocked. In the entire place, no one could understand the shock in her heart. The shock in Bai Ningbing's heart was not from Shang Xianxi, but towards Fong Yuan. She was extremely intelligent, and the moment Shang Xianxi appeared, she came to a realization, finally realizing Fong Yuan's true motive. Zhang Xianxi was Shang Xianxi, thus he had been protecting her. How did he know her identity? Was this all part of his scheme? At once Bai Ningbing's thoughts surged, waves of shock rose in her heart. Brother He-tu, Sister Baiyun, why are you here? Shang Xianci stared at Fang Yuan, her eyes shining. Sire, I said I would give you a surprise, right? Shang Yanfei smiled warmly. Shang Xianci bowed. Thank you, father. This is the happiest day since I came to Shang clan. After these days of confusion, she had already accepted that Shang Yanfei was her father. After these days, she accepted that Shang Yanfei was her father. Even though Shang Xianci still had resentment and hatred towards Shang Yanfei, the deep bond of kinship was something that the kind-hearted her could never sever. Shang Tian Shang Xianci was, Tian is of God. Xian Tian is father one. And is. Shang Xianci turned around and explained to Fang Yuan with a panicked expression. Brother He-tu, I did not lie to you on purpose. Before she said she other than tu mother had asked me before. I only understood her painstaking efforts after meeting you. These words struck Bai Ningbing's heart like a bolt of lightning. Her blue eyes narrowed into a line. Her heart was filled with extreme shock and doubt. Even Shang Xianci doesn't know her identity? Why does Fang Yuan know so clearly? Originally, Fang Yuan was shrouded in a layer of fog in her heart. She could not see him clearly. Now, the fog in Bai Ningbing's heart deepened. Fang Yuan became even more mysterious and unfathomable. So that's why I was wondering why Shang clan treated me so well. So that's why. Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed. Then slowly shook his head, sighing to think that you are Shang clan leader's daughter. Brother He-tu, can you forgive me? Shang Xianci clenched her fists, asking nervously. Shang Yanfei frowned slightly. From his daughter's tone and expression, this kid seemed to be important in her heart. Fang Yuan laughed. It's all right, why would I blame you? Those who do not know are innocent, in fact I lied to you too. What? Shang Xianci was stunned. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. He-tu and Baiyun are just aliases. Shang Xianci immediately smiled, saying softly, I guessed this long ago. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated for a moment, but still clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. I am ashamed to say this, my real name is Guiyue Fangzheng. This is my companion Bai Ningbing. Guiyue Fangzheng. Shang Xianci muttered this name for a long time, remembering it in her heart. Shang Yanfei's smile became wider. He admired Fang Yuan's honesty. In fact, he had already investigated in detail. Although the Guiyue village was destroyed, Shang clan's influence was immense. They still obtained a lot of information from Jia clan. The Guiyue village indeed had a person called Guiyue Fangzheng, and this youngster had a great aptitude. He was being nurtured as a young clan leader by Guiyue clan. Similarly, there was also Bai Ningbing, who was already designated as the young clan leader of Bai clan. Both of them were known as geniuses. As for why they disguised themselves and infiltrated the caravan, this was easier to investigate. Because of an inheritance from Baigu Mountain, the only two young masters of Bai clan died in the hands of Fang and Bai. At the same time, they took away most of the inheritance. The arrest warrant issued by the Bai clan was the best proof of this. So it was like that, to speak the truth I was just thinking about it. Shang Pulao laughed. This child congratulates Lord Father. Shang Baishi said. If there's any trouble, tell Big Brother. Shang Qiuniu looked at Shang Xianci. This is great, I have another sister. Coming to this clan banquet was worth it. Shang Qiwen said with a smile. The young masters recovered from their shock and offered their congratulations. This is a joyous matter for everyone, because you have gained another sister. Shang Yanfei's gaze swept over his children. He was very clear about their mental state. Shang Xianci's appearance is undoubtedly a threat. From now on, there is one more person competing for the position of young master. Back then, wasn't Shang Tuohai father's illegitimate son? Right now, he is Shang clan's young clan leader. Actually, there is no need to worry. Zhang clan is a vassal of Wu clan, and has a feud with Shang clan. Shang Xianci has no foundation. She is easy to deal with. The young masters had smiles on their faces, but they had different thoughts in their minds. There was no familial love in the royal family. The throne involved supreme interests, and even kinship would be defeated by these interests. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border. Whoever ascended to the position of clan leader would be one of the few decision makers of the entire southern border. Having a high position and authority, Reaching the peak of the mortal world, the benefits were naturally huge. Which generation of Shang clan leader did not rise to the position of clan leader after a fierce battle of wills? Shang Yanfei was an experienced person. He knew the inside story. Thus, he felt even more pity for Shang Xianci. Now that Shang Xianci's identity was revealed, although it was to protect her, it also caused her to fall into a struggle. "Comes or sit beside me." Shang Yanfei patted the seat below him and said, "Yes." Shang Xianci answered, looking deeply at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled and nodded at her. Shang Xianci walked over and sat beside Shang Yanfei. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai, the two servant girls, stood behind them. This scene was seen by the children. They all had different expressions. They had never seen their father love a child so much in their lives. Even the illegitimate son Shang Tuahai did not receive such treatment. "All right, sit down." Shang Yanfei waved his hand, looking at Feng and Bai. He spoke. "Gua Fengjing by Ningbing, you two saved my daughter and escorted her here. Our family is very grateful for this. Tell me what you want. As the clan leader of Shang clan, I will do my best to satisfy you." The young masters couldn't help but cast envious gazes towards Feng and Bai. This was the gratitude of Shang clan leader, the promise of one of southern border's overlords. It was as important as a mountain. But Feng Yuan shook his head. "Lord clan leader, we only protected young lady Shang Xianci because of her kindness. That kindness has been repaid. We are even." When he said this, everyone showed a surprised expression. Shang Fushi quickly reacted, squinting his eyes as he praised the ingenuity of this answer. Feng and Bai saved Shang Yanfei's daughter. Shang Yanfei would definitely reward them handsomely. If such a contribution was not rewarded, how would outsiders evaluate Shang clan? If Shang clan young masters were in danger in the future, who would save them? Shang Xianci saw that Feng Yuan did not want the reward. She became anxious and said to Shang Yanfei, "Lord Father, actually, Big Brother He too lost a lot of wealth during this journey." Shang Yanfei was an astute person. Before Shang Xianci finished, he understood his daughter's intention. She was asking for money for Feng and Bai. He nodded. "Since you two are Gu masters, I will give you 1,000,000 yuan stone to express my gratitude." Hearing this, many young masters almost drooled. Although they controlled many businesses in Shang Clan City, under the watchful eyes of the public, and with the annual assessment, they could not fill their pockets. Shang Yizi had talent, but he was too greedy, causing his business performance to be in danger. Feng Yuan shook his head again. "To speak the truth, I once pulled a tooth out of a tiger's mouth and snatched an inheritance. Now that I sold the recipe, I do not lack yuan stone." "Oh, is that so?" Shang Yanfei looked at Shang Yizi with deep meaning. Shang Yizi's heart skipped a beat in fright. His mouth was dry, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. How could Shang Yanfei not know about Shang Yizi's matters? Even if the accounts were fake, he could guess some clues. But Shang Yizi was his son. Although he violated Shang clan's rules, as long as he did not expose it, it could be considered his ability. At his level, he had already understood. Obeying the rules was not an ability. True ability was to break the rules and enjoy the benefits, but not get punished. True ability was to break the old order and create new rules, enjoying the benefits all the time. Shang Yanfei took the chance to give Shang Yizi a warning, and then he suggested another reward. Shang Xianci only heard half of it, but her eyes shined brightly. Chapter 275. Shang Yanfei saw Feng Yuan reject Yuan Shi, so he suggested another plan. "The two of you are wanted by clan. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant. What do you think?" Shang Xianci was also aware that Feng and Bai were wanted. "Why didn't I think of getting rid of Brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most." Shang Xianci approved of this plan. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai clan would naturally listen to Shang Yanfei's explanation. But Feng Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shang clan do it, he would be putting Shang clan's label on himself. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people and get close to Etian Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Fang Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrants. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? Ironically, when he created the Bloodwing demon sect in his previous life and dominated a region, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants against him. This was the nature of this world. Everything was decided by strength. In Fang Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years, and Bai Clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Fang Yuan would have a set of goo worms. With his strength greatly increased, he would not be afraid of Bai Clan's arrest warrants. In fact, Bai Clan was already in a precarious situation. They could not even take care of themselves. How could they take care of Fang and Bai? Thus, Shang Yanfei's thank you plan, in Shang Xianxi's opinion, was the most important. But in Fang Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. Our conflict with Bai Clan originated from an inheritance. To be honest, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai Clan young masters. We have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by the 100 clans. Sooner or later, I will find Bai Clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Fang Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. For a moment, it caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain, to think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool, or is he full of courage? Someone found it interesting. Shang Clan was the overlord of the righteous path. But in front of Shang Yanfei, Fang Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai Clan. His arrogance shocked Shang Xianci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother Heitu's true character, isn't it? Shang Yanfei was unfazed. In his opinion, Fang Yuan was very frank and straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation. It was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look, compared to the silent Bai Ningbing. He no doubt liked Fang Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come forward and remove our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you, Lord Yanfei, for your good intentions. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If Shang Clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my Shang Yanfei's way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shang Yanfei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young masters' actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 Gu master, Shang Clan leader Shang Yanfei. I want to thank you. Even if you are not willing, you have to accept it. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Fang Yuan looked around and laughed. What if I really don't want it? Shang Yanfei said indifferently, his gaze resolute. That is not up to you. The young master saw the two arguing and cursed Fang Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shang Clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shang Xianxi's palms were sweating, worrying for Fang Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it. Brother Fangjing is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Su Shou. Shang Yanfei nodded. Fang Yuan did not speak, and Wei Yang turned into a light and left. Not long later, Wei Yang came back and reported, Dr. Su Shou has been invited into the house. Brother Fangjing, please follow us. Fang Yuan did not care much about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing, who was sitting at the side. You come as well, it will be good to check your body. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff. What injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Fang Yuan had other intentions, so she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came into the house. They were familiar with this house. Back then they waited for Shang Yanfei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Susho was a woman with a graceful figure. Wearing a white dress and a white veil, she was sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shang Yanfei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shang Clan City, as a rank 5 healing Gu master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand, looking at Fang Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing. Especially you, little girl, what did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly, wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way, even in Shang Clan City. Her face was smeared with cinnabar powder, acting as a birthmark. She also smeared some special black oil, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was surprised. Fang Yuan also showed a surprised expression. Wei Yang quickly explained, "This is Lady Dr. Susho's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath first. Wash your body, use the essence and change into a white robe. Otherwise the lady will not treat you. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything. The hot water is already prepared. It is in the inner room, please go ahead." The two entered the inner room. As expected, there were 2 large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were 2 mortal maidservants standing. Clearly, they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, "All of you leave, I will bathe myself." This? Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These 4 were Dr. Susho's subordinates. Dr. Susho loved cleanliness. If she chased away the maids, she was afraid that you would do it half-heartedly and not clean yourself, so she would not treat you. The 2 of us don't need to leave, big brother Wei, you can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not insist, leaving the inner room. He closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The temperature of the tub was just right. One of the maids sprinkled the essence. The other rubbed Fang Yuan's body with practiced movements. They were clearly experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, hesitating for a while. Fang Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed. There is no need to conceal ourselves in Shang Clan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face? Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan continued. I called you here for your own good. I have heard of Dr. Susho's name long ago. In the southern border, she, 9-fingered wandering doctor, divine hand doctor and killer doctor are known as the 4 great doctors. You can ask her about the Yin-Yang rotation gu later. Yin-Yang rotation gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted into a slit, her eyes shining with uncertainty. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart, and was the main method Fang Yuan used to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan said it so openly. What was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The mental blow Shang Xianci gave her was still lingering, causing Bai Ningbing to feel apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fang Yuan, this fellow was simply unfathomable. Even Shang Xianci did not know her identity, but he did, otherwise he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess spring-autumn cicada. That was a rank 6 gu, it was too far away for her. But she thought of another answer, that was a gu with foresight ability. Fang Yuan definitely has a foresight type gu, and can see the future. I thought he was familiar with Baigu Mountain because he used the experiences of his predecessors, but now it seems this gu is also useful. But I wonder what kind of foresight gu he has and what rank it is. No doubt, Bai Ningbing's pressure was huge. Even though she understood, foresight-type gu all had their own severe flaws. Sometimes even foresight results were messy and wrong. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, she could not help but think, will this method of mine be foreseen by Fang Yuan? If I use this method to deal with him, will I fall into his trap? An enemy that could foresee the future was too terrifying. In the room, hot air started to spread. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but felt her limbs turning cold. In her haziness, she could vaguely see Fang Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. She could feel that Fang Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as dark as ink, with a pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss, quietly staring at her. She seemed to hear Fang Yuan's whisper in her heart. "What are you going to do?" "Bai Ningbing." "That's right, this is my trump card, a foresight type goo. You still want to deal with me? Then bring it on. I have already seen the future, you have no chance of winning." But in fact, Fang Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, he was killing two birds with one stone to probing both Bai Ningbing and Shang Yanfei. The two servant girls were very experienced. Once the water was slightly cold, they would immediately add water. The room was not big, with just 2 wooden tubs. It was already very crowded. It could be seen that Shang Yanfei gave up his young master position and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not just a saying. The fate of heroes was full of misfortunes and disasters. But it was the end, the predicament, that created heroes. Shang Yanfei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After bathing for an hour, only then did the servant girls stop. Fang Yuan wore the prepared white shirt and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. "Both of you go out, I will bathe alone." After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the 2 servant girls out of the room. Fang Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought about it, the weaker her fighting spirit became. Sometimes a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was, the more she thought. The more she thought, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might feel that bathing was not a problem, but Fang Yuan saw from this small matter that she lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious. From a certain point of view, Bai Ningbing was helping Fang Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fang Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him, and stretched out her hand. She placed it on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A white watery light suddenly surged, enveloping Fang Yuan's entire body. A cool and refreshing feeling immediately spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. The originally burnt skin was visibly recovering. It began to grow. At the same time, flesh began to grow on the right side of Fang Yuan's head. As time passed, the flesh grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also formed. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth. The numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Very quickly, he grew new and tender skin. The burnt hair and eyebrows also began to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave and call your companion to leave as well." "Humph, she drove away my maid. How would I know if she washed herself clean?" At this moment the door opened and Bai Ningbing walked out. She was dressed in a white robe, and her disguise had been washed away, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was smooth like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed, and she said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful." Even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had taken a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. However, he also knew that this was Dr. Su Shou's temperament. She pursued beautiful things all her life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "I don't need treatment. I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation goo. Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know." Dr. Su Shou said warmly, before looking coldly at Fang Yuan. "As for you, why are you still here? Go go go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and was chased out of the main room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. Brother Fang Zheng? Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place. Haha, to think that Brother Fang Zheng is such a talented person. Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, praising him. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary, at most above average. But his eyes were eerie, and had a firm and unwavering temperament. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. Brother, since you call me big brother, then I have to reprimand you. Why don't you want Shang Clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang Clan has Shang Clan's rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan Leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xinci to be stuck in the middle, do you? Fang Yuan frowned. I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment. Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. This treatment. It is not a gift. If Shang Clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders. It will destroy Shang Clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang Clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So, you have to accept this gift. Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression, seeing him frown deeper. He persuaded again. I don't know what to say. This is something that others yearn for. But you are pushing it away. Brother Fang Zheng, the weak can't win against the strong. If you really don't want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Shang Xinci. At the same time, isn't this good? Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, this is a good idea. Firstly, it does not go against my principles, and secondly, it will not make things difficult for you. But Brother Wei, what do you think I should ask for? Wei Yang blurted out. The token, of course. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. This was what he wanted. He wanted to use Shang Yanfei to say it, but Shang Yanfei seemed to want to recruit him, so he purposely did not say it. Now, I'll just borrow Wei Yang's mouth. Token. Fang Yuan showed a hint of doubt. You just came to Shang Clan City. Although you know you need a token, you don't know its importance. Believe Brother Wei, a high-grade token is very important. Sometimes, no matter how rich you are, it is useless without a token. Wei Yang persuaded earnestly. Fang Yuan nodded. Although I don't understand. But since Brother Wei said so, then the token will do. Wei Yang was immediately moved by Yu Yang's trust. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and sighed. Brother, you and I are like old friends. How can Brother Wei let you suffer a loss? Returning to the courtyard, Fang Yuan cupped his fists at Shang Yanfei. I was rash after Brother Wei Yang's advice. I realized a high-grade token is so important. I would like to ask for 2 tokens from clan leader. Shang Yanfei's eyes shone. He purposely did not mention the token. He had his own plans. But his plans were ruined by Wei Yang instead. This Wei Yang with good intentions did something bad. He did not think deeper. These 2 people saved my biological daughter, so I definitely can't give them a low token. Never mind. In Shang Clan City, what is their little bit of yuan stone? In a year or 2 they will be used up. Even if they have the token, they will have to rely on Shang Clan gradually. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei laughed brightly, waving his hand. Fine. I'll give each of you a redbutt token as a token of appreciation. When he said this, many young masters drew in a cold breath. Wei Yang was also moved. Shang Clan City had 9 kinds of tokens: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Black stone token was the lowest, while purple thorn token was the highest, representing Shang Clan's esteemed guests, with authority equivalent to half a clan elder. Even Fang Yuan did not expect Shang Yanfei to give out purple thorn tokens. He originally estimated that it would be green, cyan, and blue. He underestimated Shang Yanfei's magnanimity. Shang Yanfei took out a token made of purple thorn wood, palm-sized. On the front was the word Shang Clan, and on the back was the panoramic view of Shangliang Mountain. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yanfei summoned another goo. This is Shang Clan's special token goo. I need some of your blood. The goo worm was like a mosquito. It flew to Fang Yuan's arm and bit him. before flying back to the token. Crack. With a crisp sound, the token goo self-detonated, turning into a blood-red light that entered the token. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Feng Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point, this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the redbud token, it would be useless. Only Feng Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shang Clan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a goo worm was used as a token, other goo masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was, the purple thorn token was not a goo worm. It only had the power of the token goo. As time passed, the token goo's power would decrease, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shang Clan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Feng Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shang Clan City and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control of Shang Clan's token. After Feng Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Feng Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic goo master, they looked at him with contempt and disdain, but now they treated him as an equal. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader, or the 10 clan elders. Currently, there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. Where is your companion? Shang Yanfei took out another token. He is still with Dr. Su Shou. Subordinate will go rush him. Wei Yang was about to stand up when Bai Ningbing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Su Shou, to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding yang gu. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 gu immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, all the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 276. Shang Yanfei saw Feng Yuan reject Yuan Shi, so he suggested another plan. The two of you are wanted by Bai Clan. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant. What do you think? Shang Xianci was also aware that Feng and Bai were wanted. Why didn't I think of getting rid of Brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most. Shang Xianci approved of this plan. Shang Clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai Clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai Clan would naturally listen to Shang Yanfei's explanation. But Feng Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shang Clan do it, he would be labeling himself as a member of Shang Clan. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people and get close to Etian Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Feng Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Feng Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrants. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? The ironic thing was, when he created the Bloodwing demon sect in his previous life and became a hegemon, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants. This was the nature of this world. Everything was decided by strength. In Feng Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years, and Bai Clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Feng Yuan would have a complete set of goo worms and his strength would increase greatly, and he would not be afraid of Bai Clan's arrest warrant. In fact, Bai Clan was already in a precarious situation. They could not even take care of themselves. How could they take care of Feng and Bai? Thus, Shang Yanfei's plan was very important to Shang Xianci. But in Feng Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. Our conflict with Bai Clan originated from an inheritance. To speak the truth, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai Clan young masters, but we have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by Bai Clan. Sooner or later, I will find Bai Clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Feng Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. All of a sudden, it caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain, to think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool, or is he full of courage? Someone found it interesting. Shang clan was the overlord of the righteous path, but Feng Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai clan in front of Shang Yanfei. His arrogance shocked Shang Xinci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother Heitu's true character, isn't it? Shang Yanfei did not mind at all in his eyes. Feng Yuan was very straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look, compared to the silent Bai Ningbing. He no doubt liked Feng Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come out and get rid of our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you Lord Yanfei for your good intentions. Feng Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If my Shang clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my Shang Yanfei's way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shang Yanfei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young master's actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 Gu master, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. I want to thank you. Even if you are not willing, you have to accept it. You have to accept it, even if you don't want it. Feng Yuan looked around, laughing loudly. What if I really don't want it? Shang Yanfei said indifferently, his gaze resolute. That is not up to you. The young master saw the two arguing, cursing Feng Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shang clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shang Xinci's palms were sweating, worrying for Feng Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it. Brother Fengjing is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan Leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Su Shou. Shang Yanfei nodded. Feng Yuan was silent, while Wei Yang turned into light and left. Not long later, Wei Yang came back and reported, Dr. Su Shou has been invited into the house. Brother Fengjing, please follow us. Feng Yuan had never cared about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing, who was sitting at the side. You come as well, it is good to check your body too. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff. What injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Feng Yuan had other intentions, thus she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came to the house. They were very familiar with this house. Back then they were here, waiting for Shang Yanfei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Su Shou was a woman with a graceful figure. Her face was covered with a white veil and she wore a white dress, sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shang Yanfei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shang Clan City, as a rank 5 healing Gu master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand, looking at Feng Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing. Especially you, little girl, what did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly, wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way, even in Shang Clan City. Her face was smeared with cinnabar powder, as a birthmark. Special black oil was smeared on her face, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was astonished. Feng Yuan also showed an astonished expression. Wei Yang quickly explained. This is Lady Dr. Su Shou's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath, wash their body clean, use essence and change into a white robe. Otherwise Lady Dr. Su Shou will not treat them. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything. The hot water is already prepared. It is in the house, please go ahead. The two entered the house and sure enough, there were 2 large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were 2 mortal maidservants standing. Clearly, they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, all of you leave, I will bathe myself. This Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These four were Dr. Sushou's subordinates. Dr. Sushou was very clean. If she chased away the maids, she would be afraid that they would not clean themselves and would not treat them. We don't need to leave, Big Brother Wei, you can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not insist. He left the house and closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The water temperature in the wooden tub was just right. The two maids sprinkled essence on the water, while the other rubbed Fang Yuan's body. Her movements were smooth, showing that she was experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, but did not move. She hesitated. Fang Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed. There is no need to conceal ourselves in Shangclan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face? Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. Fang Yuan continued. I called you here for your own good. I have heard of this Dr. Sushou's name long ago. In the southern border, she, Nine-Fingered Wandering Doctor, Divine Doctor, and Killer Doctor are known as the four great doctors. You can ask her about the Yin-Yang rotation gu later. Yin-Yang rotation gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted, bright light flickering in her eyes. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart. It was Fang Yuan's main method to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan said it so openly. What was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The impact that Shang Xianci had given her on her mind was still lingering, causing her to be somewhat apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fang Yuan, this guy was simply unfathomable. Even Shang Xianci did not know her identity, but he did, otherwise he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess Spring-Autumn Cicada. That was a rank 6 gu, it was too far away for her. But she thought of another answer, that was a gu with foresight ability. Fang Yuan definitely has a foresight type gu. He can see the future. I thought he was familiar with Baigu Mountain because he used the experiences of his predecessors, but now it seems this gu is also useful. But I wonder what kind of foresight gu he has and what rank it is. No doubt, Bai Ningbing's pressure was huge. Even though she understood, foresight type gu all had their own severe flaws. Sometimes even the foresight result was chaotic and wrong. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, she could not help but think, would this method of mine be foreseen by Fang Yuan? If I use this method to deal with him, will I fall into his trap? An enemy that could foresee the future was too terrifying. In the room, hot air started to spread. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but felt her limbs were cold. In her haziness, she could vaguely see Fang Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. She felt that Fang Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as black as ink, calm and unperturbed like a deep lake, quietly staring at her. She seemed to hear Fang Yuan's whisper in her heart. What are you going to do? Bai Ningbing. That's right, this is my trump card, a foresight type gu. You still want to deal with me? Then bring it on. I have already seen the future, you have no chance of winning. But the truth was, Fang Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, he was killing two birds with one stone to probing Bai Ningbing and Shang Yanfei. The two servant girls were very experienced. When the water turned slightly cold, they would immediately add water. The room was not big, with just two wooden tubs. It was already very crowded. It could be seen that Shang Yanfei gave up his young master position and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not to say that the fate of heroes was full of misfortune and calamity. Rather, it was the end, the predicament that created heroes. Shang Yanfei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After washing for an hour, the maidservant finally stopped. Fang Yuan wore the prepared white shirt and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. Both of you go out, I will bathe alone. After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the two servant girls out of the room. Fang Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought, the more her fighting spirit weakened. Sometimes a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was, the more she thought, and the more she thought, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might have felt that there was nothing wrong with bathing, but Fang Yuan could see from this small matter that she had lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious from a certain point of view. It was Bai Ningbing who helped Fang Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fang Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A pure white light suddenly surged and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. A refreshing and cool feeling spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. The burnt skin started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the right side of Fang Yuan's head started to grow granules. As time passed, the granules grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also started to form. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and endured. The numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Soon, he grew new tender red skin, and the burnt hair and eyebrows also started to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave and call your companion to leave as well." "Humph, she chased away my maid. How would I know if she washed herself clean?" At this moment the door opened and Bai Ningbing walked out from the room. She was wearing a white robe and had washed off her disguise, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was like ice and bones were like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed. She said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful." Even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had made a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. But he also knew that this Dr. Su Shou's personality was like this. She pursued beautiful things her whole life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "I don't need treatment. I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation gu. Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know." Dr. Su Shou said warmly, before looking coldly at Fang Yuan. "As for you, why are you still here? Go go go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose as he was chased out of the room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fang Zheng?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place." "Haha, to think Brother Fang Zheng is such a talented person." Wei Yang gave a thumbs up and praised. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary. At best he could be considered above average. But his eyes were eerie, with a firm and unwavering aura. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. "Brother, since you call me elder brother, then elder brother has to reprimand you. Why do you not want Shang Clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang Clan has their own rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xinci to be stuck in the middle, right?" Fang Yuan frowned. "I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment." Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. "This treatment is not enough. If Shang Clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders, ruining Shang Clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang Clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So you have to accept this gift." Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown even deeper, he persuaded again. I don't know what to say. What others yearn for you push away. Brother Fang Zheng, the weak cannot win against the strong. If you really do not want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Shang Xinci. At the same time, isn't this good?" Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, This is a good idea. Firstly, it does not go against my principles, and secondly, It will not make things difficult for Brother Wei. But Brother Wei, what do you think I should ask for? Wei Yang blurted out. The token, of course. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. This was what he wanted. He wanted to use Shang Yanfei to say it, but Shang Yanfei seemed to want to recruit him, so he purposely did not say it. Now, he would use Wei Yang's mouth. Token. Fang Yuan showed a hint of doubt. You just came to Shang Clan City. Although you know you need a token, you do not know its importance. Believe Brother Wei, a high-grade token is very important. Sometimes, no matter how rich you are, it is useless without a token. Wei Yang persuaded earnestly. Fang Yuan nodded. Although I do not understand, but since Brother Wei said so, then the token will do. Wei Yang was immediately moved by the trust he had. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, sighing. Brother, you and I are like old friends. How can Brother Wei let you suffer a loss? Returning to the courtyard, Fang Yuan immediately cupped his fists at Shang Yanfei. I was rash, I heard Brother Wei Yang's words earlier, so a high-grade token is so important. I want to ask for 2 tokens from clan leader. Shang Yanfei's eyes shone. He purposely did not mention the token. He had his own plans. But he did not expect Wei Yang to ruin his plans. This Wei Yang with good intentions, he did not think further. These 2 people saved my biological daughter, so I definitely can't give them a low token. Never mind. In Shang Clan City, what is their little bit of yuan stone? In a year or 2 they will be used up. Even if they have the token, they will have to rely on Shang Clan. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei laughed heartily, waving his hand. Fine. I'll give each of you a redbutt token as a token of appreciation. When he said this, many young masters drew in a cold breath. Wei Yang was also moved. Shang Clan City had 9 different kinds of tokens: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Black stone token was the lowest, while purple thorn token was the highest, representing Shang Clan's esteemed guests, with authority equivalent to half an elder. Even Fang Yuan did not expect Shang Yanfei to give out purple thorn tokens. He originally estimated it to be green, cyan, and blue. He underestimated Shang Yanfei's magnanimity. Shang Yanfei took out a token, made of purple thornwood, palm-sized, with Shang Clan's words on the front and Shangliang Mountain's panoramic view on the back. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yanfei summoned another gu. This is Shang Clan's special token gu. I need some of your blood. The gu worm was like a mosquito. It flew to Fang Yuan's arm and bit him, before flying back to the token. Crack. With a crisp sound, the token gu self-detonated, turning into a blood-red light that entered the token. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Fang Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point, this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the redbud token, it would be useless. Only Fang Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shang Clan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a gu worm was used as a token, other gu masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was, the purple thorn token was not a gu worm. It only contained the token gu's power. As time passed, the token gu's power would diminish, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shang Clan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shang Clan City and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control Shang Clan had over the token. After Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Fang Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic gu master, they looked down on him, but now they treated him as equals. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader, or the 10 clan elders. Right now, there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. Where is your companion? Shang Yanfei took out another token. He is still with Dr. Su Shou. Subordinate will go rush him. Wei Yang was about to stand up when Bai Ningbing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Su Shou, to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding yang gu. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 gu immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, all the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 277. Bai Ningbing's appearance caused Fang Yuan's attention to plummet. The difference between before and after was too great, people could not help but notice. Even though Fang Yuan's looks were ordinary, Wei Yang praised him when he first appeared. Moreover, Bai Ningbing's looks were already peerless. Next, Bai Ningbing also obtained a redbutt token. In the family banquet, everyone toasted each other. On the surface it looked like a harmonious atmosphere. But behind the scenes, there was a turbulent undercurrent. In the large clans, the young masters would fight openly and covertly. Because the large clans had resources, they could do whatever they wanted. As for the normal clans like the Guyue clan and the Bai clan, they would focus on nurturing one person. It was not because of their reproductive problems, but because they wanted to avoid internal conflicts that would lead to the clan's decline. Fang Yuan displayed his passionate and straightforward side. These young masters were all local tyrants, and making friends with them would be very beneficial for his next 2 to 3 years in Shangliang Mountain. He spoke frankly about his past, that he was once the young clan leader of the Guyue clan, and Bai Ningbing's status was similar. In a short while, he closed the distance between him and the young masters. During the banquet, people naturally asked about the reason why Qingmao Mountain became an absolute ice region, but Fang Yuan did not explain. He only said that the past was unbearable, and his expression was painful. Now that he had the redbutt token, no one dared to force him. Some young masters took the initiative to toast Bai Ningbing, but the latter ignored them and continued to do as she pleased. If it was before, the young masters would definitely be furious, but now that Bai Ningbing had revealed her true appearance, many could not get angry. They only felt that this girl was as beautiful as a fairy, like an ice fairy. Her personality matched her temperament. It was a perfect match. The family banquet lasted for another hour before it ended. Can I still call you Brother He too? When they parted, Shang Xianxi's beautiful eyes shone as she stared at Fang Yuan. Call me whatever you want. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Shang Xianci blinked and said softly, Brother He Tu's injuries have healed. It is worth being happy about, but I still feel that there is some distance. Brother He Tu now has the redbutt token. You can enter and leave the second inner city freely. Is Brother He Tu staying at Nanshou Garden? Shang Xianci spoke in detail. She felt that Fang Yuan was very close to her. He had a lot to say. In this unfamiliar environment, people would subconsciously seek a sense of security from familiar people. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking and took the initiative to say, I live in Nanshou Garden. If you have time, you can come over to visit. Shang Clan City is very big, we can walk around together. Shang Xianci's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Xiao Dai was also at the side, shouting happily, I've been cooped up at home these past few days. I'm about to die of boredom. Now that Fang Yuan had returned to his original appearance, Little Butterfly didn't find it scary anymore. Then Shang Yanfei left with Shang Xianci. The young masters were no longer restrained, and they could see some of their true colors. Many people extended invitations to Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan did not decline, only saying that he would definitely visit when he had time. These were just pleasantries. After the event was over, the two returned to Nanshou Garden. Are you happy now? Bai Ningbing took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan and sneered. Happy about what? You already know the answer. Do you really want me to say it? Being in Shang Clan City, some things were not convenient to say. It would not benefit anyone. Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything. Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. I have to admit, I underestimated you. You are truly amazing. Even though I want to cut you into pieces, I admire your methods. She paused for a moment before continuing. A straightforward person does not beat around the bush. How can you give me the Yanggu? Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. Bai Ningbing taking the initiative to approach him meant that she was flustered. Shang Xianci's matter had a huge impact on him. This was no doubt an opportunity. Since she wanted to lay her cards on the table, then let's do it. Thus Fang Yuan said, You and I are both smart people. If we were in each other's shoes, what would you do? Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, squinting her eyes. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. I'm warning you, don't go too far. At most, we will fight to the death. Let's see who can gain the upper hand. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You're right, I've been thinking about it these days. We both have our weaknesses. In this situation, why should we fight each other and let the fishermen reap the benefits? Bai Ningbing was silent. Fang Yuan continued, how about this, protect me to rank 5 peak stage, then I will return the Yanggu to you. Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, then she sneered. You think I am an idiot like Shang Yizi? Rank 5 peak stage, to think you dare to say that. They agreed on rank 3 earlier, but Fang Yuan really went back on his words. Although Bai Ningbing was mentally prepared, but seeing Fang Yuan's shameless smile, she was filled with anger. Bai Ningbing, don't be so ungrateful, I saved your life. If not for my Yinggu, your soul would have returned to Qingmao Mountain long ago. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. Bai Ningbing did not back down, immediately retorting, Humph, if not for me blocking Generation Guyue, you would have died before me. If not for me at Baigu Mountain, that time you fell into the swamp, wasn't I the one who saved your life? The two of them argued back and forth in the room for 5 or 6 sentences. Suddenly they stopped talking at the same time. The enmity between the two of them had long since become a messy account. But one thing was for sure, the two of them were able to reach this point because they borrowed each other's strength. If not for them helping each other, they would not have lived until today. The two fell into silence. The atmosphere in the room gradually calmed down. What's your plan now? After a while, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. Stay in Shangclan City for 2 to 3 years. We have the token in Yuan Stone now. It is enough to make a set of goo worms. You fought with that Wei Yang, a goo master needs to have a complete set of goo worms to have power. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing snorted. At most rank 4 peak stage. Also, I contributed a lot to Baigu Mountain, you have to give me half of your Yuan Stone. Fang Yuan nodded. Alright, let's make a promise by clapping hands. Bai Ningbing stared at him furiously saying, do you think I am an idiot making a promise by clapping hands? Use the poison Vao Gu, do you understand? Fang Yuan continued to nod. No problem, let's use the poison Vao Gu. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes, feeling an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Fang Yuan agreed so readily, giving her a feeling of being schemed against. It was as if she had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. But what? Bai Ningbing immediately became extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan continued. From now on, if we have any gains, we have to split them 30-70. You take 30 and I will take 70. If there are any goo worms, I will have the priority to choose, and I will compensate you with Yuan Stone. You have to agree to this condition. It is already my bottom line. Bai Ningbing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was more like it. If Fang Yuan did not have any conditions, it would be too abnormal. She had been with Fang Yuan for so long, and had never seen him suffer a loss before. This person was too sinister and cunning, especially after today's matter. Bai Ningbing's fear towards Fang Yuan had increased to an unprecedented level. 370, it was really too much. Especially when Bai Ningbing's cultivation was much higher than Fang Yuan's. But if Fang Yuan did not make any excessive demands, Bai Ningbing would instead feel uneasy, thinking that this guy was up to no good again. After Fang Yuan mentioned it, Bai Ningbing instead felt more at ease. 370, let's do it. Bai Ningbing agreed. She did not care about the distribution of gains. Her biggest target was the Yanggu. After getting the information from Dr. Su Shou, her last trace of hope was shattered. The two spent the entire night discussing the details. Bai Ningbing looked at the agreement more than 10 times, and after confirming that Fang Yuan had no loopholes, she stopped. Thus, the next day the first thing they did was to buy the poison Vao Gu. The poison Vao Gu was a rank 3 Gu, and because it had many uses, almost every shop in Third Inner City sold it. The original price was 4,500 Yuan Stone, and at the same time, it required at least a yellow pear token. But after Fang Yuan showed the purple thorn token, the shopkeeper immediately shaved off the selling price by 1,500, and Fang Yuan paid 3,000 Yuan Stone, obtaining the poison Vao Gu. The 9 tokens corresponded to different Gu, and each had a corresponding discount. I will refine it this time. Bai Ningbing directly took the poison Vao Gu. She was very careful, she wanted to refine the poison Vao Gu personally, and was afraid that Fang Yuan would do something to it. This poison Vao Gu was originally refined by someone, and with the cooperation of the shop, Bai Ningbing spent 15 minutes to refine this Gu for her own use. "Does your shop sell primeval elder goo?" Bai Ningbing asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper shook his head and respectfully told Bai Ningbing that the primeval elder goo was a rare rank 3 goo and was usually only sold in auctions. But Fong and Bai had the purple thorn token. As long as it was not a large-scale auction, they could buy pre-auction items in advance. Wei Yong had already brought Fong and Bai to the auction area in 3rd Inner City. They easily went to the auction area, and in a small auction house, they spent 6,700 yuan stone and bought the primeval elder goo. "We spent close to 10,000 yuan stone in the blink of an eye. We will split the cost of the poison vow goo. This primeval elder goo's cost will also be deducted from your share," Fong Yuan reminded. "I will not haggle with you over such minor details." Bai Ningbing waved her hand, not caring much. She was used to spending lavishly and did not care about money. She even looked down on Fong Yuan's haggling over the smallest details. To prevent any accidents from happening, the two returned to Nanshou Garden and used the poison vow goo. Like this, a new alliance agreement was established. According to the alliance agreement, Fong Yuan took out half of the 900,000 yuan stone and put it into Bai Ningbing's primeval elder goo. Fong Yuan lost half of his wealth but gained an ally like Bai Ningbing. It was a good deal. And Bai Ningbing also saw hope of obtaining the yang goo. Both sides were wary of each other and had their own plans. It was not easy to have such a happy ending. "Now, can you help me advance to rank 3? Fong Yuan's expression was gloomy. Bai Ningbing laughed proudly. Seeing Fong Yuan's ugly expression, she could not help but feel happy. These days, she did not provide any help to Fong Yuan's cultivation. But now that the alliance agreement was established, it was a different situation. Chapter 278. Swish, swish, swish. In the aperture, tides rose and fell. Waves of primeval essence gushed towards the aperture walls. The waves were like snow shining with silver light. It was the snow-silver primeval essence. In the room, Bai Ningbing's palms pressed against Fong Yuan's back, using the bone-flesh unity goo to instill primeval essence into him. Once the primeval essence was converted by the bone-flesh unity goo, it would become Fong Yuan's, and could only be used by him. Fong Yuan mobilized the endless snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. He was now ranked 2 peak stage. His primeval essence was dark red, and the aperture walls were crystal clear. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, he had to use the Yuan Stone to break through to rank 2 with rank 1 peak stage C-grade aptitude, and spent 3 to 4 days before he barely completed it. The process was extremely difficult. When he tried to break through to rank 3 with rank 2 peak stage, his aptitude was limited, and he had to use the Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. But now it was different. Not only had his aptitude increased to a grade 90%, he no longer needed the Man-Beast Life Burial Goo, and even had Bai Ningbing to help him. Life's encounters were truly miraculous. Even Fong Yuan would not have expected this at that time. The thick and solid crystal wall's surface, under the impact of the snow-silver primeval essence, quickly showed cracks. The cracks could be seen expanding and spreading at a visible speed. After a while, the entire crystal wall was full of cracks. Crack, crack. The crystal wall completely shattered, and countless crystal fragments fell into the primeval sea, creating many waves. Next, these fragments turned into countless white specks of light, gradually dissipating in the primeval sea. A brand new layer of white light completely replaced the crystal membrane. At the same time, a trace of light silver primeval essence appeared in the depths of the sea. Light silver primeval essence was the characteristic of rank 3 initial stage. At this moment, Fong Yuan had officially broken through rank 2 peak stage, advancing to rank 3. Not mentioning rank 6 Gu Immortals, rank 3 Gu Masters were already the core strength. And whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, they had the ability to establish themselves. It has only been a year since I left Qingmao Mountain, and I have already recultivated to rank 3 realm. This kind of cultivation speed is already more than 3 times that of Qingmao Mountain. Moreover, his aptitude is a grade, and his future is bright. Fong Yuan clenched his fists, his heart filled with joy. Calculating the time, it was only 6 hours. That was fast. If he relied on his own strength, he could also break through to rank 3, but it would take at least a day and a night. The effect of the snow-silver true essence was indeed outstanding. At this moment he carefully inspected the aperture. The pale white bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo had already been sold. More than half of his dark red peak second revolution primeval essence was still preserved. Bai Ningbing's injection did not stop. A stream of snow-silver quintessential essence descended from the sky like a waterfall into the sea of quintessential essence. It surged for a moment before sinking into the depths of the sea. The higher the realm, the better the quality of the true essence. The scarlet iron true essence and light silver true essence could only be pushed up by the snow-silver true essence. At the bottom of the true essence sea, a blue and white flower bud swayed along with the current. It was the rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus, known as a mobile spirit spring, able to supply Feng Yuan with around 50 yuan stones a day. Beside the pure treasure lotus was the blood skull goo, emitting an evil aura. On the blood-red skull, there seemed to be purple flames flickering in the 2 deep eye sockets that looked like eye sockets. Not far from the blood skull goo, there was a crystal ball motionless. In the crystal ball the clouds faded, forming an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, looking like an immortal. The old man was holding a walking stick. He had a long beard and a plain expression. It was the primeval elder goo. Old man Yun was originally smiling, but after Feng Yuan took half of the yuan stone, his expression turned dull. There was also a jade pendant-like beetle fossil. It was translucent and green in color, emitting a refreshing aura. It was the rank 2 clearing heat goo, specially used to decipher heat. On the undulating sea surface, the 4 flavors liquor worm was rolling on the surface, playing with the waves. Its chubby body was flashing red, blue, green and yellow, representing the 4 tastes of spicy, bitter, sour and sweet. In the sky above the true essence sea, the sky canopy goo and yang goo were circling around the snow-silver waterfall, playing and flying. The sky canopy goo was like a giant ladybug. Its semicircular milky white shell was dotted with black spots. The yang goo was emitting a warm white light. The most important vital goo was still in hibernation, continuously absorbing the water in the river of time, recovering its life force. Other than these goo in the aperture, there was also the bone-flesh unity goo, forming a bracelet imprint, worn on Feng Yuan's wrist. In his palm there was the blood moon goo. On his tongue there was the Tusita flower imprint. In his left ear there was the breath concealment goo. On his feet there was the jumping grass goo. The flesh bone goo was obtained by Ningbing. It was returned to her. Originally there was a plunder goo that looked like an iron pincer black beetle. Feng Yuan had used it to snatch the goo worms in by Ningbing's aperture, but it had starved to death due to lack of food during the journey. These were all the goo worms that Feng Yuan had now. I need to keep the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but I do not have the recipe to continue refining it. I can use it now, but when I reach rank 4, its use will become lesser. Blood skull goo is almost useless to me. It is too troublesome to nurture a bloodline. It is time-consuming and energy-consuming. Back then, Guyue's generation was also forced to do so. This can be changed. It is one of the true inheritances of Blood Sea ancestor after all. Maybe I can exchange it for a good goo from the treasure realm. But the treasure realm is the foundation of Shang clan. Even if I have the purple thorn token, I need to think about it further. Spring-autumn cicada, primeval elder goo, and bone-flesh unity goo need not be said. Although the blood moon goo is easy to raise, it lacks attack power and cannot be used as a set. It is best to exchange the Tusita flower. There are better choices in the auction house. The breath concealment goo has to be exposed, but the jumping grass must be removed. It is meant to be used in emergencies. Other than these, I need to buy large numbers of strength goo to replenish my scouting and movement skills. At the same time, now that I have stabilized and gained Shang clan's trust, I can try to contact the gambling den. Feng Yuan thought about it carefully. The goo on him were pieced together, they were not a complete set. And they were lacking, it would severely affect his battle strength. Now that he was in Shang Clan City, it was a rare chance to develop steadily. He had to use this chance and make the best use of his time. Within 2 to 3 years, he had to form a complete set of goo worms, solidify his battle strength, and raise his cultivation as much as possible. After this time it would be the 3 kings' inheritance, followed by the righteous demonic battle of Etion Mountain, which would affect the whole of southern border. It was a time when the wind and clouds gathered, when heroes ruled the world. Without the corresponding strength, one could only become a sacrifice. If he had the qualifications to participate, with the advantage of Feng Yuan's rebirth, he would definitely gain huge benefits. Subordinate Wei Yang greets Lord Clan Leader. In the study room, Wei Yang knelt on the ground. Shang Yanfei stopped writing, raising his head. Wei Yang, sit. There are only the two of us here. No need to be so restrained. Thank you, Clan Leader, for the seat. Wei Yang stood up and sat at the side. Shang Yanfei laughed. A look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. You are still so serious. When we first met, you had yet to dominate the battle stage, and I was only a Shang Clan young master. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. It's all thanks to you that I was able to ascend to the position of clan leader. Subordinate does not deserve such praise. Wei Yang quickly stood up, cupping his fists. Subordinate is slow-witted. I only know how to put my life on the line. Lord Clan Leader is wise and mighty. Wei Yang is merely the icing on the cake. Although I am wise and mighty, I am still alone. Only by gathering all of your strength can I gain momentum and gain power. 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Even a strong man needs help from 3. Am I right? Shang Yanfei looked at Wei Yang with deep meaning. Wei Yang immediately sensed Shang Yanfei's meaning. But he did not understand, cupping his fists. Subordinate is ashamed. Shang Yanfei suddenly changed the topic. I had thought that Bai Ningbing was a woman disguised as a man. After all, many clans value men over women. But today, I heard from Dr. Susho that Bai Ningbing had asked her about the yin-yang rotation gu. Seems there is more to this. However, whether she was a man or a woman was a minor detail that was no longer important. What is important is whether she and that Fangjing can work for our Shang clan. Wei Yang was enlightened. This subordinate understands. Good, you may leave. Shang Yanfei waved his hand. Subordinate takes his leave. Seeing the study room's door open and close, Shang Yanfei leaned on his chair, closing his eyes. Feng and Bai could snatch the inheritance from Bai clan, and also protect Shang Xinci all the way. It showed that they were brave and resourceful. Their aptitude was also very good. According to the information, they were rank 3. They were not even 20 years old. They had great aptitude. Most importantly, they knew how to repay kindness. This was a sign of good character, making others feel at ease. Furthermore, they were not born as peasants. They were the young tribe leaders of the 2 clans. They had deep righteous path imprints. Shang Yanfei had been in charge of Shang clan for so many years. He had seen countless young talents, but there were very few who could move him like Feng and Bai. But Shang Yanfei did not want to recruit Feng and Bai for himself, but for Shang Xinci. He opened his eyes and suddenly turned into a flash of fire, disappearing from the study room. When he reappeared, he was already in a huge corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were tall stone pillars. The ground was paved with silver-colored stone bricks. Shang Yanfei stood beside the stone pillar, like an ant beside a chopstick. He slowly walked forward. There was no one in the spacious hallway, only his footsteps echoed. A moment later, he reached the end of the corridor. A vermilion-red door appeared in front of him. The door was as tall as the corridor's pillar, and was about 30 meters wide. There was no handle on the door, but a huge human face was carved on it. The human face was protruding outwards, eyes closed in slumber. Using the yang carving technique, it was very lifelike. Shang Yanfei came to the door. Looking at the vermilion door, he said unhappily, "Living treasure door, stop pretending to be asleep. Is there any meaning? You have already played this trick too many times." The huge human face on the door suddenly opened its eyes, staring at Shang Yanfei, grumbling, "Ayaya, little Fei Fei, you have grown up. You are becoming less cute." As it said this, it opened its mouth, breathing out a gust of wind, causing Shang Yanfei's red hair to flutter. His voice was like the roar of thunder, and the entire corridor echoed with a buzzing sound. Chapter 279. Exchange treasures? The huge face on the giant door winked at the tiny Shang Yanfei in front of it and said, "Little Fei Fei, you're not trying to take advantage of me again, are you? Although we are old acquaintances, as the door of the treasure realm, I will not help you steal what you are guarding. Although we have a very deep friendship, how many times have I said it? Can you change the way you address me?" Shang Yanfei's forehead started to turn black. Then what should I call you? Little Yan Yan, Little Yanfei, Little Yan Zi? Shang Yanfei quickly waved his hand and said helplessly, Never mind, you can call me whatever you want. Let's get back to business. I am really here to exchange treasures. Oh. The huge face dragged his tone, appearing to be disinterested. Getting back to business so quickly. It is so hard to find you to talk to. I am bored to death. Shang Yanfei sighed. I am very busy living treasure door. You know, I am already the Shang clan leader. I am no longer the same as before. Sigh, never mind, every Shang clan leader is like this. I thought little Fei Fei would be different from them. Actually, I do not have any requests. I just want to find someone to chat with. The night is long. The loneliness is unbearable. Living treasure door sighed faintly. You are a door and you say you are unbearable? Can't you just sleep? Shang Yanfei's forehead was filled with black lines. Sleep? But I can't sleep alone. You do not know how hard it is to live alone. Living treasure door started to complain. I am not here to listen to your complaints. Get back to business, get back to business. Shang Yanfei coughed. Oh, then get back to business. Living treasure door's expression turned solemn. You can exchange treasures. But I have a condition. It dragged its tone. Shang Yanfei immediately had a bad premonition. He frowned. What condition? Don't tell me it is? Ah, looking at your expression, little Fei Fei, you've already guessed it. That's right, I want you to pick my nose, pick my nose. Living treasure door shouted excitedly. Pick my nose, no shit. The deafening sound reverberated in the corridor. The veins on Shang Yanfei's forehead bulged. Bastard, you're playing this game again? My nose is really itchy. It's so itchy that I can't even breathe smoothly. I don't have hands, so I can't pick my nose freely like you humans. I'm so pitiful. Little Fei Fei, my good friend. Please do me a favor and help me clean my nose. In return, I will give you my precious booger. The living treasure door sang in a poetic tone. Hey, stop before you go too far. Shang Yanfei clenched his fists and roared at the end of his patience. The living treasure door snorted lightly, with a look of what can you do to me? Then it began to recite. Pick your nose. Pick your nose. Pick your nose. If I don't pick my nose, I won't trade for treasures. I picked my nose, good baby. His voice shook the air and rumbled in the solemn corridor. Shang Yanfei lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. The sound of him picking his nose continued to echo in his ears. All right, stop reciting, I'll help you, all right? Shang Yanfei roared, feeling helpless. Even if he was a Grand Rank 5 Gu Master, the leader of Shang Clan, he could do nothing against the living treasure door. After all, the treasure realm was left behind by Shang Clan's predecessors. This was the work of a rank 5 and above Gu immortal. Oh yeah. The living treasure door let out a cheer of victory, before shouting impatiently. Come, I can't wait anymore. Shang Yanfei's expression was stiff, his eyes twitching, but he still stretched out his right hand. On his right palm there was a small palm print, bright red and glistening. At this moment he activated his primeval essence, and the blood print flew out, turning into a huge bright red palm. Rank 5 blood handprint Gu. Anything that was hit by this Gu, be it birds, beasts, insects or fish, as long as there was blood in them, they would turn into a pool of blood. It was extremely powerful. Shang Yanfei used this to move unhindered in the southern border, establishing his reputation. But now, he used the blood handprint to satisfy the living treasure door's eccentricity, picking his nose. The huge bright red palm formed a fist, and with a straight index finger, the fingertip went into the living treasure door's nostril. The living treasure door groaned in comfort. Good, like this. Oh, so refreshing, go deeper, right, go deeper. Use more strength, it's more flavorful. Ah, so refreshing. Little Fei Fei, your technique is really amazing. Hey. The living treasure door opened its mouth and sneezed. Countless red, yellow, blue and green boogers were sprayed out. Looking carefully, the red one was hurricane wind pepper, a divine fusion refinement support material that was already extinct in the southern border. The yellow one was sorrow soil, it was extremely rare, and was one of the materials used to refine rank 6 Gu. The blue one was ice heart. Only in the heart of an iceberg that was thousands of years old would one be born. The green one was grass skirt Gu, a rank 5 Gu that had no defensive power, But after the goo master used it, they could wear a layer of grass skirt. It could directly absorb the free primeval energy in the air, and quickly replenish the primeval essence in the aperture. Alright, my breathing is smooth again, these boogers are all yours. I don't want to eat anymore. It's too disgusting. After the living treasure door sneezed, he sniffled, feeling extremely refreshed. Shang Yanfei kept all these things into his bag, and sighed helplessly. Can we talk about proper business now? Of course. What treasure does little Fei Fei want to exchange for? The living treasure door's mood became much better. I remember there is a rank 5 man triumphing heaven goo in the treasure realm. I want to exchange for it. Shang Yanfei answered. The living treasure door's face showed a strange expression. Man triumphing heaven goo. This goo has the power to defy heaven and change fate. It is specially used for mortals who do not have cultivation talent to forcefully awaken their apertures. This goo is very expensive, little Fei Fei. Although we have a deep friendship and you have dug my nose many times, I cannot defy the rules of the treasure realm. If you want to exchange for this goo, you need to take out a more valuable goo and send it to the treasure realm. Can you not mention the matter of digging your nose? The veins on Shang Yanfei's forehead were bulging. He took out a goo from his aperture. This goo was like a baby's palm, soft and chubby, like a translucent agate crystal. There were thousands of red bloodlines on the palm, causing the palm to emit a ghostly aura. The living treasure door saw this goo and immediately exclaimed in shock. You want to give up blood handprint goo? Little Fei Fei, I remember this is one of your most useful goo worms. Didn't you want to collect the blood sea true inheritance? Have you given up on the dream of your youth? Shang Yanfei sighed helplessly. There are countless blood sea inheritances. The true inheritances are hidden among them. It is too difficult to find them. Even though I have been using Shang clan's resources to investigate, all these years, I have only found 2 true inheritances. I want to exchange for the man triumphing heaven goo. I cannot give up on the more valuable goo worms I have. I can only temporarily give up blood handprint goo. When there is a chance, I will exchange it back. Shang Yanfei's goo worms mostly came from the blood sea inheritance, causing him to be proficient in the path of bloodlines. Thus, when Shang Xianci entered Shang Clan City, she was immediately sensed by him. Alright, since you have made your decision, living treasure door said as he opened his mouth and swallowed the blood handprint goo. Go! With a loud sound, it swallowed the blood handprint goo into the treasure realm. Next, with a retching sound, it opened its mouth and spat out a goo. This goo was like a 1,000-year-old ginseng with countless roots. The old ginseng was yellow in color. Its radiance was restrained, the top part was round, but the bottom part was split, like a pair of human legs. It was the man triumphing heaven goo. Quickly refine it once we leave the treasure realm in 3 breaths of time. This goo will regain its wild nature. If you refine it, it will be difficult. Living treasure door urged. Shang Yanfei nodded, activating a luxurious purple crystal primeval essence, and refining the man triumphing heaven goo. With this goo, Ci Air will be enlightened. I will also use some aptitude-raising goo to help her cultivate. In the future, I will recruit Fong and Bai and use them as her wings. Ci Air, I will make you happy, and in this world, strength is the prerequisite for happiness. Shang Yanfei kept the man triumphing heaven goo in his aperture, his emotions fluctuating. I am leaving living treasure door, he said to the huge door. Hey, you are leaving so soon? Accompany me for a chat. It is too boring to stay here alone. Living treasure door said anxiously, but with a flash of blood flame Shang Yanfei disappeared. This rascal. He left me alone again, so pitiful, so stuffy, so boring. Living treasure door's grumbling voice resounded in the corridor. At the banquet, good wine and delicacies were being served. The atmosphere was very lively. Brother Wei, brother Xiao Yan, come, let's drink another cup. Fang Yuan stood up and raised his cup, while Bai Ningbing expressionlessly picked up some food. Wei Yang and Xiao Yan raised their cups at the same time. The 3 cups collided fiercely, the wine splattering on the table and the food. Back in the battle zone, Fang Yuan had said he would treat them to a meal, but Xiao Yan did it first. This time, he fulfilled his promise and invited them to a banquet in a large restaurant. To think that brother Fangjing actually saved Shang Clan's daughter. Good things come to good people. Purple Thorn Token TSK, I am really envious. Xiao Yan was a cheerful and honest person. He did not hide his envy towards Fang Yuan. He had lived in Shang Clan City for many years. He knew the value of the purple thorn token. Wei Yang put down his cup. I wonder what you two plan to do next? Fang Yuan answered. We are going to stay in Shang Clan City for a while. We will exchange our useless goo worms and buy some more to make a set. Good idea. Very correct. Even if you did not do this, I would have reminded you. Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, feeling happy. Fang and by staying meant there would be more opportunities to recruit them. Chapter 280. Nurture, Use, Refinement. These were the three main aspects of a goo master's cultivation. No matter which aspect, they were deep and profound. The knowledge was as vast as the sea. Normal people could spend their entire lives and still not understand them. Brother Wei, please give me some pointers. At the banquet, Fang Yuan cupped his fists. We hit it off right from the start. We are family, no need to be polite. Wei Yang cleared his throat, speaking. From the big picture, goo masters are split into 9 ranks. Rank 1 to 5 become mortals. Rank 6 to 9 become immortals. Among millions of goo masters, there might be one who becomes an immortal. Becoming an immortal is too far-fetched. Even publicly recognized geniuses might not succeed. Let's not talk about immortals, let's talk about mortals. Among the 5 ranks in the mortal realm, rank 1 and 2 are just the beginning, while rank 4 and 5 are high-end battle strength. Rank 3 in the middle is the link between the two. The two of you have cultivated to this stage, you have already reached a higher level. Rank 3 is especially important. During this period you will have a solid foundation and choose the right direction to develop. You will have great achievements in the future. When a goo master reaches rank 3, their individual strength cannot be ignored. In many villages, rank 3 goo masters are clan elders. During this period the goo master first needs to determine their own direction of development, then create a set of goo worms. To become a logistics goo master, the goo worms have to be storage-type goo worms. To become an investigative goo master, the goo worms have to be investigative. To have success in fusion, the goo master can choose to deduce goo worms in this aspect and create new recipes. If one likes scheming, they can collect lightning thoughts goo, immortal guidance goo, and others. Wei Yang continued to introduce. The so-called direction was attack, defense, healing, storage, movement, investigation, these 6 main aspects. Healing goo masters were doctors, they had high status. Storage goo masters were logistics goo masters. Every force could not lack them. Wei Yang was a movement goo master, his core goo worm was rainbow light goo. Of course, other than these 6 main aspects, there were other small branches. For example, goo masters specialized in refinement, they had goo worms to speed up the refinement, or to weaken the goo worm's will. For example, insect-catching goo masters, they specialized in finding and capturing wild goo worms. All in all, at rank 3, goo masters would start to have complicated and detailed job classifications. Goo masters would become more specialized in a certain domain. At this point, Wei Yang paused and looked at Fang and Bai, asking, I wonder if the two of you have decided on the direction of your development? Tact. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing said in unison without any hesitation. Both of them advocated attacking. Aggression was second nature to them, and they were both arrogant and unruly. Wei Yang nodded. He was not surprised. He had read many people and could guess Fang and Bai's choice. He continued. Next, we need to choose goo worms and combine them into a set of interconnected systems. A set of goo worms had many benefits. First of all, in terms of feeding, similar goo worms were fed with similar food, which was convenient to collect, store, and trade. Secondly, in terms of usage, the goo worms could coordinate and complement each other. For example, Wei Yang's rainbow light goo expended a lot of primeval essence. Wei Yang used light source goo to reduce this expenditure. Finally, in terms of refinement, put similar goo worms together and refine them to a higher rank. Not only could it save money, but it also had a higher success rate than the fusion of goo worms. Since you have chosen the offensive aspect, then there is no doubt that the offensive type goo will be the core. All the other goo worms will have to serve this core. Take Little Xiao for example. He chose the pellet fire goo as his main attacking method. Thus, I suggest he split one goo into 2 to increase the number of pellet fires. He also chose the enormous goo to increase the size of the pellet fire and increase its power. He also chose the fire source goo to reduce the primeval essence expenditure. He also used the fire travel goo as his movement type goo. Wei Yong patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Xiao Yan pretended to have a bitter expression. Brother Wei, you have exposed all my secrets. Wei Yong did not mind. Haha, your secrets have already been exposed by others. Right now, who in the battle stage doesn't know what goo worms you have? Soon after, Wei Yong turned to Fang and Bai and said, even if all your goo worms are exposed, it is not a problem. As long as you combine them well, you can deal with any situation. The core goo worm is the foundation of the entire set. Have the two of you thought about what offensive goo to use as the core? Fang Yuan clenched his fists. Before this, I have already used many goo worms to increase my strength. Strength is my advantage. I want to continue down this path and use my great strength to suppress my opponents. Bai Ningbing directly said the name of a goo. Frost Demon Goo. Speaking of which, Bai Ningbing originally had a rank 3 Frost Demon Goo. Frost Demon Goo could allow a Goo Master to turn into a Frost Demon, and Bai Ningbing was very good at using it. Unfortunately, during the battle with Guyue Qingshu, the Frost Demon Goo was destroyed. This caused Bai Ningbing to be obsessed with the Frost Demon Goo. Wei Yong heard this and frowned. You want to walk the Strength Path and Ice Path. Ice Path has the advantage in defense. Frost Demon Goo, Snow Woman Goo and Ice Crystal Goo are the three most popular transformation type goo. Frost Demon Goo and Snow Woman Goo are suitable for females, while Ice Crystal Goo is more suitable for males. As for Fangjing, you want to walk the Strength Path. Wei Yong shook his head. I am not trying to discourage you, but this idea is not reliable. Strength Path is the most common choice. Why? Because it is cheap and good. Strength Path related goo are mostly cheap. But Strength Path is also the hardest to stand out, and can easily become mediocre. I will tell you the truth, I have walked the Strength Path before, but to purify the increased strength in my body, I had to spend a lot of yuan stone. Most demonic goo masters lack capital, and use Strength Path as a springboard. But Brother Fangjing, you have the purple thorn token and hundreds of thousands of yuan stone, you don't need to take this detour. Strength Path is really hard to stand out. Hearing Wei Yang's words, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and nodded. Wei Yang smiled in relief. It was not a waste of his words. Xiao Yan also smiled. Listening to Brother Wei's words, I also gained a lot. Brother Wei is right, but I still want to walk the Strength Path. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Yes, I have decided to give up on the Frost Demon Goo and choose Ice Crystal Goo. At the side, Bai Ningbing also made up her mind. Wei Yang's smile froze on his face. Hey, did you guys listen to Brother Wei's words earlier? Xiao Yan shouted. Bai Ningbing's lips curled into a smile, a resolute light flashing in her eyes. Because Ice Crystal Goo is suitable for men, I chose it. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. Thank you, Brother Wei, for your suggestion, but I like Strength Path. Others can't stand out if they choose it, but if I stand out, wouldn't that show off my strength? Ha, only with difficulty can there be a challenge, only with a challenge can there be a sense of accomplishment. I was hesitant, but after hearing Brother Wei's words, great, this is it. Choosing Strength Path was Fang Yuan's plan. It was related to the Three Kings' inheritance in a few years. This could not be told to outsiders. Xiao Yan was stunned, not knowing what to say. This you two need to reconsider, this is not a joke. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, his tone anxious. He had never expected his words to have the opposite effect. Brother Wei, no need to persuade me. Roads are made by humans, I have made up my mind. Ha, let's continue drinking. Fang Yuan spoke in time, his attitude firm, causing Wei Yang's words to be stuck in his stomach. Sigh. Wei Yang helplessly raised his wine cup, but he made up his mind to persuade the two. Especially this Fang Yuan, he was simply messing around. Treating his future as a joke, he should not have done that. If this goes on, he would be wasting his talent. Wei Yang could not watch it anymore. He needed to correct his thinking. This was the future star that Lord Tribe Leader wanted to recruit. After the banquet ended, after sending off the nagging Wei Yang and Xiao Yan, Fang and Bai returned to the shop. After showing the purple thorn token, Bai Ningbing spent 28,000 yuan stone to buy the rank 3 Ice Crystal Goo. Fang Yuan chose a rank 2 Brown Bear Innate Strength Goo, spending 4,100 yuan stone. You really intend to make ice crystal goo your vital goo? After leaving the shop, Fong Yuan asked with a frown. Bai Ningbing knew what he was asking. She was already rank 3 peak stage, one more step and she would be rank 4 realm. She could buy rank 4 goo worms in advance. But Bai Ningbing shook her head, her expression solemn. I do not intend to advance to rank 4. Yesterday I found that my aptitude rose by 1 point. The northern dark ice soul physique was like a curse, coiling around Bai Ningbing's body. As she continued to cultivate, Bai Ningbing's aptitude would eventually recover to 100%, and return to the 10 extreme physique. Thus, she would rather give up on advancing to rank 4. Rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence had better quality than white silver primeval essence, and could nourish the aperture more easily, allowing Bai Ningbing's aptitude to recover faster. Fong Yuan couldn't help but slow down. Is that so? It seems you can't leave the Yanggu in my hands. Maybe you can go to Fengyu Manor to inquire, they specialize in selling information. They might have what you need. You're not coming with me? Bai Ningbing stopped, looking at Fong Yuan. I want to go to the gambling den. Fong Yuan smiled. All right. Looking at Bai Ningbing's departing figure, Fong Yuan's smile gradually disappeared. He returned to the shop. Shopkeeper, I forgot some things, do you have them here? He took out a list. The shopkeeper did not dare to neglect a guest with a purple thorn token. Looking at the contents of the list, he nodded. We have them, our shop has them. Very good, prepare one for me immediately. Yes. A moment later he walked out from the back door of the shop, following another path, going down to the gambling area. Chapter 281. This was a black rock. It was the size of a wash basin. The surface of the black rock flickered with specks of blue light. At first glance it looked like sparse stars twinkling in the darkness. This was a stellar rock. But different from the surrounding stellar rocks, this stellar rock was squarish like a brick. However, it was this rock buried in a corner that had a legendary goo worm taken out. And that lucky person, who was originally a nameless person, used this goo to make a name for himself in the strength path, gaining an achievement that others were envious of. Fong Yuan stood here, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He somewhat understood why no one was interested in this stubborn rock. This was an extremely luxurious large-scale gambling den. Business was very good. Although it was third inner city, there was a huge crowd around him. According to classification, the rocks were divided into 5 areas: miscellaneous, low, middle, high and special grade. In the miscellaneous grade area, each rock was sold for a dozen or so yuan stone. The lower grade rocks were sold for 100 yuan stones on average. Middle grade rocks were sold for 1,000, high grade up to 10,000, and special grade rocks were sold for hundreds of thousands. And this stellar rock was in the miscellaneous grade area. Mixed grade stones were the stones that were the least valued, and their quality was the worst. Most of them were solid rocks. Even if a goo worm was taken out, it would mostly be the remains of dead goo worms. Especially after the demonic goo master Wei Shenjing appeared, the miscellaneous grade rocks market was severely impacted. Wei Shenjing was an expert in counterfeiting. People called him the counterfeit master. He made a fortune by selling large amounts of counterfeit miscellaneous grade rocks. Almost all the large clans had his arrest warrant. In the southern border, he was a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. Miscellaneous grade rocks were becoming more and more unpopular, but it was not that no one cared about them. Sometimes, some goo masters who were in a good mood would come out to shop and gamble. They would buy a few miscellaneous grade rocks and gamble for fun. Or professional gamblers would use them to test their luck. After all, miscellaneous grade rocks were cheap. To some goo masters, they would not feel heartache even if they lost. But the problem was, this was third inner city. Most of the goo masters here were rank 3 goo masters. Rank 3 was the rank of clan elder. At this level, most would have some family assets. Even if they wanted to test their luck, they would choose some lower grade rocks that had a higher chance of winning. Gambling on miscellaneous grade rocks to them was somewhat beneath their level. Of course, in such a large-scale gambling den, with people coming and going, there would be some goo masters who would try to get their hands on these miscellaneous grade rocks. But how could they think that this stellar rock would hide a legendary goo worm in this counter? Fong Yuan laughed in his heart. Indeed, this stellar rock was used as a stepping stone, placed under a corner of the counter. With so many people coming and going, who would pay attention to an ordinary counter in the middle of dozens of long counters in the miscellaneous area? These counters were filled with origin stones of mixed grade, one after another, stacked on top of another. They were cheap like the stacks of vegetables and fruits in the market on Earth. The Gu masters who came here would all focus their attention on these primeval stones. Therefore, no one had ever paid any attention to this stellar stone, to the extent that it was gradually covered in dust, becoming even more unremarkable. No one knew when or who had used the stone as a stepping stone. No one knew how many people had passed by the stone during this period of time. Until one day, a Gu master who was not doing well tripped on the corner of this counter when he walked here. Logically speaking, this Gu master could only blame himself for being careless. The counter did not move. Many Gu masters walked past it, but no one was bumped into. Just like an electric pole, it stood on the street, not provoking anyone, but there would always be people careless, bumping into the electric pole while walking. How could this be blamed on the electric pole? But no matter which world, resolving disputes was not through reasoning, but through strength. A rooster raised by a farmer crowed, causing the farmer to be unable to sleep in. Thus, in a fit of anger, the farmer slaughtered the rooster. There was nothing wrong with this. No matter which world, the big shots only needed to take a small step back, and the conflict could be resolved. But in the end, the big shots would not take a step back, and the small shots would have to make a huge sacrifice. The Gu master tripped. Although he did not fall, he was very angry. He vented his anger on this stumbling block. Very well. Since you dare to trip me, I will cut you off. Thus, the Gu master bought this stone, and cut it open in front of everyone. Then the legendary Gu appeared. It was a very dramatic event. Because of this dramatic event, it was passed down by everyone in Feng Yuan's previous life. And now this dramatic event had not happened yet. This star stone was still perfectly fine as a stepping stone. It was silent and quiet, and Feng Yuan's foot was only 2 feet away from it. Customer, is this your first time gambling on stones? A shop assistant walked over. He saw Feng Yuan's dazed eyes, not knowing that he was using the corner of his eyes to observe the stone under his feet. Feng Yuan rubbed his nose, replying, more or less. If he did not count his previous life's experience, this was indeed only his second time since his rebirth. New. Easy to trick. The shop assistant's smile became brighter. Then please come in. To speak the truth, the stones here are the cheapest, but there are no good things if they are cheap. The quality is not good and the shape is weird. What can you gamble for? Allow me to introduce you to the guests. Oh, go ahead. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, following the shop assistant into the gambling den. Customer, do you know how the stubborn stones are created? The shop assistant walked in front, turning around to ask. Without waiting for Feng Yuan to reply, he answered himself. As the saying goes, man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is full of spirit, good at creation, and has the highest intelligence. Thus he created many new Gu worms that do not exist in nature. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. They do not have any intelligence, but their small bodies contain the law fragments of the great Tao. Heaven and earth leave a trace of life. Some Gu worms are heavily injured, or do not have food. They can fall into hibernation. After a long time, a layer of stone will condense around their body. The stone layer thickens, becoming stone skin. The stone skin thickens again, becoming stone flesh. After a long time, the stone flesh thickens and solidifies, finally turning into stubborn stones. These stubborn stones tightly wrap around the Gu worm, and are affected by the law fragments in the Gu worm's body, gradually becoming different, very different from the surrounding soil and stones. When people find these stubborn stones, they carefully collect them, and this is the stubborn stone you see now. Feng Yuan nodded, walking as he answered, yes, I have vaguely heard of the origin of the stubborn stones. The deeper they walked into the gambling den, the more Gu masters there were. Many Gu masters were picking stones, or discussing in low voices. The gambling den was spacious, and the whispers made it even more quiet. The shop assistant spoke frankly with assurance. Customer, since you want to gamble, then you cannot be careless. Although our shop is a gambling den, we do not cheat people. We have to let you gamble without worry, and understand the situation. Our shop mainly sells old man stones, cart-pushing stones, stellar stones, and frost stones. Every stone is divided into 5 grades according to their appearance, and their prices are also different. Some are as high as 100,000, while some are only a few yuan stone. Customer, the place you were at just now was the cheapest mixed grade area. Why didn't I suggest you buy there? Because the stubborn stones in the mixed grade area have the worst appearance. Let's take stellar stones as an example. Stellar stones usually contain starlight-type goo. These goo contain the laws of the movement of the stars, thus the stubborn stones gradually form speckles of starlight. Among the star-type goo, the most commonly seen is the rank 1 star dart goo. Thus the stubborn stones have the shape of a dart. Or the star arrow bone. The stubborn stones are usually long, with one end sharp and the other side spreading out. There is also the meteor goo. The stubborn stones look like a ball but have a tail. These shaped stones have a high chance of having goo worms. Of course, other than the outer appearance, there are many other factors. For example, the more starlight speckles, the higher the chance of having a goo inside, and the higher the rank of the goo worm. Customer, what you see now is the middle grade stone. You will find that the appearance is no doubt better. Of course, the price here is slightly higher. Yes, that is true. Fang Yuan casually agreed. The shop assistant said with a proud tone, "Our shop has the most outstanding rock dissecting masters, with at least 20 years of experience. Among them, there is a division master who specializes in using acid to dissect rocks. He has been dissecting rocks for over 50 years. I strongly suggest customer, after choosing the stubborn stones, dissect them in our shop. The rock dissecting masters are even more professional. They have a set of specialized goo worms for dissecting rocks. The method of dissecting rocks also needs to be chosen appropriately. For example, to dissect stellar stones, it is best to use magnetism. To dissect old man's rocks, use acid. If the stubborn stones have goo, they are extremely weak. Choosing an inappropriate method can easily cause a fatal blow to the goo. By then it will be too late to regret. Customer, if you choose a rock in the high grade or special grade area, our shop will dissect it for you for free. If it is in the middle grade or low grade area, you will have to pay additional fees. As for the mixed grade area, I do not recommend customer to hire a rock dissecting master. Normally, the cost of hiring a master is several times higher than the cost of buying the rock." Back on Qingmao Mountain, when Jia Clan's caravan came, Fang Yuan had dissected the purple gold rock himself. But his method could be said to be a violent dissection. Fortunately, the purple gold rock was relatively soft, the mud-skin toad's tenacious vitality, and of course Fang Yuan's rich experience. The violent dissection method could not be used widely, as it could kill the living goo. If Fang Yuan wanted to dissect rocks, he would need the help of this shop's rock dissection master. After strolling around, Fang Yuan finally casually chose a few rocks in the low-grade area. There were old man stones, cart-pushing stones, and stellar stones. The shop assistant could not help but be disappointed, but with his glib tongue, he tried his best to persuade Fang Yuan to buy a few higher-grade ones. But how could Fang Yuan fall for his trick? After spending so much effort, this was the result. The shop assistant's voice became weak. "Customer, do you have a token? If it is a yellow pair token or above, there will be a discount in terms of price. Please show it to me." But at the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. His mouth opened wide, and his eyeballs almost popped out. "Purple thorn token? Oh my God!" Chapter 282. The purple thorn token was in Fang Yuan's hand, emitting a brilliant light, like a dream or illusion. The shop assistant stared at the token with a dazed expression. After a while, he suddenly woke up and said in a respectful tone, "Esteemed guest, forgive me for being blind. Please wait for a moment, I will call the shopkeeper over." The shopkeeper was a fat middle-aged man. When he heard that the redbud token had appeared, he immediately ran over with a jolt. Seeing Fang Yuan, he immediately bowed. "Esteemed guest, your arrival really brings light to our humble shop." Fang Yuan said plainly, pointing at the stones he specially picked, "I've gambled some small stones, I'll have to trouble you to open them." The shopkeeper quickly looked and was stunned. Why were they all low-grade stones? He quickly looked at the shop assistant, his gaze seemed to be reproaching. "Those who have the purple thorn token are all important people, big customers, And you actually asked him to choose these goo? The shop assistant stood at the side uneasily, unable to say a word. The shopkeeper bowed his head towards Feng Yuan. Esteemed guest, there is no problem if you want to open the stones. Those who have the purple thorn token can open stones for free in all the gambling dens. As for these stones, there is a discount only. 650 yuan stone. I know the rules of the gambling den. First pay, then open the stones. Feng Yuan nodded, taking out the corresponding amount of yuan stone from the primeval elder goo. The shopkeeper quickly took the yuan stone and immediately called the shop assistant. Quickly go and invite Master Duan, Master Huang, Master Zhang, Master Zhao and Master Ma out. He then turned to Feng Yuan. Esteemed guest, the stone opening platform is inside the den, please move aside. The 5 stone-cutting masters were resting in the small courtyard behind the gambling den. At their level, ordinary rocks wouldn't cause them to make a move. And some young goo masters, mostly their apprentices, were in charge of opening the stones normally. The shop assistant ran to the small courtyard and stated his purpose. Oh, inviting us 4 old fellows out? The 5 old masters' eyes brightened. Could it be that someone bought those special grade stubborn stones? The old masters immediately felt their hands itching. The shop assistant shook his head. It's just some low-grade rocks. The expressions of the old masters immediately changed, revealing a displeased look. The division master snorted coldly. Asking them to remove the inferior stones was simply an insult, and it was a belittling of their status. But the shop assistant immediately said, the visitor is a distinguished guest with a redbud token. The shopkeeper specially asked me to invite the 5 of you. What? Redbud token? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? For thousands of years, Shang clan has only given out a few hundred purple thorn tokens. There's actually a redbud token owner? Quick, quick, quick. What are you waiting for? The 5 old masters hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard and onto the workbench. On the workbench, the young stonecutters were shocked and hurriedly greeted him. The old masters waved their hands and chased the younger generation off the stage. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of others. Many gazes were directed at him. People whispered to each other and could not help but feel curious. What's going on? It's rare to see the 5 old masters of the 5 masters coming out together. Could it be that someone bought a batch of special grade stubborn stones? Feng Yuan, accompanied by the shopkeeper, had already arrived in front of the workbench where the rocks were being cut in public. But he did not move forward and kept a low profile, only watching from afar. But the 5 old masters were old and experienced. Their gazes swept around and saw that the shopkeeper was like a little attendant following beside a young man. How could they not know Feng Yuan's identity? But Feng Yuan only watched from afar and did not walk forward. The 5 old masters could not help but guess. It seems this young master does not want to be known. This was also normal. Many people were like this before they dissected the stones. Losing the bet would cause them to lose face. Looks like I have to perform well this time and strive to leave a deep impression on this esteemed guest. It would be best if I can establish a relationship with him. The 5 old masters were secretly calculating, rubbing their hands, eager to give it a try. The stones that Feng Yuan chose were given priority by the shop assistant. When the surrounding people saw these stones, they were shocked. What? These are all low-grade stones. Am I seeing things, these lousy stones? Cutting the inferior stones for the old masters, this is simply an insult to them. But a scene that made them stare in shock happened. The 5 old masters held these inferior stones with both hands and carefully placed them on the stone table in front of them. Their expressions were extremely serious and solemn. Then they summoned their goo worms and started to dissect the stones in front of everyone. Most of the 5 old masters were ranked 2 peak stage. Only the division master was rank 3. For a moment all kinds of goo worms appeared, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. What's going on? Don't tell me these stones have a great origin and are not as simple as they seem? I have never seen such serious expressions from the 5 old masters. On the stage, goo worms flew around as the 5 old masters showed off their unique methods. The division master had the highest cultivation, and was the stone dissecting master of the gambling den. He was proficient in acid dissecting stones. First, he took out a large bowl and summoned a snake goo to spit out green acid. Then he carefully placed the stones in the acid. Bubbles kept popping up. After a long while, his hands were covered in a layer of light and he took out the shrunken stone. Then, he placed it in another acid. Master Zhang used the magnetism dissecting method. His palms faced each other. The stones floated in the air between his palms. Tiny stone chips were constantly being sucked out by the power of the magnetism. There were also other masters. Some summoned toad goo and used the toad's tongue to lick the stones. Some used fire to roast, while some controlled a small whirlwind to cut the stones. A group of young stonecutters stood behind the old masters, dumbfounded. Why was there a need to make such a big fuss about these inferior stones? It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Could it be that the old master's actions had a deeper meaning? No, I have to observe carefully. The result of my observation made everyone dumbfounded. These inferior stones, after being dissected, did not have any material. It was either solid or hollow. There wasn't even a single dead goo in sight. What is this? I thought there was something fishy. So they are all ordinary inferior stones. What are these old masters doing here? They are really wasting my time. The surrounding crowd was greatly disappointed and left with a flick of their sleeves. Hearing these words, the shopkeeper's face turned pale. In the past, when he saw that the stones chosen by the gamblers did not have any goo worms, he would be extremely happy. But now he wished he could stuff a few goo worms into the stones. An esteemed guest with a purple thorn token could not be easily offended. He carefully looked at Feng Yuan, wanting to say some comforting words. But Feng Yuan had already opened his mouth, smiling. No matter, it seems my luck is not good today. I will not gamble anymore. I will come again when I have time. The shopkeeper and the worker respectfully sent Feng Yuan to the door. They still wanted to send him out of the street, but were stopped by Feng Yuan. Only when Feng Yuan's figure disappeared at the end of the street did the shopkeeper straighten his back. He turned around and gave the worker beside him a violent knock. Who asked you to neglect the esteemed guest? The worker held his head in pain, not daring to say a word. Feng Yuan's visit today was only to probe. Now that he found his target, this trip was already a success. As for the stellar stone, he could not sell it directly. He had to go through some trouble. If Feng Yuan wanted to obtain that goo, he would have to open the stellar stone. He did not have the methods to open it himself, and to gather a set of specialized goo worms, the expenditure was huge, thus he had to hand it over to the old masters in the gambling den. If the old masters opened the stones in public, it would cause a commotion. If he used the purple thorn token and asked them to open the stones in secret, it would not be appropriate, and would make people suspicious. If Feng Yuan got a legendary goo right from the start, his luck would be too good. Feng Yuan did not doubt Shang Clan's enormous power. Shang Yanfei had just investigated him. He must have known that Feng Yuan got the Mudskin Toad in Jia Clan's caravan. If Feng Yuan gambled twice, once he got the Mudskin Toad, and the other time he got the legendary goo. Shang Yanfei was an astute person. How could he not be suspicious? Stone gambling involved huge benefits. If Shang Yanfei suspected that Feng Yuan had a method to detect if there was a goo in the stone, he would definitely be moved and even make a move. Feng Yuan did not have such a method, but he could not expose some of his goo worms, especially the spring-autumn cicada. Especially on Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei was not the main threat. The real threat came from rank 6 goo masters. Almost all overlord-level forces had rank 6 goo masters behind them. Once goo masters reached rank 6, they would live in seclusion for over 10 years. Because their strength had reached a qualitative change, they had their own difficulties and had to take responsibility for themselves. But if spring-autumn cicada was exposed, these rank 6 goo masters would definitely flock over. A little impatience would spoil a great plan. Feng Yuan was a cautious person. How could he make a big mistake in such a small matter? He had to eliminate all reasons to expose spring-autumn cicada, even if he had to bear the risk of the stellar stone being discovered. According to his previous life's memories, the chances of the legendary goo being discovered were very small. But even if it was discovered, Feng Yuan had corresponding methods to resolve it. It was better than arousing suspicion, and the threat of spring-autumn cicada being exposed. For the next few days I will go to the stone gambling area and buy some stones to gamble, leaving behind some impressions. Fang Yuan thought along the way, as he walked back to Nanqiu Garden. Bai Ningbing had already returned from Fengyu Building. I was waiting for you. Saying so, she handed the ice crystal goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura to refine it, and threw it back to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing helped him cultivate, and he would help Bai Ningbing refine the goo. This was part of the poison vow. Bai Ningbing took the ice crystal goo, and walked into the secret room to refine it. Fang Yuan also walked into another secret room, and started refining a type of goo. Chapter 283. In the secret room, starlight shone clearly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, starting to refine goo. After parting with Bai Ningbing, he went to a shop again and bought everything needed for the goo refinement. Of course, to prevent the recipe from being exposed, he added some unnecessary things to disguise it. He willed, summoning a goo. This goo was like a spherical airbag, fist-sized and orange in color. Its surface was wrinkled and somewhat thick, making it uncomfortable to touch. This was the rank 1 smelly fart goo. Its only use was to emit a foul smell and had no attack power. Don't think that this goo's effect was strong, but it was widely used as a goo refinement material. Fang Yuan silently injected light silver primeval essence, causing the smelly fart goo's body to slowly expand and float in the air. At the same time, he opened a mud jar in front of him. Immediately, a rotten stench spread out. This jar was filled with rotten swamp mud. It was black and sticky. This mud was also a widely used goo refinement material. Rice bag grass, go! Fang Yuan willed and shot out a seed from his aperture. The seed was shot into the mud jar, and as the primeval sea level in his aperture decreased, dark green vines drilled out from the rotten swamp mud. The vines continued to extend out of the mud jar, and after covering an area of 2 feet, they grew branches and large leaves grew. These green leaves were plump like buckets. They were small at first but quickly expanded to the size of a bowl. Fang Yuan peeled off the top of these leaves, revealing the pure white rice grains inside. But Fang Yuan did not use them, instead pouring them into the rotten swamp mud. Next, he slowly released the smelly fart goo, multitasking, activating the smelly fart goo and the rice bag grass at the same time. The smelly fart goo emitted an orange light, fusing with the green light emitted by the rice bag grass. The mixed light gradually converged, going into the mud jar. The mud jar continued to shake before finally stopping, and a new goo flew out. Its entire body was yellowish-brown and looked like mud. It gave off a faint stench like a pile of shit. Don't look at its ugly appearance it can make. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance, it could cause diarrhea. Don't look at it, but it can make people vomit. Di Gu Fang Yuan's goo. There were millions of goo worms like people of all shapes and sizes. There was the holy and elegant heavenly essence treasure lotus, the philosophical and zen spring-autumn cicada, the evil and ghostly blood skull goo. And of course there were also disgusting-looking, smelling and touching poop goo, smelly fart goo, etc. It was only the smelly fart goo. Goo goo goo. Goo goo Fang it refined it goo goo. And it was. Fang Yuan then took out the great strength goo and bought it from the shop. This goo could double the goo master's strength in 50 breaths of time. Fang Yuan used the great strength goo and the poop goo to refine the great strength poop goo. Great strength poop goo was a rank 3 goo. Its effect was the same as the poop goo, but its effect was 3 times stronger. The great strength poop goo was not as popular as the poop goo. The higher the rank of the goo, the better. Rank 3 goo ate much more than rank 1 goo. Although the great strength poop goo's effect was strong, using the poop goo a few times could achieve the same effect. There were also cases of doctors misdiagnosing and abusing the great strength poop goo, causing people to die from diarrhea. With the great strength poop goo, it was the second step. Next, Fang Yuan took out the lion roar goo. This goo was shaped like a lion's head. Once activated, it could turn into a millstone-sized phantom of a lion's head, emitting a lion's roar. It was usually used to send a signal to attract or scare away wild beasts. If used well in battle, it could cause enemy goo masters to panic. Fang Yuan activated the lion roar goo and the great strength poop goo at the same time. Thus, such a scene appeared in the air. The lion head phantom opened its mouth and started to swallow the great strength poop goo. But after eating a third of the goo, the lion roar goo could no longer continue, and the lion head phantom even showed signs of collapsing. Thus, Fong Yuan willed and took out a paper crane goo he bought from a shop. This goo had light blue, dark green, pink and other colors, and was used to send messages. The light blue paper crane goo flew towards the lion roar goo and was swallowed by the lion head phantom. Multitasking. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely scream in shock. Ordinary goo masters who could multitask were already very amazing, but those who could multitask were few in number. This was a powerful talent that allowed a goo master to become a refinement master. Ordinary goo refinement masters would need to use other supplementary goo worms to be able to multitask. Fong Yuan activated the lion roar goo, great strength poop goo and paper crane goo at the same time, using his own strength. But to him this was not a talent but the accumulation of experience. Practice makes perfect for anything. Fong Yuan used 500 years to slowly accumulate, and trained hard for hundreds of years. From multitasking to multitasking to multitasking to multitasking and even to multitasking. Of course, if he continued, he would need to use supplementary goo worms. After the lion head phantom swallowed the paper crane goo, the light no longer dissipated, and condensed back to its original state. Fong Yuan continued to use it to swallow the great strength poop goo. After swallowing another third, the lion head phantom reverted to its old state, and was in danger of dissipating. Fong Yuan did not panic, he calmly took out the second dark green paper crane goo. Like this, when the lion head phantom swallowed all the great strength poop goo, it became unstable again. Fong Yuan used the third pink paper crane goo. After the lion head phantom swallowed it, the originally white light suddenly shrunk to half its original size, and started to let out light blue, dark green and pink colors. At the same time, the lion head phantom let out a loud voice. Eat shit, eat shit. The voice reverberated in the secret room, causing a buzzing sound in Fong Yuan's ears. Fong Yuan was not worried about the sound leaking. This was a specialized secret room with strong defense, isolating the inside from the outside. He was overjoyed. This goo was finally refined. This was the breaking words goo. But this breaking words goo could only exist for 10 breaths of time. Once the time was up, it would automatically die. Fong Yuan did not dare to be slow. He activated the breaking words goo to his side. Under the illumination of the light blue, dark green and pink lights, Fong Yuan's entire body started to emit a dark purple smoke. Eat shit, eat shit. The smoke trembled and churned under the lion head phantom's roars. After 2 breaths of time, the smoke condensed into 2 poison vow goo phantoms. Fong Yuan willed, and the lion head phantom opened its mouth, swallowing one. As it chewed, the poison vow goo let out a sharp cry of unwillingness before stopping. The lion head phantom opened its mouth again, swallowing the other poison vow goo. After chewing, the poison vow goo was cleanly eliminated, and not even a trace of dark purple smoke was left on Fong Yuan's body. After a few breaths of time, the lion head phantom let out a soft sound, turning into a 3-colored rain of light. The rain of light fell sparsely, illuminating the secret chamber in a splendid manner. Fong Yuan's lips curled up in the rain of light, showing a cold smile. Poison vow goo? Trying to bind me with a poison vow, how naive. But they could not be blamed. In his previous life, 200 years later, this breaking words goo appeared in the world. It originated from a western desert tribe chief. And after a few decades, it gradually spread throughout the world. After more than 10 years, someone researched the black and white paper goo and replaced the poison vow goo. Even the going one's word goo could not break it. But without the breaking words goo, 100 years later, confusion black and white goo appeared, able to break the binding power of the black and white paper goo. Poison vow goo, breaking words goo, black and white paper goo, confusion black and white goo. These were only a small part of the struggle between binding and breaking. Before this there was, and after this there would still be. Fong Yuan had 500 years of experience. He was 500 years ahead of the entire world. It was not difficult to break the poison vow goo. Once the poison vow goo's binding was gone, Fong Yuan felt relaxed. Even better, he only removed the binding on his side, while Shang Yizi and Bai Ningbing still had the poison vow goo's power. This way, against the two of them, Fong Yuan had the upper hand. Shang Yizi is a petty person. I took advantage of him. He will definitely take revenge. But I already have a plan. I will let him jump around for a while. As for Bai Ningbing, she is already in my grasp. I can make use of her in the short term. I am not in a hurry to fall out with her. These days I have split half of my yuan stone. I have bought many gu, spending tens of thousands of yuan stone. Adding on the banquet, Nancho Gardens rent, gambling dens fees, gu worm food and so on, I only have 420,000 yuan stone left. If one does not think far ahead, they will have immediate worries. Fang Yuan frowned as he thought of this. He wanted to gather a set of gu worms. This amount of money seemed like a lot, but it was not enough. Ordinary rank 1 gu worms had a market price of around 500 yuan stone. Rank 2 gu worms ranged from 500 to 1,000 yuan stone. Rank 3 gu worms ranged from 1,000 yuan stone to 10,000 yuan stone. Rank 4 gu worms ranged from 10,000 to 100,000. Rank 5 gu worms ranged from 100,000 to a million. Rank 6 gu worms had never been sold before. The above prices were only for ordinary gu worms. Some rare gu like liquor worm, although it was a rank 1 gu, had the price of a rank 2 gu. And relic gu's price was even more ridiculous. Green copper relic gu's price was around 2,000 yuan stone. Red steel relic gu rose to 8,000, silver relic gu rose to 50,000, and yellow gold relic gu neared 300,000. Fang Yuan only had 420,000 yuan stone. He could not afford 2 yellow gold relic gu. Relic gu were natural gu. They could not be refined by gu masters. Most of the time money could not buy them. I need to rest in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years. 420,000 won't even be enough for 1 year of cultivation. Gu master cultivation relies on large amounts of resources. The higher the realm, the more money they need. I will need to spend even more money in the gambling den. There is a need to find a way to earn money. Shang Clan City was bustling, the competition was intense, but there were opportunities everywhere. As long as you have the ability, earning money was easy. Without ability, you would be eliminated. This was another world of nature, filled with cruel competition. Fang Yuan combined his previous life's experience and his current life's understanding. He had already made up his mind on earning money. Chapter 284. Wei Yang felt vexed. He had been having a headache these days. Shang Yanfei wanted to recruit Fang Anbai, but under Wei Yang's indirect questioning, Fang Anbai did not show the slightest bit of interest. This was normal. Youngsters were hot-blooded and full of ideals. They did not want to depend on others, and felt that in this world, as long as they worked hard, they could achieve it. Naive, so naive. Wei Yang could understand, wasn't he like this in the past? Thus, he did not directly invite Fang Anbai. To put it bluntly, and be rejected by Fang Anbai, there would be no room for negotiation. Wei Yang was shrewd and ruthless. He had already formulated a plan to make Fang Anbai fall into his trap step by step. He did not think of any schemes for matters like recruitment. Both parties had to be willing. Forcefully forcing them would only ruin things. Especially after Wei Yang had interacted with Fang Anbai these days, he knew that they would not compromise. Thus, Wei Yang planned to subtly influence them, and win openly. He was very confident in this. What do gu masters rely on to cultivate? Resources. Righteous gu masters are easy to deal with, but demonic gu masters. Wei Yang was once a demonic gu master. He had walked out of the battle stage. He was too clear on the hardships of demonic gu masters. Gu masters' cultivation could not be separated from yuan stone, gu worms and all kinds of food. The higher the cultivation, the higher the gu masters' needs in this aspect. At the start, gu masters could rely on their own abilities to satisfy these needs. But as time went on, they would find that their needs would become greater, and the competition would become stronger. Sometimes, they would not even be able to satisfy their own needs. Wei Yang stepped into the battle stage when he was rank 1. From rank 1 to rank 2 to rank 3, he became stronger and stronger, but he also felt himself becoming weaker and weaker. It was like a scholar. The more he knew, the more he would understand his own ignorance. The stronger Wei Yang became, the more he understood his own weakness. An individual was so weak, only by relying on each other, relying on the clan, could they survive. When he realized this, he accepted the olive branch that Shang Yanfei threw at him. This was how he had walked all the way. When Fang Anbai understand their own weaknesses one day, Shang Clan's recruitment will be successful. But before that, I can't sit by and watch Fangjing take the wrong path. This will waste his youth and energy, and waste his great aptitude. In Wei Yang's eyes, Fang Yuan's choice of strength was a complete mistake. Young and impetuous, ignorant and ignorant. Strength? In Shang Clan City's battle stage, among the demonic Gu masters that walked out, which one of them was famous for their strength? No. Strength path was a Gu master path destined to be at the bottom, destined to not be able to make it to the top. Do you want to rely on strength to stand out? There was no hope. However, things didn't go according to his wishes. These days, Wei Yang took the initiative to look for Fang Yuan and tried to persuade him several times. However, Fang Yuan refused every single time, and his attitude was unwavering. Wei Yang fully understood the stubbornness of Fang Yuan's personality. He had failed many times. After thinking about it calmly, he decided to change his method of persuasion today. He came looking for him again. Brother Wei, you are suggesting that I enter the battle stage and participate in the battle stage? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled. Yes. Brother Wei relied on the battle stage to cultivate step by step. Good experience has to be shared. Wei Yang's expression was sincere. Next, he raised 3 fingers. There are 3 benefits to participating in the battle stage. First, you can win money. Every time you participate in the battle stage, as long as you win, you can get Yuan Stone. The more spectators, the more Yuan Stone you can get. Second, you can get Gu Worms. There is a rule in the battle stage. The winner can choose a Gu from the loser for his own use. Third, participating in the battle stage can train your battle techniques, and at the same time, test the power of your Gu Worms. That way you can adjust accordingly. Fang Yuan heard Wei Yang's last sentence and immediately understood. These days, Wei Yang had been trying to persuade him to give up strength path and change to another path. After failing, he decided to beat around the bush and use the battle stage to make Fang Yuan fully aware of the flaws of strength path, making Fang Yuan give up on cultivation of strength path. Strength path is a choice I made after careful consideration. It will help me greatly in the future. How can I change it? But the battle stage is also my next plan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan nodded and agreed. Wei Yang was overjoyed. Earlier, you only used the battle stage to compete with me. Shang Clan City's battle stage has a complete system. If you want to participate, you have to register first. Follow me. Thus, the two came to 5th Inner City's battle stage. This place was much more lively than 3rd Inner City. People moved about. The bustling noises entered Fang Yuan's ears, and a strong atmosphere assaulted his senses. Did you hear? Li Hao won again. This is his 13th victory. It seems he will rise to 4th Inner City soon. He has rank 3 cultivation. Entering 4th Inner City is a sure thing. Did you see the battle between Wang Dehan and Ma Dequan? It was very exciting. Wang Han lost to Ma Dequan. He lost his most important raindrop Gu. He is almost crippled. Zhao Dexiong and Zhang Niu's battle is about to start. Let's go watch. These two are using strength path. It is not a good fight. I might as well go watch the battle between Xiao De and Xiao Er. Wei Yang purposely disguised himself. He led the way for Fang Yuan as he said. You need to obtain 30 net victories in 5th Inner City to advance to 4th Inner City. In 4th Inner City's battle stage, you need 80 net victories to advance to 3rd Inner City. What is net victories? For example, if you win 10 battles and lose 2, that would be 8 net victories. The battle stage is split into 3 levels. The lowest level is in 5th Inner City, the middle level is in 4th Inner City, and the highest level is in 3rd Inner City. Brother, you are a newbie in the battle stage. You have 0 wins or losses. According to the rules, you have to start from the 5th Inner City's low-level battle stage. Don't be anxious with my estimation of your battle strength. You will soon rise to the middle level from the low-level battle stage. As for the high-level battle stage, you will need some time. You will need about a year to get there. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said. He admitted that Fang Yuan had battle talent, but the strength path could only be flaunted in the low to mid-grade battle stage. In the high-grade battle stage, where there were many experts, the strength path would show its weakness and be suppressed by the other paths. Under Wei Yang's lead, the two arrived at a large hall. The hall was noisy. Gu masters were applying for challenges, checking the number of battles and so on. Some were here to participate in the battle stage, some were here to watch the battles, and some were here to set up bets. Wei Yang did not squeeze with them, but pushed open a small door with familiarity. Behind the door was a long and narrow passageway, guarded by 2 gu masters. One of them walked up and said to Wei Yang and Fang Yuan, "This is the special reception area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." Wei Yang showed his elder token, and the 2 quickly bowed and let him in. After passing through the passageway, there was another hall with 4 tables. 3 of them were already receiving guests. This place was much quieter than the hall outside. Fang Yuan used Gue Fangxing's name to complete the registration. After paying 500 yuan stone, he received a vine information gu. This gu was like a vine, with a wide jade green leaf growing on it. Rank 1 gu, it recorded some information about Fang Yuan. This gu was not bought by Fang Yuan, but borrowed from Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan was in charge of feeding it, but could not change the contents, only Shang Clan could. Of course, a rank 1 vine information gu was not hard to decipher. It was just that Shang Clan had a backup of the information, and with the supervision of the masses there were very few cases of falsification. There are not many rules in the battle stage, there is a lot of freedom. If you want to participate in the battle, come here and apply. Shang Clan will arrange an opponent for you. They can be stronger or weaker than you. You can also choose a specific opponent, but you need the other party's agreement. Each person has the right to forcefully challenge for a month, and the opponent is not allowed to reject. Other than that, the battle stage has a limit on the number of battles. Each person can only fight once a day. Every 10 days you have to participate in at least 1 battle, or else your victory count will be deducted. If your net loss reaches 5, your qualification will be revoked. If you want to participate, you have to apply again. How about it? Are you interested in a battle today to test your skills? Wei Yang smiled. Fang Yuan nodded. This was the special reception area. The receptionist was very efficient, quickly arranging an opponent for Fang Yuan. The time is at 3:45 p.m., the location is at the 5th battle stage, the terrain is grassland. There was only 7 minutes left until 3:45 p.m. When Wei Yang brought Fang Yuan to the 5th battle stage, his opponent was already waiting inside. He was a young man, tall and thin with an ordinary appearance, wearing a green robe. Seeing Fang Yuan walk in, his eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Looking at Fang Yuan's appearance, he was clearly a young man. How high could his cultivation be? On the other hand, he had recently advanced to rank 2 middle stage. This was his first battle since coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was a good sign. Fang Yuan walked in. The 5th battle stage was a mid-sized battle stage. It was more than twice the size of the stone battle stage where he fought Wei Yang. The battle stage was covered in green grass. Fang Yuan stepped on it with his leather boots, feeling the soft soil under his feet. There were only 2 to 3 spectators, including Wei Yang who had disguised himself. Spectators needed to pay yuan stone. Fang Yuan was only a nameless junior now. His opponent Tang Qing had some fame, but he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. There were not many people who paid attention to him. He had already disappeared. Ding! A clear bell rang. The battle officially began. "I am Tang Qing." The young man had an elegant demeanor, cupping his fists towards Fang Yuan. Jumping grass. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He stomped on the ground, his body darting out. You are going to fight now?" Tang Qing was shocked. He did not expect this young man to be so shameless, openly sneaking an attack. This guy did not follow the rules at all. Chapter 285. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan moved like lightning, pouncing towards Tang Qing. Whoosh! A strong wind blew. Tang Qing's vision darkened, and before he could react, Fang Yuan's fist landed on his chest. At that moment, Tang Qing felt an intense pain assaulting him, almost causing him to faint on the spot. The wind blew past his ears, and his vision rapidly retreated. His whole body was sent flying by Fang Yuan's attack. Next, he landed on the ground and his vision spun around. For a moment it was the grass field, and for a moment it was the roof of the battle stage. He rubbed against the ground, rolling all the way. The grass was scraped off and soft black soil was thrown out. His whole body was covered in grass and black soil. The smell of grass juice, soil and blood mixed together, assaulting his nostrils. He laid on the ground, his gaze unfocused. Rolling all the way had caused his whole body to fall apart, and he could feel soreness all over his body. But these feelings, compared to the sharp pain in his chest, were simply like a drizzle. He lowered his head to look at his chest, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The left side of his chest was forcefully reduced by 2 inches, his skin and flesh were split open, and his pale white ribs were exposed. It was clearly broken. Large amounts of fresh blood gushed out as if it was free. Fang Yuan had great strength, and his sneak attack succeeded, causing Tang Qing to suffer heavy injuries. Tang Qing's eyes were wide open. After the shock, rage and hatred erupted in his heart like a volcano. This little bastard, despicable and shameless, sneak attacking me, heavily injuring me. I will kill him. I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. Die. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan's shout resounded in Tang Qing's ears. Fang Yuan took a few steps, arriving in front of Tang Qing, and raised his leg, ruthlessly stomping on the center of Tang Qing's legs. Tang Qing felt his vision blur, and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Fang Yuan activated Canopy Gu, and his body was covered in a layer of white armor, the light causing his heart to tremble. He was actually a rank 3 Gu master. Fang Yuan had used breath concealment Gu earlier, and now that he was fighting, he could no longer conceal his rank 3 aura. This caused Tang Qing to be terrified out of his wits. Such a young rank 3 Gu master. He subconsciously activated his defensive Gu, and immediately, a green wind revolved around his body. Fang Yuan's kick had been planned for a long time. He could have crushed Tang Qing's crotch. However, it was obstructed by the wind, and its strength was greatly reduced. Ah! Tang Qing opened his mouth wide, and his expression was extremely distorted as he let out an extremely shrill scream. Although he had put up some defense, it was still a heavy blow to his vitals. As if he had been electrocuted, he bounced up from the ground and subconsciously stretched out his arms to protect his crotch. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. He used all his strength in this punch. The wind howled. Bang! A fist shrouded in a layer of white light heavily struck Tang Qing's face. Tang Qing's screams came to an abrupt end. He fell backward at an even faster speed, and the back of his head smashed into the ground. He was motionless and breathless. Critical strike. His entire nose bridge was smashed into his face, and his eyeballs popped out of their sockets. His skull was shattered in that instant. Blood flowed down, staining the soil and green grass around him. Fang Yuan looked down from above, and the scene seemed to have frozen. After a few breaths of time, gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Dead, someone is dead. Someone was beaten to death. The 2 to 3 spectating Gu masters were tongue-tied. Even Wei Yong couldn't help but have a strange expression. In the battle stage, although there were many battles, there were not many deaths. Firstly, both sides had their own methods, and could admit defeat if they could not win. Secondly, the Gu master in charge of the battle stage could make a move in time. Thirdly, both sides were usually more restrained. After all, they were all in the battle stage and often met each other. Although they fought for benefits, they would not really kill anyone. There were 2 reasons why Fang Yuan could kill Tang Qing. Firstly, Tang Qing had just come out of closed cultivation, and his sensitivity towards battle was greatly reduced. Normally, if he used his defensive Gu in time, he would not have ended up like this. Secondly, Fang Yuan's appearance was young, and he used the breath concealment Gu to conceal his aura, causing Tang Qing's mind to relax. Then he suddenly launched a sneak attack, heavily injuring Tang Qing with his first attack, and the next 2 attacks were so fast that the Gu master in charge of the battle stage did not even have time to react before Tang Qing was killed. The Gu master who was in charge of the battle stage rushed over. But when he saw Tang Qing's sunken face, and the blood and brain matter oozing out from the cracks in his skull, he could only give up on the idea of saving him. Young man, you are too ruthless. He stared at Fang Yuan, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Although the battle was short, he saw everything clearly. Fang Yuan controlled the situation. He could have held back and let Tang Qing live, but he did not do so. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. It is just a life, what is there to be surprised about? According to the rules of the battle stage, I killed him, so everything on him is my loot, right? The Gu master in charge of the battle stage snorted unhappily. Everything on him is yours, but we have to take back the Vine information Gu. Young man, I have to remind you, you have no respect for life. This way of thinking is very dangerous. I am truly sorry. Wei Yong had an apologetic expression, walking over from behind. This brother of mine has always been roaming outside. This is the first time he has come here to participate in the battle stage. That Gu master did not recognize Wei Yong, his face showing a trace of disgust. Humph, you demonic Gu masters are like this, aggressive and bloodthirsty. Forget it, I can't get through to you, give me your Vine information Gu. Fong Yuan took out the Vine information Gu, and the Gu master in charge changed the records inside, returning it to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's mind entered, and saw that the 0 win count had become 1. He searched Tang Qing's corpse and obtained 4 Gu. 3 rank 2, 1 rank 1, all ordinary Gu. The total value was about 2,000 yuan stone. Tang Qing's death was too sudden. He did not have time to self-detonate his Gu worms. But he had just come out of closed cultivation, and only had 20 to 30 yuan stone on him. Brother Fangzheng, try not to kill as much as possible in the future. After leaving the battle stage, Wei Yong advised Fong Yuan. Although in the battle stage there is no need to talk about life and death, but Wei Yong shook his head. There is no need to fight to the death every time. The battle stage can be said to be big, but it can also be said to be small. You will meet stronger opponents. After all, we are all living in Shang Clan City. Let's forgive and forget. Fong Yuan frowned slightly. But even if I let them off, they might not let me off. I have met demonic Gu masters before, and they attacked without saying a word. If you don't kill, they will. My past experience tells me to kill if I can, otherwise I will not give them any chances. And because of this I can live until now. Wei Yong was speechless. He suddenly thought, wasn't this Fong Yuan in front of him the same as him in the past? Ruthless and distrustful, it was because he had no sense of security. Demonic Gu masters had the least sense of security. Different from righteous Gu masters had clans to rely on, clansmen to help them, they had stable resources, thus they had a sense of security and could trust each other. But demonic Gu masters were lone cultivators. Without the support of clans, they had to make their own yuan stone and food. Most of the time they did not know their next meal, and could not even guarantee their survival. How could they feel safe? For their own survival they could only take the risk killing and robbing. Demonic Gu masters were weak, and did not dare to touch righteous Gu masters, thus they stretched their demonic claws towards each other. This way it was a vicious cycle. Demonic Gu masters could not trust each other, and would often attack the moment they met. They had no sense of security, thus their moves were even more ruthless. Wei Yong had turned from demonic to righteous. His rich experience gave him a deeper understanding of both the righteous and demonic paths. Why did the righteous path prosper, while the demonic path was suppressed? It was because of this reason. Fong Yuan's ruthlessness was something Wei Yong could understand. Precisely because of this understanding, he felt pity towards Fong Yuan. Although his cultivation is rank 3, and he is talented in battle, he is still a child. Sigh, looking at his fierce attacks, I can tell how much suffering he has suffered. Now that I think about it, if he showed mercy, wouldn't it be strange? He is merciless just like other demonic Gu masters. They all have this problem when they first participate in the battle stage. Wasn't I like this before? Forget it, as time passes he will slowly change. This kind of process is imperceptible and cannot be forced. Thinking of this, Wei Yong stopped persuading him, and changed the topic, talking about the battle earlier. Brother Fangzheng, you said earlier that you used many Gu to modify your body, and increase your strength. How many Gu did you use? Since Brother Wei asked, I will tell you everything I know. I used a total of 3 Gu, black and white boar Gu, crocodile strength Gu, and I bought a brown bear innate strength Gu a few days ago. I am using it now. Fong Yuan smiled. Black and white boar Gu gave you the strength of 2 boars, and crocodile strength Gu gave you the strength of 1 crocodile. But brother, have you thought about it? If a wild boar had charged into your opponent, what kind of injuries would it have caused? Wei Yong said in an enlightening tone. Fong Yuan already knew Wei Yang's intention and cooperated, saying, if that person did not have any defense, how could his mortal body withstand the charge of a wild boar? He would definitely have his back broken and stomach broken. It would be a tragic sight. Wei Yang's smile became wider. If that person's head was placed in the mouth of a crocodile, and it bit down, what would happen? He would definitely be bitten into a pulp like a melon with a brittle skin. Fong Yuan answered. Wei Yong immediately asked, Brother, you have the strength of 2 boars, the strength of 1 crocodile, and your own strength. Your first punch could only create a hole in your opponent's chest, breaking a few ribs. Your third punch landed on his face, but it only cracked his skull. Tell me, why is that? This time, before Fang Yuan could reply, Wei Yang continued. Punching and stomping can only display a portion of the human body's strength. Brother, although you have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, how much of it can you truly display? This is the greatest weakness of strength path cultivation. A person's strength is like a huge water vat, filled with water, but in a real battle, the amount of water used is only a small portion. Black and white boar goo, crocodile strength goo, brown bear innate strength goo, these goo can permanently increase strength, and are all expensive goo. You invested so much money, but the result might not even be 1/10 of it. If you invested this money into other areas, it would no doubt be more effective. So Brother Wei said so much just to persuade me to give up on strength path. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, as if he had just understood. I understand this, a human's body structure is different from a beast's. It is indeed hard to display their strength. But using goo depends on the heart. I have heard that many strength path goo masters can use beast phantoms and display the full strength of goo worms. There is indeed such a thing. Back then, when I was in the battle stage, I met many strength path goo masters. Many of them are skilled in using goo, and can occasionally use beast phantoms in their attacks, displaying the full strength of the goo. It is very threatening. But you do not know, the number of such attacks is too low. Furthermore, the attack methods are very limited. Only certain moves can produce beast phantoms, and they can be easily dodged. Wei Yang continued to persuade patiently. Fang Yuan was silent for a while, thinking that this was the reason why he needed that legendary goo. He said, Big Brother Wei, I appreciate your kindness, but strength path is my choice, I want to test it myself. Sigh, then you have to test it properly. Wei Yang sighed. Fang Yuan was so stubborn, he could not continue to persuade him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already participated in the battle stage. Wei Yang felt. The following facts will move Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan was going to live in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years. He still had time. Wei Yang was not in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the gambling den, the shopkeeper bent his waist, standing beside Fang Yuan with a smile. Brother Wei, why don't you pick a few rocks to play with? Maybe you can gamble something good. Today is my treat. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang stood beside Fang Yuan, shaking his head. Today is the day Tang Xiong forcefully challenged you. To think that Tang Qing you killed was his brother. Brother Fang Zheng, you should be cautious. Tang Xiong purposely dropped from 4th inner city to 5th inner city for revenge. He is quite famous, being able to burst out with the strength of 3 bears. He is coming with great momentum. Even though he said so, his expression was not worried, but filled with anticipation. These days, Fang Yuan had won another battle stage. This was already his 3rd. Wei Yang hoped that this Tang Xiong could wake up Fang Yuan and make him give up on strength path and change to a different path. Different situations call for different measures. What is there to be afraid of? If Brother Wei doesn't want to gamble, I will. I have already seen a few good rocks. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, picking a few rocks. The shopkeeper hurriedly instructed his workers, carefully taking down the rocks he picked. Fang Yuan was surprised, pointing at the foot of the counter. This rock used as a footrest, it seems to be a stellar rock? The shopkeeper was stunned, quickly smiling. Esteemed customer, your eyes are truly sharp. This rock was placed here a few years ago. At that time, the foot of the counter was kicked by a gambler. So this lowly one conveniently took a square star stone and coincidentally used it as a cushion. Fang Yuan frowned. Rocks are used to gamble, how can they be used as footrests? This is simply a treasure covered in dust. Let's choose the last one today. Yes, esteemed customer is right. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed, but inwardly he did not agree. The stellar rock's appearance was very important. It was best if it was in the shape of an arrow or a meteor. This rock was obviously a bad one. It was placed on the counter and nobody cared about it, so he placed it below to balance the counter. The workers worked together, pulling out the stellar rock from the foot of the counter, and sent it to the dissection table with the other rocks. On the dissection table, a few young dissection masters were dissecting a middle-aged goo master's rock, their movements slow and meticulous. Wei Yang did not approve of Fang Yuan's dissection. Seeing his choice of rock, he shook his head inwardly. Even if he was not a stone gambler, he knew the importance of appearance. Fang Yuan's last rock was simply a blind choice. Even he could not stand it. No wonder Fang Yuan spent these days in the stone gambling area, spending yuan stone without any gains. Even if he occasionally got some gu, they would be rank 1 or 2 or even just corpse shells. In Wei Yang's heart, Fang Yuan's stone gambling was purely a waste of money. But he did not persuade him. The less yuan stone Fang Yuan had, the more he had to rely on Shang clan. This was something he was happy to see. Fang Yuan's heart surged, but his expression was calm, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the dissection table. These days, he had been lingering around the gambling dens in the stone gambling area, purposely choosing some bad rocks to leave an impression on others. Although he had secretly restrained himself, gambling was like a bottomless abyss. In less than a month, he had spent close to 100,000 yuan stone. But thinking of the legendary gu he was about to obtain, not to mention 100,000, even 500,000 yuan stone would be worth it. This legendary gu worm, although only rank 3, had a unique effect, and was already extinct. Very likely this was the last one in the world. Wei Yang frowned. Pay attention to the time, we have to rush to the battle stage later. Shopkeeper, can you dissect the rocks faster? Of course. The shopkeeper naturally recognized Wei Yang, this external clan elder, and quickly nodded. He ran to the dissection table and waved his hand, saying to the young dissecting masters, "Go, go, go." He chased these young dissecting masters to one side. "My rock?" that middle-aged gu master screamed. Dissecting rocks was a meticulous job. With the shopkeeper's interference, the young masters were flustered, causing the middle-aged gu master to break a few of his rocks. "Li Ran, don't scream. The yuan stone you paid, we will return it to you," the shopkeeper shouted. That middle-aged gu master had an unkempt beard. He stared and said indignantly, "What if there is a gu in this rock?" The shopkeeper scoffed in disdain, waving his hand at the middle-aged gu master. "Forget it, Li Ran. You've gambled for so many years, but you've always gambled on low-grade rocks. Have you ever gotten anything good? Don't make a fuss. If you continue, there will be no compensation." A big shop bullying its customers, looking down on others. "One day I, Li Ran, will make a name for myself," the middle-aged gu master mumbled, his tone furious, but he did not make a fuss. Li Ran. This name evoked a certain memory in Fang Yuan's mind. He could not help but reveal a strange look in his eyes. It seems like this Li Ran was the one who got the legendary gu. Of course, it could also be someone with the same name. But no matter what, Li Ran's chance to make a name for himself had been snatched away by Fang Yuan. The 5 old masters appeared one after another, and the dissection began. The young masters looked on speechlessly. These seniors were showing off their methods. There were many rocks that could be dissected with simple methods that consumed little primeval essence, but the old masters had to use their full strength, expending a lot of primeval essence. The steps were complicated, but they could only raise the success rate by a little. More than 10 rocks, mixed grade, low grade, middle grade, were quickly dissected by the old masters. "There's a gu worm, it's sword shadow gu. Rank 3 sword shadow gu, this is rare. Live gu, it's definitely a live gu. Congratulations, esteemed customer." The old masters cupped their fists towards Fang Yuan, letting out a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fang Yuan had been dissecting rocks these days, but did not have any decent gains. This caused these old masters to feel uneasy. The shopkeeper ran over with a joyful expression. "Esteemed customer, you've made a huge profit. Sword shadow gu can be sold for 32,000 yuan stone. Esteemed customer, you only spent 8,000 yuan stone to buy it." The surrounding people looked at Fang Yuan with envy. That Li Ran even pouted, muttering in a sour tone, "Humph, lucky bastard. Not bad, brother. Sword shadow gu is as famous as my blade light gu. I suggest you don't sell it, keep it for your own use." Wei Yang also congratulated. This is called happiness comes after suffering. I told you my luck wouldn't be so bad." Fang Yuan laughed. "Brother Wei, after today's competition, I'll treat you to a drink, let's celebrate." Wei Yang nodded, not being polite. He did not know that although Fang Yuan seemed to be joking on the surface, his heart was in a state of shock. Sword shadow gu was just an accident, it was not his target. That stellar stone used as a stepping stone, after being dissected, did not have any goo. It was a completely solid, useless rock. How could this be? That legendary goo, where did it go? At once Feng Yuan's mind was in turmoil, his emotions surging. Countless doubts filled his mind. How could this be? Wasn't the legendary goo worm hidden in this star stone? If it was not in this rock, where could it be? Maybe it was not this rock or not this gambling den. Or maybe the rumors were wrong. Where should I go to find that legendary goo? The development of events was far beyond Feng Yuan's expectations. The legendary goo worm that he thought was easily obtainable had now disappeared without a trace, and the unexpected sword shadow goo simply could not make up for the primeval stones Feng Yuan had invested these days. If not for the legendary goo, all my efforts would have been in vain. Damn it, how could this be? The rumors might be wrong, but to be able to spread so far, it is definitely not groundless. Especially since the details are so detailed, there is no difference in the rumors, it is very believable. But Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. Without this legendary goo, his strength path cultivation would be like a castle in the sky, or the moon in the water. Do I really have to change my cultivation direction? If this happens, the Three Kings' inheritance will also be greatly affected. The result of the rock dissecting, to a large extent, disrupted Feng Yuan's grand plan. But he did not know where the problem came from. The rumors that he used as evidence were now shrouded in a thick layer of mystery. It is about time we should go to the battle zone. At this time, Wei Yang reminded. Chapter 286. When Feng Yuan stood on the battle stage, he had already gotten rid of all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He concentrated and sized up the opponent in front of him, Tang Xiong. He was 8 feet tall, his shoulders were wide and his waist was round, his arms were as thick as Feng Yuan's thighs. His chest was covered in black chest hair, emitting a valiant aura. Little bastard, you're the one who killed my brother? Today I will bury you with him. Tang Xiong stared with furious eyes, staring at Feng Yuan, his eyes burning with hatred. The surroundings were steaming hot, as if it was the afternoon of July or August, under the scorching sun. The ground was boiling hot, black and red colors intertwined. This was a lava terrain. This was a mid-sized battle stage. There were tens of people standing outside, sparsely scattered. Most of them were here to see how Tang Xiong would take revenge. As for Feng Yuan, although he had won 2 rounds, he had not made a name for himself yet. The Tang brothers depended on each other since young. Now that Tang Qing is dead, only Tang Xiong is left. I will watch how Tang Xiong tortures this kid. What is this kid's name? I think he is called Guo Fengzheng, a nameless person. This kid is too insensible, breaking the rules and killing 2 people in 2 rounds. This should be a demonic Gu master who just came from outside. Sigh, he doesn't know how to behave at such a young age. If he had shown mercy, he would not be here today. The spectators discussed, most of them did not think well of Feng Yuan. Wei Yang put on a disguise, staring at the battle stage with shining eyes. Tang Xiong also walked the strength path, rank 2 peak stage, but he could burst out with the strength of 3 bears, and even fought his way into 4th inner city. To the current Feng Yuan, he was not a weak opponent. Clang! A clear bell rang, and the battle stage officially began. Tang Xiong roared, moving his legs like a raging bull, charging towards Feng Yuan. The ground of this battle stage was made of dark red lava rocks. Even though Feng Yuan was wearing leather boots, he felt hot when he stepped on it. But Tang Xiong was barefooted, he did not care. Bang bang bang. Tang Xiong's feet stomped on the lava. Every step he took gave off a muffled sound. At the same time, the lava splattered everywhere, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Despite Tang Xiong's menacing aura, he wasn't afraid at all. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he brazenly charged towards Tang Xiong. Is he crazy? He dares to play hard with Tang Xiong. He can still live if he drags on, but he's courting death. When the onlookers saw this, they all shook their heads. Feng Yuan was still a teenager and his physique was not even half as strong as Tang Xiong's. The 2 of them approached each other rapidly, like a lamb colliding with a bull. Bang! The 2 of them collided fiercely, and the huge force sent them both flying. Tang Xiong retreated 6 steps, his face filled with shock. How could this brat be so strong? Fang Yuan, on the other hand, took 3 steps back, and the white armor covering his body shook. The result of the collision caused the spectators to be shocked. Some of them opened their mouths, while others blinked their eyes, not expecting Fang Yuan to have such strength at such a young age. My strength is actually lower than his? No wonder my brother died in his hands. Tang Xiong's expression changed, looking at Fang Yuan for the first time. Fang Yuan shook his numb arm, his expression still cold. The result of the collision was not out of his expectations. He had the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, and had been using brown bear innate strength gu recently, thus he needed to increase his strength. And Tang Xiong only had the strength of 2 bears. Grand bear gu! Tang Xiong suddenly roared, the muscles on his body visibly expanded. His whole body became twice as big, temporarily gaining the strength of 1 bear. Bear paw gu! His palms and feet were covered in a ball of light yellow light. After the light faded, his hands and feet became 3 times bigger, turning into thick bear paws. Whoosh! He pounced forward and fiercely swung his right palm towards Fang Yuan. Before the bear paw hit Fang Yuan, a strong wind blew on his face, causing his clothes to flutter backwards. Fang Yuan was not afraid. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched. The fist and palm collided, creating a muffled sound. They were evenly matched. But immediately after, Tang Xiong's arm swept horizontally. His other palm also came. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack. Bam bam bam, the fist and palm collided, causing the wind to howl. Seeing Fang Yuan fighting Tang Xiong without any disadvantage, the surrounding spectators showed strange expressions. To be able to fight with Tang Xiong like this youngster has some skill. What is his name again? This is a tough one. Tang Xiong is in trouble. Grand Bear Gu has a time limit. Once it disappears, he will be at a disadvantage. But right at this time, suddenly a bear's roar resounded. Behind Tang Xiong, a phantom image of a black bear opened its bloody mouth and roared towards the sky. Beast Phantom. Tang Xiong had a stroke of luck, using the Beast Phantom. What was originally an extremely ordinary slap actually contained the strength of a bear. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. He could only raise his arms to block. Bam! With a loud sound, his whole body was sent flying. After the white armor flashed, it suddenly dissipated. His arms were numb. He could not exert any strength for a while. He tried his best to stabilize his balance in the air, twisting his waist and landing on the ground. He activated the canopy gu, and the white armor appeared again, but it was even more weak and transparent. Its defense was far weaker than before. That is a bear strength phantom. Tang Xiong is going all out. Bear strength specializes in smacking. Tang Xiong has attacked so many times. It is normal for a bear strength phantom to appear. It was a deadlock, but just one bear strength phantom caused that kid to panic. Tang Xiong has already gained the upper hand. According to the statistics, he can use bear strength phantom 5 times in every battle. If that kid does not have a countermeasure, he will definitely be in trouble. Outside the battle stage, everyone was discussing. It was noisy. Once the Beast Phantom appeared, it opened up the situation and aroused the passion of the spectators. I have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile. Boar strength is good at charging, crocodile strength is good at biting, and bear strength is not developed yet. Using fists and palms, I cannot use the Beast Phantom. Moreover, the canopy gu is not good at defense and close combat. If I suffer another 1 or 2 attacks from the Beast Phantom, I might be destroyed. Fang Yuan's mind flashed, and he decided to change his battle tactic. Jumping grass. He chanted in his heart, and spring-like grass grew on his soles, drilling through the bottom of his boots. Tang Xiong rushed over, and Fang Yuan jumped away like a frog. At the same time, his left palm aimed at Tang Xiong's direction. A bright red crescent blade suddenly flew through the air and landed on Tang Xiong's body, causing the defensive halo on his body to tremble. Although the Blood Moon Gu's attack was weak, it was still a rank 3 Gu. Tang Xiong was stunned for a moment, before pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan used the same tactic, only shooting the Blood Moon blade from afar, changing his battle tactic and not engaging in close combat with Tang Xiong. Tang Xiong could only use his movement gu, and started a chase with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought and retreated. It was not that Tang Xiong did not have long-range methods, but compared to close combat they were too weak and could not threaten Fang Yuan at all. Tang Xiong roared in anger, cursing and provoking Fang Yuan, and the surrounding spectators also booed. They wanted to see a passionate close combat. But how could Fang Yuan be provoked so easily? He did not have a complete set of gu worms, his close combat was not developed yet, and his long-range combat was barely passable. As time passed, the primeval essence of both sides continued to fall. Fang Yuan's advantage was becoming more obvious. He had rank 3 initial stage light silver primeval essence, while Tang Xiong only had B grade aptitude red steel primeval essence. Even though strength path gu masters expended little primeval essence, they could not endure using it continuously. When Fang Yuan's blood moonblade gu caused 5 to 6 wounds on Tang Xiong's body, the latter had no choice but to admit defeat. His healing gu was not outstanding, and could not stop the blood from flowing out of his wounds. Just you wait, one day I will smash you into minced meat. Tang Xiong covered his wounds and retreated from the battle stage. He came with a fiendish expression, but when he left, his face was pale and his steps were weak. To think that 4th inner stage Tang Xiong lost. What is that gu? It can form blood moonblades and cause wounds that bleed non-stop. Why haven't I seen it before? This kid is not an ordinary person. In no time, he will rise to 4th inner city's battle stage. Winner takes all. The spectators' gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan obtained his 3rd victory, and according to the rules, he took that grand bear gu from Tang Xiong. This was the most valuable gu in Tang Xiong's possession. Once this gu was gone, Tang Xiong would only be left with the strength of 2 bears. His battle strength would fall by 30%, and there was nothing to worry about. But Fang Yuan was not happy. If the legendary gu was not in the stellar stone, where could it be? Could it be that it was not this stepping stone but another one? But when Fang Yuan returned to the gambling den, the counter's foot had already been repaired. Or maybe it was not this gambling den at all. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. Stellar stone, counter, gambling area. These factors combined together. There could only be this gambling den. If I did not have the legendary gu, I would not have any advantage walking the strength path. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was popular, but now it has already declined beyond recognition. After losing the legendary gu, if I want to walk the strength path again, I would need at least an ancient strength path inheritance. Unfortunately, I only have 3 ancient strength path inheritances. One is in Eastern Sea, one is in Central Continent. Although the 3rd one is in Southern Border, it has already been occupied by Wu clan. But now it was already occupied by the Wu clan, and they had been mining since a few years ago. Speaking of which, Empress Wuji of Wu clan also walked the strength path. It was because of this ancient inheritance that she was able to stabilize her throne as the number 1 battle strength in Southern Border. Of course, the number 1 throne here was only referring to the mortal world. Rank 6 gu immortals had already transcended the mortal world. They were not included. Fang Yuan spent another 7 to 8 days investigating in secret, but there was no progress. Sigh, there is only one clue left. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Fang Yuan thought. He was not a person who would waste time on a problem. Chapter 287. Although Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, he could not investigate openly. But in his memories, Li Ran also participated in the battle stage. After obtaining the legendary gu, he went on a killing spree, sweeping the battle stage. That was easy. Fang Yuan had the authority to forcefully challenge others, thus he used this excuse to go to the special reception. There were 3 Li Ran who signed up for the battle stage. 2 males and 1 female. The female was excluded. The rumored Li Ran was a male. Of the remaining 2, one was an old man in his 60s. He had some fame. Rank 3 cultivation. He had charged into 3rd inner city battle stage a few years ago, but his condition was not good these years. He dropped back to 4th inner city. This was obviously not the case. The Li Ran in his memories was not doing well. The other was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Rank 2 cultivation. He had been in Shangclan City for close to 10 years, but was still roaming around 5th inner city battle stage. He liked to gamble on rocks and lived a poor life. He had once married and had children in Shangclan City, but the couple did not get along and had separated. Feng Yuan investigated secretly and found that this person was the one he met at the gambling den when he first opened the rock. After following him for a few days, Feng Yuan found that this Li Ran lived a poor life. Sometimes he could not even eat his next meal. But this did not mean he had no ability. He was in 5th inner city battle stage, fighting to obtain yuan stones to make ends meet. Feng Yuan checked his battle record and found that he won more than he lost. Logically speaking, he should not have to worry about food and clothing. But this person liked to eat, gamble, and visit prostitutes, spending money lavishly, without any sense of moderation. To gamble on rocks, he would use all of his yuan stone, and for the next half a month he would have to borrow money from people and eat the lowest quality food to survive. Similarly, to have a good meal, he would go to the highest class restaurants and spend most of his money. He had even dined and dashed before, and now he still owed several restaurants money for his meals. This person should be the owner of the legendary goo in my previous life. But if he does not know how to control his desires, so what if he has the legendary goo? No wonder he was like a shooting star in my previous life, shining for a while but vanishing after a while. Feng Yuan shook his head. He obtained the legendary goo in his previous life. Will he get it again in this life? Following him like this is not a long-term solution. The day of discovering the legendary goo was approaching. Am I really not fated with this legendary goo? Feng Yuan frowned. Tracking Li Ran over the past few days had wasted a lot of Feng Yuan's time and effort. If he used this time to cultivate, he might be able to improve even more. More importantly, Feng Yuan wasn't sure if he would gain anything by following Li Ran. Moreover, if they followed him for too long, they would be discovered. Fortunately, Wei Yang had an important mission and would only come when Feng Yuan was practicing. Otherwise, Feng Yuan would not be able to track Li Ran. If Wei Yang found out that he was investigating Li Ran, how would he explain it? The biggest question now was, why was the legendary goo not in the Star Stone? This did not match the rumors. Feng Yuan couldn't figure it out. This was simply unimaginable. All the factors matched up, but the most crucial point was that something went wrong. Maybe it was because he was overthinking things, but Feng Yuan felt that Li Ran's actions were strange. But he couldn't tell what was strange about it. It was just a feeling, vague, even Feng Yuan wasn't sure. More than 20 days passed like this, and Feng Yuan fell into deep trouble. That strange feeling was getting stronger, but Feng Yuan didn't know where it originated from. Li Ran's actions were not inappropriate at all. He had lived in Shangclan City for close to 10 years. If there was anything wrong with him, others would have noticed long ago. I am already in a rut, thinking too much. At this time, I need someone else's point of view to enlighten me. Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. But he only trusted himself. Even though Bai Ningbing swore an oath with him, Feng Yuan didn't trust Bai Ningbing at all. He was only using her to cultivate. The bone-flesh unity goo was much better than the liquor worm. With no one to help him, Feng Yuan could only rely on himself. But he was used to relying on himself, and liked to do things by himself. Thus he went to a shop. Shopkeeper, do you have a flash of inspiration goo? Feng Yuan asked several shops, but they didn't have it. Finally, one shop had it in stock, but when he asked for the price, it was 29,000 yuan stone. A flash of inspiration goo was a rank 3 consumable goo. It could be used up after one use. Who would spend so much yuan stone to buy such a thing? But the truth was, there were many people who used it. These people were recipe masters who specialized in deducing goo refinement recipes. When they met a bottleneck and were just a step away from success, they would choose to use this goo. Once this goo was used, it would give them the most crucial flash of inspiration, allowing them to break through the window and deduce a new recipe. The value of a new recipe was far more than 29,000 yuan stone. Thus, a flash of inspiration goo was priceless. If not for Feng Yuan having the purple thorn token, the shop would not sell it to him. Similar to a flash of inspiration goo, there was also immortal finger goo. But the latter was Tai Clan's exclusive grass goo. It was not available in the market. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, buying this flash of inspiration goo. This goo was like a sapphire tadpole, small and exquisite. It swung its tail and swam around. Feng Yuan activated his primeval essence, and this goo immediately entered his mind, turning into a white light, and like a bolt of lightning, it cut through the dense fog for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He finally found the source of this strange feeling. Right, this Li Ran's life is decadent. He has no control, it looks like a mess. But there is a hidden pattern. He goes to a restaurant 7 times every 3 days, a gambling den twice every 7 days, and a brothel once every 5 days. Moreover, every 10 days or so, he would go to a restaurant called Fu Tai Xiang He. The messy and complicated information, under the effect of the flash of inspiration goo, revealed the pattern within. This was the strange part. If he really had no control and did not think about the future, his life would definitely be rotten. How could there be such a pattern? 3 days later, Fu Tai Xiang He restaurant. Waiter, pay up. Li Ran retracted his gaze from the window, shouting, "Coming, Lord Li Ran. This is a total of 5.5 yuan stone. Here are 6, keep the change." Li Ran threw out 6 yuan stone. "Thank you, Lord, take care." Thud thud thud. Li Ran went down the stairs, walking out of the restaurant, until his figure disappeared at the corner of the street. Upstairs, Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie. He called the waiter over, pointing at Li Ran's previous seat. "The scenery here is too bad, I want to move to that table." According to his understanding, every time Li Ran came to this restaurant, he would sit near the window. This was really strange. "No problem." The waiter laughed. "A gentleman likes to sit here." "What do you mean?" Feng Yuan's brows raised slightly. Don't you want to see Qin Yan Brothel's red card, Lady in You? From that seat you can see Lady in You's room. If you are lucky you can even see her figure. Earlier, that Lord Li Ran sat here every time, to satisfy his craving. I reserved the seat for him every time. It only costs half a yuan stone each time. The waiter said sneakily. "Oh, is that so?" Feng Yuan did not deny it, sitting at Li Ran's seat. Through the window he could see Qin Yan Brothel 2 streets away. Qin Yan Brothel had 8 floors. The leading lady, Lady in You, was a rank 2 goo master. Her room was at the top floor. She had an extraordinary beauty, and her identity as a goo master could incite men's desire to conquer her. It was said that a single night's company would cost over 10,000 yuan stone. With Li Ran's wealth, he could not afford such a huge sum. But was he really here to peep at Lady in You? From his experience in brothels, he was not a person who was infatuated. Feng Yuan looked outside. There were many restaurants around Qin Yan Brothel. Why did he choose this one? If he had an investigative goo that could increase his vision, it would make sense. But as far as Feng Yuan knew, he did not have such a goo. From this distance, even if Lady in You stood by the window, he would only be able to see a blurry face, right? This is... Feng Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a tofu shop across the street. A mother and son were packing up the shop, preparing to close for the day. Feng Yuan recognized this mother and son. They were Li Ran's wife and son. Don't tell me Li Ran's true motive is to look at them? Feng Yuan could not help but think. He narrowed his eyes and recalled the topographic map of this street in his mind. To peep at Lady in You, there were many better places than this. But to observe this mother and son, this was the only place with the best scenery. If Li Ran really wanted to observe this mother and son, why did he do it secretly? According to my investigation, he abandoned this mother and son a few years ago. Could it be that he felt guilty? Strange. If he felt guilty and wanted to care for his wife and son, he could have shown himself. Why did he need to hide? No, it could be that he felt ashamed and did not have the face to see his wife and son. But if he really felt guilty, why did he not repent? This is strange. He seems to be living a rotten life without restraint. But the truth is that his decadence is very regular. This regularity shows that he has great self-control. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with an eerie light, countless thoughts flashing in his mind. He took a mouthful of food and chewed but could not taste it. He felt that he was getting closer to the truth, like a person groping in a dark room getting close to the door. All the clues, all the suspicious points, flashed through his mind in a frenzy. Such rapid thinking caused his eating speed to slow down. He slowly put down his chopsticks and slowly picked up the wine cup. The wine in the cup was clear like amber, emitting a rich fragrance. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's black pupils dilated. The wine cup in his hand was raised halfway, and his entire arm was suspended in midair, motionless like a stone statue. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his mind. So that's how it is. I understand now. He shouted excitedly in his heart, and a flash of light that was as dazzling as lightning flashed in his eyes. The fog of his past and present life disappeared, and all the suspicious points were connected. Feng Yuan found the answer. Chapter 288. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your future for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your reputation for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if the clan needs you to sacrifice your life, are you willing? I am willing. I was not wrong about you, Wu Ran. From your grandfather to your father, to you, you are all loyal servants of Wu clan. Now the clan has a mission for you. This mission requires you to sacrifice your future, your reputation, and even your life. Lord Clan Leader, for the clan I am willing. Bright light shone in the darkness. Li Ran opened his eyes. Huff. He let out a breath of air, sitting up on the bed, muttering, I dreamed again. This dream was not fake. It originated from the deepest part of his memories. Li Ran was his fake name. His real name was Wu Ran. The surname Wu had a huge meaning in Southern Border, because it represented the number 1 overlord of Southern Border, Wu clan. 11 years ago, Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji personally met with Wu Ran, giving him a secret mission, enter Shang clan's higher-ups. For this he concealed his identity, roaming outside for 3 years, before settling down in Shang clan city. He concealed himself for 8 years. 8 years, it has been 8 years. Wu clan's clansmen must have forgotten about me already, right? Wu Ran is dead. There is only Li Ran left in this world. Li Ran sighed in his heart. He had concealed himself for too long, so much so that he almost forgot his real name. Here he wore a mask, living for 8 years pretending to be a wastrel and ordinary bottom rangu master. Even to his wife who loved him deeply, he did not reveal anything. During this period he would go out every half a year, contacting Wu clan once. It was always a one-way contact. He used his concealment skills to the extreme. Until a year ago, the person he met told him the clan was going to use this chess piece of theirs. The excitement he felt back then could not be expressed in words. After 8 years it is finally used, everything will be different. Li Ran sighed. He willed and took out a mischievous rock from his storage goo. This stone was Fangjing square, like a brick, and its surface was dotted with starlight. It was a star stone. If Feng Yuan were here, he would definitely notice that this stone was very similar to the stepping stone in the gambling den. Li Ran gently stroked the stone with both hands. His brows furrowed slightly. As a spy he spent nearly 10 years in hiding. By creating an absolutely transparent past, he would definitely be able to win the trust of the merchants. However, just trust was not enough. He still needed extraordinary talent to dominate the battle stage of Shang clan city. That was why he was chosen by Shang clan and promoted, eventually becoming an external clan elder like Wei Yang, holding authority in Shang clan. The appearance of this talent had to be natural, couldn't be too sudden. For this, Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji personally chose a goo worm for him. This was a goo that was filled with the colors of legends, obtained from an ancient strength path inheritance. In the current world, it could be said to be an extinct precious goo. With this goo, Li Ran would be able to stand out and dominate the battle stage. How to get this goo? In order to not arouse suspicion, Wu clan had already arranged it. That was rock gambling. Luck was the most inaccurate thing, and it was normal for an ancient goo to be sealed in the stone. Demonic goo master Wei Shenjing. Empress Wu Ji had already secretly taken him in. Forging a low-grade stone was an easy task. He was not afraid of being seen through. Li Ran spent some effort to make others believe that this was a stone from the gambling den, and not his own. He purposely chose a stepping stone in the gambling den. This stepping stone had been there for many years with people coming and going. No one noticed it. Li Ran first communicated with Wu clan and asked Wei Shenjing to forge a similar stellar stone. Next, his plan was to switch this stellar stone with the stepping stone when no one was paying attention. He was a goo master and had been scouting for half a year. He naturally knew when he could switch without anyone noticing. When he unravels this stellar stone, everyone in the gambling den would testify for him, proving his good luck. After he obtains this goo, he would turn over a new leaf and act out the story of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. He would rise up, find his wife and son, become an external elder of Shang clan, and complete his mission, bringing his wife and son back to Wu clan. When he thought of his wife and son, Li Ran's heart surged with guilt. He loved his wife deeply, she was so kind and strong. At the same time, as a father, he wanted to give the best things in the world to his son. Originally, he was only making use of her, but as time passed, love grew, and he was unable to free himself from it. His son's birth made him even more worried. But in the end, because of the mission and his special identity, he had to leave temporarily. You must hate me now. I've done too many things to disappoint you. But no matter, soon I will be used, I will bring you happiness. Li Ran clenched his fists, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow he would go to the battle stage and have a battle. The day after, he would bring this stellar stone to any gambling den and put on a good show. I had planned to use that stepping stone as a cover, but life is unpredictable. That stepping stone was actually chosen by someone else. That guy is truly an idiot, choosing a stellar stone of such quality. But the day after tomorrow I will also be an idiot. Li Ran laughed, storing the stellar stone back into his storage goo. Although his plan had a setback, it was not a big deal. It was just a small accident. He had expected this possibility. He lay down again and in a while fell into a deep sleep. This time he did not dream. When he woke up the next day, he felt great, full of energy and full of hope. He felt like he was a traveler in a dark valley. After a long journey, he finally saw the light in front of him. He saw the exit of the valley. 8 years of perseverance had finally paid off. Everything was so beautiful. Everything would become even better. With such a belief, he came to the battle stage. This time he had already investigated his opponent. It was a rank 2 peak stage goo master. He spent most of his time in 5th Inner City's battle stage. He was a familiar face. Even the weakest goo master, to be able to stay in the battle stage for so long without falling, he had his own strength. Li Ran did not have a trace of contempt in his heart. The goo in his hands were somewhat rotten. Their quality was not high. Furthermore, he had to disguise himself. He could not fight too fiercely, thus the outcome of this battle was uncertain. As expected, the battle continued as Li Ran expected. From probing to clashing, both sides were evenly matched. They were in a deadlock. The scene of the battle was very ugly, and the few spectators outside the arena were all hissing. Suddenly, Li Ran's eyes flashed with an obscure light. Chance! He acutely found a flaw in his opponent and was about to attack. Suddenly he felt pain in his heart, his body stiffened, he was counterattacked by his opponent and was sent flying. Li Ran suffered a heavy blow and groaned in pain. His body was pushed back by more than 10 steps before he managed to stop. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, the injuries on his body were completely incomparable to the shock and fear in his heart. My flower bud goo. My flower bud goo. Why did I lose contact with it? Inside, there are stellar stones. At the same time, in Li Ran's residence, the bedboard was lifted, revealing a secret compartment. Fang Yuan stood beside the secret compartment, holding a flower bud goo. This goo was a rank 2 goo used to store things. It was shaped like a flower bud, light blue in color, but had a crystalline texture, sparkling and translucent. Although it was Li Ran's goo under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, it was instantly refined. Fang Yuan's consciousness swept over it. The flower bud goo contained many miscellaneous items. There was a bag of rice, oil, salt, vinegar, low-quality tea bricks, 30 to 40 yuan stone, and a few stubborn rocks. This is it. Fang Yuan's mind shook. He activated his primeval essence, and a black light shot out from the flower bud goo. The black light landed on Fang Yuan's palm, turning into a stellar stone. It was of extremely poor quality, squarish like a brick, and very similar to the stepping stone. The moment the stellar stone appeared, the whole world seemed to have quietened down. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat accelerated. clearly entering his ears. Everything in the surroundings, including this simple and crude hut and the bustling sounds of people outside the hut, faded away, leaving only the person below and the star stone in his hand. He held the heavy stellar stone in his hand, and felt a clear cold sensation from the surface of the stone. Fang Yuan's eyes gradually emitted a heated gaze at the same time. The corners of his lips gradually curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. This smile widened as he opened his mouth, letting out a soundless laughter. The legendary goo is finally in my hands. He shouted excitedly in his heart. Just as I guessed, this Li Ran is a spy sent by another clan. At Qingmao Mountain, I had once used rock gambling to conceal the origin of the liquor worm. He had the same plan. No wonder there was no goo in that stepping stone. The rumors in my previous life were all a show he put on. Today he is going to the battle stage to fight. Regardless of whether he hit his strength or not, according to his previous battle results, his opponent's strength is about the same, thus it is hard to determine the victor. The stellar stone containing the legendary goo is so important, it is inconvenient to fight with it on him. With his cautious nature, he would not hide it in a storage goo, because if he lost the battle, one of his goo worms would be taken by his opponent. Chapter 289. I admit defeat. Li Ran half knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. The opponent stopped his charge and stopped in time, not wanting to force Li Ran into a desperate situation. This was not beneficial to either side. Li Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, standing up shakily. To leave the battle as soon as possible, he purposely took a few hits from the opponent. The hosting goo master walked onto the battle stage, announcing the result of the battle. Li Ran was already anxious after retrieving the Vine information goo. He pretended to signal to the host and walked out of the battle stage. He hastily took care of his injuries and hurriedly rushed back to his residence. Damn it, why did this happen? What happened? Why did I lose contact with the flower bud goo? Li Ran's heart was shrouded in a heavy dark cloud. The flower bud goo was refined by him. The moment it was refined by Fang Yuan, he immediately sensed it. Usually there are only two possibilities in this situation. One is that the flower bud goo was destroyed. The second is that it was refined by someone. Could it be that I've been discovered? No, the situation might not be that bad. It might just be that my house was robbed. Damn it, I have lived in Shang Clan City for 8 years. I know all the thieves here. To think that someone would be interested in my lousy place. Li Ran walked quickly. The stellar stone was extremely important. Even with his temperament, he could not help but feel anxious. He regretted it. He should have hidden the flower bud goo in a more secretive place, and not just put it in the secret compartment under his bed. But the truth was, this was not his fault. He lived alone to hide himself, he had no friends, and had not seen his wife or children for several years. The brothels, gambling dens, and restaurants that he frequented were filled with people. It was not a good place to hide things. He could hide it in a pawn shop or a bank, but to openly hide a trash rock, that was too strange. When Shang Clan investigates, this would be a huge problem. In Shang Clan City there were all sorts of people. There were many goo masters who were thieves. But to unravel the flower bud goo, he needed a rank 3 goo. But ordinary rank 3 goo masters would not be interested in his lousy place. Li Ran had been in hiding for half a year, and even he had almost forgotten about the past. When he had the hidden flower bud goo, he was very confident, but now his confidence had turned into self-blame. Let's hope this matter can be salvaged. Uneasily, he hurried back to his room. The door was unlatched. He pushed open the door and saw that the place was in a mess. I've really been robbed. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Being robbed wasn't scary. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, there was still room for redemption. That's right. Li Ran consoled herself. Every time I contact the Wu family, it's a one-way line. There was no evidence left in his hands at all. That legendary goo was also wrapped in the stellar rock. If one did not open the rock, who would understand its value? As long as I find the thief, with the connections I've built up over the past 8 years. With this in mind, he gradually steadied his emotions and eliminated the panic in his heart. Should I report it to the police? Borrow the power of the city guards to help me arrest the bandits? No, it was better to use peaceful measures before resorting to force. It would be best if he could safely retrieve the Star Stone. The city guards aren't reliable either. They won't do their best for a nobody like me. Maybe I should hire a Tai Clan Gu master? This is... At this time, his eyes narrowed as he discovered a Gu on the bedboard that was flipped open. Heart Sound Gu. This Gu was ranked 2, greenish-black, about the size of a baby's thumb. It was like a snail, one end was big and the other small, and there were whorls on the surface. Heart Sound Gu is a set of 2 Gu masters. It can allow 2 Gu masters to communicate using their thoughts within 100 steps. Don't tell me. This was left behind by the thief for me? Li Ran's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he gritted his teeth and stuffed the Heart Sound Gu into his ears like earplugs. Who are you? Li Ran injected his primeval essence and activated the Heart Sound Gu, concentrating his thoughts and asking in his mind. Who am I is not important. The important thing is, this name Li Ran should be a fake name, right? Soon Feng Yuan's voice resounded in Li Ran's mind. In an instant, Li Ran's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. As if he was struck by lightning, he stood on the spot in a daze. Oh no, he found out my identity. Li Ran was inconsolable. The situation had developed into the worst possible outcome. But he was a spy who had been undercover for 8 years. Even with such a huge change, he still managed to calm his mind, concentrating his thoughts and asking Feng Yuan in his mind, "Fake name? What fake name? What do you mean?" As he spoke, he carefully tiptoed and walked around the simple room. Next, he leaned against the wall and looked at the street outside the window. Heart Sound Gu's effective range is only 100 steps. This mysterious man must be near me. He quickly thought of a plan. Heart Sound Gu required one to concentrate their mind before they could converse. Ordinary thoughts and thoughts wouldn't be transmitted out. But Feng Yuan had already predicted his mental state. He laughed lightly. You don't need to pretend, Li Ran. I am not your enemy. I am only your partner. To express my sincerity, we can meet. Meet? Li Ran was stunned. Next, Feng Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. Walk out of the room now, turn left. Why should I listen to you? Li Ran shouted in his mind. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Don't test me, I will always know more than you can imagine. How about this, I will count to 5, you can think about it. 1. Feng Yuan counted. Li Ran thought rapidly. Even if the flower bud Gu landed in the enemy's hands, he had no evidence to prove that he was a spy of Wu clan. He had been undercover for 8 years, how could he have evidence? 2. Feng Yuan's voice was calm. If he listened to Feng Yuan's threat now, it would be seen by people with ulterior motives. Then it would prove his identity as a spy from another angle. But if he did not listen to him, what about the stellar stones? 5. Feng Yuan's voice continued to resound in his mind. Li Ran panicked. He cursed in his mind. Damn it, do you know how to count? It seems you have thought it through. Feng Yuan laughed. Li Ran breathed heavily. His hands clenched into fists as he gritted his teeth and left the room. He walked out of the door, arriving at the busy street, before turning left. After 50 steps, Feng Yuan's voice resounded in his mind again. Turn right, go to the 3rd fork, turn left. He can see my movements. He must be beside me. Which one is it? Li Ran's gaze was sharp like an eagle. He looked at the people around him. I advise you not to look around, this is not your usual style. TSK, after 8 years of undercover work, don't let it go to waste now, don't you agree? Feng Yuan's voice resounded. Damn it. Li Ran gritted his teeth. Feng Yuan's threat made him lower his head, staring ahead. Under Feng Yuan's guidance, he made many turns before Feng Yuan told him to stop. Turn around. Feng Yuan said. In your vision, you can only see a restaurant. Go to the 3rd floor of this restaurant, I'll wait for you there. Li Ran turned around and his heart skipped a beat. This restaurant was the rich, auspicious restaurant that he frequented. Could it be? He immediately felt a strong sense of foreboding. The other party had so much information that he felt like he had been stripped naked and was standing in a world of ice and snow. He walked into the restaurant. A familiar waiter saw him and greeted him warmly. Lord Li Ran, you're here. Please come upstairs. Li Ran's expression was solemn as he forced a smile and walked up the stairs cautiously. He was only halfway up the stairs and had yet to reach the 2nd floor. Wait, Feng Yuan said. Li Ran stopped and asked in his mind. What is it? Go downstairs and leave, Feng Yuan ordered. Li Ran harumphed, then turned around and went downstairs. The waiter saw him again and was puzzled, so he hurried forward. What's wrong, Lord? You don't want to eat? Li Ran waved his hand to dismiss him, then walked out of the restaurant. There's a xiaobing vendor across from you. Go buy a few xiaobing, Feng Yuan continued. Li Ran's eyes twitched, but he still listened to Feng Yuan's instructions and bought the xiaobing. All right, return to the restaurant and come up to the 3rd floor, Feng Yuan said. Veins popped up on Li Ran's forehead as he returned to the restaurant with the xiaobing. When the waiter saw him again, he looked at him strangely. Lord Li Ran, if you want to buy xiaobing, just let us know. We'll run errands for you. Get lost, Li Ran cursed, scaring the waiter so much that he shrunk his shoulders and hurriedly shut up. He walked to the 3rd floor and stopped at the top of the stairs. Keep walking. Turn left after 2 or 3 steps, and you'll see me, Feng Yuan transmitted. Li Ran obeyed, turning around a pillar. He finally saw Feng Yuan sitting at his usual spot. Next, he saw Feng Yuan waving his hand at him, inviting him to take a seat. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Please. Li Ran did not speak. He walked to Feng Yuan and sat down, staring at Feng Yuan without blinking. The truth was, Feng Yuan's young face gave him quite a shock. In their conversation earlier, Feng Yuan had him completely in the palm of his hand. He subconsciously formed his impression of Feng Yuan, a cunning middle-aged man or perhaps old, wearing a hood and hiding his face in the darkness. But the truth was very different. The voice of the heart sound Gu was the same. One could not tell his age or even his gender. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Li Ran would not have thought that this mysterious person was so young. The fire in 5th Inner City shone on Feng Yuan's face through the window. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were black like ink, deep and unfathomable. Li Ran engraved Feng Yuan's appearance in his mind. Although this was the first time he had seen Feng Yuan, he believed that he would never forget Feng Yuan's appearance. Chapter 290. On the dining table, the fragrance of food and wine permeated the air. Some of the guests were drinking, some were reciting poems, some were joking around. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Feng Yuan and Li Ran sat facing each other. They looked calm on the surface, but the truth was that they were in a state of mutual hostility. Li Ran's heart was filled with killing intent, while Feng Yuan looked relaxed, but he was on guard against him. Who are you? Li Ran used heart sound Gu and asked. I said this is not important. Give me the cake. Feng Yuan used heart sound Gu to reply the first half, but spoke the second half directly. Li Ran was stunned. He pushed the paper bag to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan opened the bag and took out the cake. He took a bite and nodded, smiling lightly. This is the taste. I have troubled you, sorry. Next he used heart sound Gu. Do you know I followed you a few times? I happened to be hungry outside this restaurant, so I bought a cake. It is very delicious. Why don't you try it? Li Ran did not have the mood to taste the cake. He snorted in his heart, transmitting. Are you not afraid I will poison it? On the surface he smiled. It is nothing, no trouble at all. Look at our relationship. Feng Yuan laughed, looking at Li Ran with deep meaning, transmitting in his heart. Do you think I don't know what Gu you have? Li Ran's smile became wider, but his heart sank. He is trying to warn me. That's right, the enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. He followed me but I did not sense it. They should have investigated me thoroughly long ago. If I fight him, I will be in trouble. Thus he is using this cake to warn me. Feng Yuan saw that Li Ran did not speak. His gaze was flickering. He knew he had succeeded, and took out the stellar stone. Li Ran's gaze was immediately drawn to it, but it was immediately forcefully shifted away. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. No need to pretend. I know the all-out effort Gu is sealed in here. What? Li Ran felt like he was struck by lightning. His mind shook. Even if his acting skills were profound, his face couldn't help but change at this moment, revealing panic and fear. He had been hoping that the secret of the Starstone would not be exposed. After all, it was created by Wei Xinjing. It was flawless. But to think that the situation was so dangerous, The other party actually knew that the all-out effort goo was sealed inside. Wait, only a few people know about the all-out effort goo. I also just got it from the contact not long ago. How did he know? Things are getting complicated. I am confident that there are no flaws on my side. It is highly possible that this information was leaked by the main family. If the main family can send a spy like me, then the other family can naturally send someone to the main family as well. The southern border's first-rate clans have infiltrated each other. The various sects have spies. This has long been a matter of mutual understanding. Otherwise, how do you explain the fact that they know about the all-out effort goo? That's right, I've been so cautious. So how could he possibly catch hold of me and arouse suspicion? It's just that the main family has actually been infiltrated to this extent. It's truly terrifying. But maybe that's not the case. In this world, there are too many peculiar goo. Feng Yuan gave Li Ran plenty of time to think. He was a smart person. The more he thought, the more bewildered he became. Subconsciously, he would think of Feng Yuan as stronger, more mysterious, more terrifying, and his confidence would become weaker and weaker. Feng Yuan caressed the starstone and waited for a while, feeling that it was about time. He transmitted, "I want the all-out effort goo." Li Ran was stunned, not understanding Feng Yuan's deep meaning. "But I know if I take away this goo, I will be attacked and retaliated by your family. Thus, I need your cooperation." Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie. To be able to scheme against Shang clan, it was definitely a large clan of the same level. If Feng Yuan forcefully took away the all-out effort goo, he would become enemies with this force. This starstone was like the bait on the hook. Feng Yuan wanted to eat this bait, but at the same time he had to prevent the hook from hooking his mouth. Li Ran could not help but show a mocking smile. "You want me to cooperate with you? What a joke! On what basis?" "On the basis that I do not want to be enemies with you, on the basis that I have the purple thorn token, but do not want to expose you, on the basis that I am the same as you, I have people I want to protect," Feng Yuan said to Li Ran in his mind, as he looked out of the window. At the same time he said, "I heard that shop's tofu tastes good." Li Ran squinted, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He shouted in his mind, "Are you threatening me?" Feng Yuan shook his head. His eyes were like drifting clouds, revealing a trace of complex emotions. Li Ran immediately captured the sadness, sorrow, helplessness, and nostalgia in this emotion. "Are you still not clear of your situation?" Feng Yuan said in his mind. "People like us, sandwiched between two forces, our lives are like walking on a tightrope, suppressing our true emotions in the deepest part of our hearts. We might lose our heads at any moment. Since we chose this path, we have to walk it. For the sake of our family, we have no regrets. However, some people are clearly innocent, so why should they bear the risk and be implicated because of us?" Li Ran's heart trembled, and he looked at Feng Yuan in disbelief. "Are you also a spy?" Feng Yuan smiled helplessly, his smile bitter. "What do you think?" Seeing this smile, Li Ran's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's expression did not show the slightest hint of unnaturalness. He turned his head to look out the window. Li Ran knew that he was looking at his wife and son. Feng Yuan's gaze was so gentle, so absent-minded, as if he was immersed in some kind of memory. Li Ran did not think that Feng Yuan's emotions were fake, because this young man's age was limited. How could such emotions be faked? Even if he had lived for so long, he would not be able to fake it. This was his true feelings. He could not help but feel a subtle sense of recognition for Feng Yuan. They were all in the same boat, there was no need to know each other. Feng Yuan blinked, retracting his gaze as he said, "Li Ran, you have been hiding in Shang Clan City for 8 years. If your identity is exposed, your mission will be a complete failure. Your failure may endanger your life. But more importantly, it will be a loss to the clan. You will fail to live up to the clan's expectations." Li Ran clenched his fists. Feng Yuan's words struck a chord in his heart. He was extremely loyal to the clan, it had already reached the level of faith. Otherwise, the clan would not have chosen him to be a spy. Feng Yuan continued, "If you fail, your wife will have no husband. Your son is only 5 years old. He will have no father. If your identity is exposed, they will most likely die because of you. You can only succeed step by step, climb to the position of external elder, that is your goal, right? But do you think it will be your final destination? No, you will remain hidden forever. As long as Shang clan does not fall, the clan will need you as a spy. Li Ran gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan's words hit the nail on the head again. How could he not have considered these things before? But as he thought about it, he did not dare to think about it anymore. The future was too long. If he thought too much, the pressure would be too great, he would lose the courage to continue. That is why you need allies, brother Li Ran. Fang Yuan continued. You will not betray the clan. I will not betray the clan either. You have people you want to protect, so do I. We can work together. We need external help to ensure the safety of our friends and family. Only by living can we better contribute to the clan. And Shang clan is our common goal. Of course, this cooperation is limited to personal matters. If the clans behind us start a war, you will be the first enemy I will eliminate. After a short pause, Fang Yuan added. Li Ran snorted coldly. Fang Yuan said it so straightforwardly, it showed the truth of his words. To him, loyalty to the clan was the most important, followed by love for his family, and finally his own life. Fang Yuan's suggestion satisfied all three of his needs. But can this person in front of me be trusted? Cooperation between spies from different forces, it is simply wishful thinking. Perhaps it was because of his youth, his intelligence, and his boldness that he could make such a request? If I was as young as him, I might do the same. The more Li Ran thought about it, the more he felt Fang Yuan's sincerity. The most important thing was that he had no way out. In front of Fang Yuan, he had already been exposed. If Fang Yuan exposed him, his mission would fail, and his 10 years of hard work would be for naught. How could he be willing to accept that? Human nature was complicated, one of them was called luck. Li Ran was like a person who was forced to the edge of a cliff. With enemies approaching, he could only jump. Even if he did not know what was below the cliff, he would still pray, hoping that there was a deep pool below, or that he would be saved by the trees growing in the cracks of the rocks. He fell into a long silence. After a while, he used heart sound gu. How can I trust you? Fang Yuan smiled, taking out a poison vow gu. 3 days later, Fang Yuan took out the all-out effort gu in the gambling den, causing an uproar in the gambling area. Did you hear? Someone took out the all-out effort gu in Lan Chao gambling den. It really is the all-out effort gu? That is an extinct ancient gu. It can summon beast phantoms with 100% success rate. You only found out now? I know much more than you. This lucky bastard is called Guo Fangzheng. I don't know where he came from, but he actually has a purple thorn token. Actually, the all-out effort gu did not belong to him. A gu master called Li Ran chose it, but he bumped into Guo Fangzheng while walking. Guo Fangzheng made things difficult for him, and took 3 rocks as compensation. And that all-out effort gu was among them. Sigh, this Li Ran is really unlucky. The all-out effort gu should have been his. This is fate. Lan Chao gambling den. No, I have to go take a look. Chapter 291. This is the all-out effort gu? In the secret room, Wei Yong looked at the gu in his hand, sighing as his eyes shined with a strange light. All-out effort gu, shaped like a horned beetle. Right now it was quietly coiled around Wei Yang's palm, occupying his entire palm with a heavy weight. It was oval in shape with an armored shell, its spine arched. On its head was a majestic and powerful horn, appearing heavy and mighty. It had 3 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful. Its body was dark brown, emitting a shiny metallic luster. One look and one could tell that this gu was not an ordinary object. That's right, this is the rank 3 all-out effort gu. Use it to activate the beast phantom, and you will be able to move as you wish. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the cushion opposite Wei Yong, replying. Wei Yong sighed deeply, returning the all-out effort gu to Fang Yuan. Time is right, fate is right. Brother Fangzheng, are you really going to choose the strength path? He still wanted to persuade him. Fang Yuan nodded, not speaking, but his resolute gaze said it all. Wei Yong sighed again. If it was before, he would still have some confidence. But now, Fang Yuan obtained this all-out effort gu. He knew that Fang Yuan's decision to walk the strength path could not be changed. Fate is truly mysterious, brother. You obtained the all-out effort gu. It will be of great help to you. All-out effort gu is undoubtedly the core of a set of gu worms. Since you are so insistent, I will not persuade you anymore. But I still have some things to remind you. Just treat it as me nagging. Feng Yuan said seriously. I don't dare, please advise me, Brother Wei. Although you obtained the all-out effort goo, times are different now. If this all-out effort goo is the core, you need to ensure its safety. It is a rank 3 goo now, in the future you need to fuse it to rank 4 or 5. But it is not your vital goo, the fusion is dangerous. If the all-out effort goo is destroyed during the fusion, your entire set of goo worms will face the danger of collapsing. So, my first suggestion for you is to change your vital goo. Shang Clan can help you in this aspect. To match goo worms, just one core is far from enough. We need several main fulcrums. In this aspect you have to choose carefully and think it through maturely. If the choice was wrong, the all-out effort goo's value would not be displayed. Actually, during the olden antiquity era, strength path was prevalent and there were many goo worms that matched the all-out effort goo. But now, most of them have gone extinct. If you want to set up your goo worms, you cannot copy them from the olden antiquity era. You have to figure it out yourself. There is another extremely important matter that you must pay attention to. Although you have the all-out effort goo, you don't have the relevant refinement recipe. Fortunately, most of the ancient recipes had been passed down. Some secret recipe masters should have them. You need to collect them carefully. At this point, Wei Yang hesitated. You can try searching for the Strength Dao inheritance from the ancient era. The Wu clan had been developing such an inheritance a few years ago. If you are able to encounter such an inheritance, your future will surely be bright. I also hope to see the path of strength revitalized and flourish in you, my old brother. With that, Wei Yang took the initiative to leave. Feng Yuan sent him to the door, and watched as Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Feng Yuan stood at the door of the secret room, his gaze solemn. He had already thought of Wei Yang's suggestions, and had a strategy in mind. He already had a copy of the all-out effort goo's refinement recipe. He had gotten it from Li Ran. Wu clan provided Li Ran with the all-out effort goo, and naturally gave him the recipe as well. But this recipe could only fuse the rank 3 all-out effort goo into rank 4. Beyond rank 4, Feng Yuan had to solve it himself. However, Feng Yuan was only at rank 3 initial stage now. For the time being, he did not need to worry about the rank 5 fusion recipe. As for what goo worm to pair with the all-out effort goo as the fulcrum, Feng Yuan had his own plans. He had always planned for every step he took and had a plan in mind. The strength path combination should use the all-out effort goo as the core, with self-reliance goo and bitter strength goo as the fulcrum. Together with all the other goo, this goo set would be at small success. But to reach large success, I will need the Three Kings inheritance. 2 to 3 years in Shangclan City, he would gather a set of goo worms and reach small success. When the Three Kings inheritance opens, he would use his rebirth advantage to replenish his goo worms, and reach large success in this goo set. This was Feng Yuan's next plan. This plan needs to be completed well, because after the Three Kings inheritance, there will be a great battle between righteous and demonic on Etian Mountain. Only when one's own strength was strong enough could one reap great benefits from the fire. Time is really tight. As for the first vital goo, Feng Yuan's vital goo was the spring-autumn cicada. This could not be changed. But the fusion of the all-out effort goo would be difficult. Using goo was risky, and refining it required caution. If Feng Yuan's luck was bad, and he killed the all-out effort goo during the refinement, his set of goo worms would lose its most basic support like a person losing their soul. If that happened, the consequences would be terrible, and it would be like Feng Yuan's strength path cultivation failing on the verge of success. However, in the situation where the all-out effort goo was not his vital goo, there was a way to ensure that it would not die during the fusion. Wei Yang did not know because his level was too low. Feng Yuan, however, knew 3 ways. The first was to go to the land of invincibility. This was the inheritance of invincibility, far away in central continent, the sacred land that refinement masters yearned for. The second was undefeated 100 battles goo. Used during goo refinement, it had a 100% chance of success. The third was also a goo, called Remaining Green Mountain. As long as there is life, there is hope. Only by keeping a useful body can one hope to reverse the situation. Using this goo could protect the core goo. Even if the fusion failed and the other goo were destroyed, the all-out effort goo would still be there. The land of invincibility was too far away, impossible. Undefeated 100 battles Gu was an extremely precious rank 5 Gu in the olden antiquity era, and now it was extinct. Remaining Green Mountain was in the hands of some famous refinement masters. This was a rank 4 Gu. It was hard to obtain, but there was a trace of hope. In the Three Kings' inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles Gu. If I take it, the all-out effort Gu can advance to rank 4. Next, I will think of other methods. Now it is time to change the blood. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not have the all-out effort Gu earlier, and although he had hundreds of thousands of Yuan stones, he did not make a move. Now that the all-out effort Gu was in his hands, he finally made his move. He did not need to leave Nanshou Garden. He went to the study room and took out a large stack of visiting cards. Ever since he gambled the all-out effort Gu, rumors flew everywhere in Shangclan City. Everyone was like a cat that smelled fish, rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to protect him, and had participated in Shang Yanfei's clan banquet. His identity was special. No one dared to use force against him. They all sent their visiting cards, but Fang Yuan had been living in seclusion these days, not meeting any guests. At this moment, Fang Yuan took out the visiting cards. A portion of them were from recipe masters, hoping to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan, and borrow the all-out effort Gu for research. The Gu worms that originated from ancient times were of great help to them in deducing recipes. Another portion were famous Gu masters. There were all kinds of names, hoping to fight with Fang Yuan or exchange Gu with Fang Yuan and so on. The largest portion were Gu masters representing various shops and clans, wanting to buy the all-out effort Gu from Fang Yuan at a high price. Fang Yuan picked out a small portion of them. He called his servants and gave some instructions. Not long after, a group of Gu masters ran over eagerly. Fang Yuan met them in the hall. I am not selling the all-out effort Gu. I am meeting everyone today because I want to make some other transactions. These words made everyone disappointed. Some were still unwilling to give up, but Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. They could only give up. After an hour and a half, a few business deals were settled, and the crowd dispersed. 2 days later, the Gu worms were in place. Fang Yuan's battle strength rose sharply, but he paid a huge price for it. Gu worms were too expensive. After spending hundreds of thousands of primeval stones, the white-browed old man formed by the clouds and mist in the primeval elder Gu was already hunching his back, his face full of worry and sorrow, looking very miserable. Another day later, Fang Yuan stepped into the battle stage again. This time it caused a commotion. Outside the battle stage there was a huge crowd, almost rubbing shoulders with each other. The person he was fighting was none other than Li Ran. He looked at Fang Yuan, his expression distorted, his eyes spewing fire as he shouted, "Gua Fangjing, you stole my opportunity, you are despicable. Today I will take back what is rightfully mine." "Humph, who asked you to bump into me? I asked you for compensation, but you can't pay me Yuan stone. You are willing to use that stubborn stone to repay your debt." Fang Yuan laughed coldly, replying. The spectators outside the stage started to discuss. It was extremely noisy. Fang Yuan and Li Ran's conversation confirmed the rumors that had been going around for the past few days. "Ah!" Li Ran grabbed his hair, shouting. "Fangjing, you evil tyrant, I was forced by you. I only bumped into you by accident, but you grabbed onto me and did not let go. Today I will seek justice." Saying so, Li Ran pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted, waiting for him to get close. He willed. Vertical crash Gu. Whoosh! The sound of the wind suddenly rose. He took a step forward, and his whole body suddenly rushed forward a distance of 50 steps. Li Ran only felt his vision blur, before Fang Yuan appeared in front of him. All-out effort Gu. Fang Yuan willed again, and with a burst of light, the phantom of a wild boar appeared in the air behind him. The wild boar was dark, it had sharp fangs, the strong wind blew, it looked fierce. "Oh no!" Li Ran shouted, quickly dodging. Fang Yuan passed by him. Although Li Ran was not hit directly, his arm was grazed. With a loud crack, the bones in Li Ran's arm were fractured, and the defensive light around him dissipated. He fell to the side and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Just one attack. Did he use all-out effort Gu earlier? That Li Ran is too weak. He is not Fangjing's match. The spectators gasped, exclaiming. Chapter 292. Fang Yuan rushed out for 50 steps before he stopped his momentum. He turned around, facing Li Ran, and was about to continue attacking. But Li Ran had already raised his hand, shouting, "Wait, I'm not fighting anymore, I admit defeat." Once he said that, the crowd went silent before clamoring. What is going on? He is not fighting anymore? We spent Yuan stone to come here to see the all-out effort Gu. You coward, are you a man? Stand up and fight again. The crowd was furious. Many people were so angry that they began to pant heavily. They felt that they had wasted their primeval stones and began to curse and swear. But a portion of them understood Li Ran. There is no way to fight. Li Ran was wise to admit defeat. That attack earlier was enough to show the difference. If this goes on, Li Ran's life will be in danger. This Li Ran is an old fox in the battle stage. With his experience, I am not surprised that he did this. Clang! A clear bell rang, announcing the end of the battle stage. At the side of the battle stage, everyone started to leave, including Fang Yuan. "Fangzheng, don't leave." Li Ran suddenly spoke, stopping him. Fang Yuan frowned, turning around to look at him. "What are you trying to do?" Everyone's footsteps slowed down. "Fangzheng, I am indebted to you, but you injured me. You are repaying kindness with enmity. You have to compensate me." Li Ran shouted. These words were shameless. You were the one who overestimated yourself and wanted to challenge him, but got injured. How could you accuse him of repaying kindness with enmity? Many people heard this and scoffed, feeling even more disdain towards Li Ran. Challenging Fang Yuan forcefully, that was because he was angry, it was normal. Now he was still pestering Fang Yuan, that was unreasonable. Fang Yuan shook his head, turning around to leave. "I injured your head too, right?" Many people laughed loudly. But Li Ran struggled to stand up, shouting at Fang Yuan. "Fangzheng, I know you. You clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. It is said that a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring, and a single spark of hatred will burn the prairie. Shang Xinci gave you some small benefits, but you risked your life to save her and protected her to Shang Clan City. Shang Clan leader wanted to give you rewards, but you rejected all of them, saying that they were even. It was Shang Clan leader who forced the purple thorn token on you. Fangzheng, you are also indebted to me. Tell me, if I did not choose that stellar stone, would you have obtained the all-out effort Gu? No. I don't care about other people, but I know you. I know you. Although you're a bit overbearing, you'll definitely repay kindness. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sleep well. Am I right? Think about it, you owe me a favor. Can you sleep well in the future? Humph, that's because you haven't seen Fang Yuan's true colors. Bai Ningbing sneered in her heart when she heard Li Ran's words. Fang Yuan obtained the all-out effort Gu, arousing her curiosity. After all, Fang Yuan had always been her imaginary enemy. But Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. Under everyone's gazes, he turned around and faced Li Ran, his expression solemn. "Hearing you say that, it sounds like I do owe you a favor. But first of all, you were the one who offended me first. Secondly, I cannot give the all-out effort Gu to others. What do you think I should do?" Fang Yuan's words caused the people who were leaving to stop in their tracks and look at him. Bai Ningbing gasped in her heart, feeling surprised. All-out effort Gu might be a rank 3 Gu, but it originated from the olden antiquity era. It is one of a kind now, its true value is hard to estimate. Just give me 100,000 yuan stone, and you won't owe me a favor. Li Ran thought about it and said, "Is this Li Ran an idiot? Asking for such an exorbitant price, such an idiot sigh. How can you make such a request? How shameless." Everyone shook their heads, feeling disdain towards Li Ran. Fang Yuan thought about it and shook his head. 100,000 yuan stone cannot repay this favor. I will only be at ease if I give you 200,000 yuan stone. Saying so, he waved his hand and summoned the primeval elder Gu, taking out all the yuan stones inside. On the battle stage, a pile of yuan stones appeared. "This is 80,000 yuan stone, I only have this much now. When I have more money in the future, I will compensate you." What? Fang Yuan's words shocked everyone. He actually gave it to me? He even raised the price to 200,000. Many people were tongue-tied. Did I see wrongly? Although this Li Ran did not get the all-out effort Gu, with so many yuan stones as compensation, it is not bad. Many people blinked, looking at the pile of yuan stones, almost drooling. This Fangjing is really... Many people looked at Fang Yuan's back as he left, showing a strange expression, not knowing what to say. Although they did not get to see the power of the all-out effort Gu, the interesting conversation between Li Ran and Fang Yuan was very beneficial to them. This battle quickly spread through the mouths of the crowd, from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. The news spread rapidly in Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan having the purple thorn token was widely known, dispelling the ill intentions of many people. Many people started to envy Li Ran, while many were suspicious of Fang Yuan's promise of 200,000 yuan stone. But no matter what, Fang Yuan's reputation of distinguishing kindness and grudges was spread. Back at Nanshou Garden. You really intend to give that Li Ran 200,000 yuan stone? Bai Ningbing asked in confusion. This was not Fang Yuan's style. Of course, Fang Yuan replied simply. He would not tell Bai Ningbing that this was a secret agreement between him and Li Ran. Li Ran helped Fang Yuan put on a show, and told Fang Yuan the refinement recipe, while Fang Yuan compensated Li Ran with 200,000 yuan stone. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, not believing it. She sneered. Spending 200,000 yuan stone to buy a reputation, is it worth it? Fang Yuan chuckled. Haven't you heard of the story of reputation Gu? Bai Ningbing's gaze was hesitant. What are you trying to say? Reputation is a bridge. It can allow people to cross the abyss. Reputation is a token of passage. It is even more valuable than the purple thorn token, allowing people to move freely. 200,000 is not even enough to buy a purple thorn token. I spent 200,000 to buy reputation. This is the cheapest deal in the world, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted, thinking of his foresight Gu. She believed him for the time being. The story of reputation Gu originated from Ren Zhu's legends. Verdant Great Sun once drank too much, and when he woke up, his head hurt, forgetting everything that happened when he was drunk. He did not know why, but he was trapped on a lone peak. Around the lone peak, there was an abyss that was thousands of feet wide. The abyss was filled with whirlpool-like winds. Lumps of wind were pale green. This was ordinary wind. The wind blew the dust. It was dark yellow mortal dust. Verdant Great Sun's heart sank, because he recognized that this was an ordinary abyss. No living being had ever been able to fly past it. He was trapped on this lone peak, unable to leave. He would starve to death sooner or later. Fortunately, there was a dense forest on the lone peak. Verdant Great Sun was hungry, so he came to this forest to find wild fruits to appease his hunger. But this forest was very strange. The black soil was like a swamp, giving off an aura of death. Every tree did not have any leaves, and their thin branches were like strange claws. But when the wind blew, there was the sound of rustling leaves. Verdant Great Sun could not find food, and fell into despair, knowing that he did not have long to live. A few days passed, his limbs were weak from hunger, and he could only lean on a tree lying on the ground. He gradually fainted. In his stupor, he heard many voices talking. Hey look, this person finally fainted. Just as I expected, he's done for. Actually, ordinary abyss can be left. We just need to get reputation Gu. Reputation Gu is at the center of Whisper Forest, suppressed by a rock. Unfortunately, he does not know, ha ha ha. Shua, let's talk softly, it would be bad if he hears us. It's fine. He has already fainted. Not long later, he will be buried by the black soil, turning into nutrients to nourish our trees. Hearing this, Verdant Great Sun was startled awake. It turned out that this forest was the Whispering Forest. The rustling of leaves he had heard before was the sound of whispers in the forest. According to the information he had heard, Verdant Great Sun walked to the center of the forest, moved the rock, and obtained Reputation Gu. Reputation Gu was like a chrysanthemum. Its petals were golden and dazzling, emitting a smell that was both fragrant and smelly. Reputation Gu said to Verdant Great Sun, "Young man, thank you for moving the rock and saving me. To repay you, I have decided to help you cross ordinary abyss." Reputation Gu told Verdant Great Sun how to use himself. Verdant Great Sun was overjoyed. He went to ordinary abyss and stuffed Reputation Gu into his mouth, and shouted with all his strength. What was strange was that no matter how hard he shouted, there was no sound. However, the ordinary abyss was shaken to the point where it continuously shook. the disturbance simply as if mountains were collapsing and earth splitting. The air was filled with a wonderful fragrance. Verdant Great Sun was not suspicious, because he knew from reputation goo. Reputation itself was silent, but it could spread far and wide, causing a huge commotion. Following his shout, a golden bridge appeared in the air. But the golden bridge had a limit, there was still a long distance to the other side. Verdant Great Sun was too hungry, he was too tired, he tried several times, but the effect kept decreasing, there was no hope of saving himself. The reputation goo heaved a sigh. Sigh, you have not eaten for a long time. Although you have qi in your stomach, the quantity is small. From your stomach it has to pass through your stomach, chest, throat and finally exit. The journey is too long. We need to reduce the distance, this way you can press me between your two butts. Verdant Great Sun did as he was told. Reputation goo landed near his lower body, turning into a chrysanthemum hole. Alright, you can adjust your qi now and shout again. Reputation goo said. Verdant Great Sun then transferred a gust of qi, and expelled it from his body through this hole. Puff! In a daze, Verdant Great Sun seemed to hear a muffled sound. The air was filled with an unbearable stench, but that golden bridge became majestic, spanning over 1,000 feet, reaching the other side of the shore. A bad reputation was always easier and more stable than a good one. Verdant Great Sun quickly stepped on the bridge, crossing ordinary abyss and successfully saving himself. Chapter 293. 8 days later. Nanshou Garden. In the small square, the starstone tiles were laid out. The view was clear and the stars were shining brightly. Feng Yuan stood at one end of the square with his hands behind his back, his legs slightly apart and his eyes closed, breathing deeply and slowly. In front of him there were more than 10 stone pillars. Each stone pillar had a diameter of 6 meters, and they were black and hard. The stone pillars were spaced apart, almost covering the whole square. Huff! Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, suddenly opening his eyes. Immediately it was as if lightning flashed in the air. Charge! He took large strides and after a few steps, he arrived in front of a stone pillar. His footsteps stopped, he twisted his waist and swung his arm, punching horizontally. Bam! With a muffled sound the stone pillar shook, and a spherical crater was formed, causing stone fragments to fly everywhere. Again, Feng Yuan held his breath, attacking with fists and palms. At the same time flying kicks, elbows, knees, shoulders, every part of his body was turned into a sharp weapon. Bam bam bam, muffled sounds continued. The stone pillar shook continuously, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Feng Yuan did not stop in one breath. His attacks were like a torrential storm, endless and unending. In a moment this stone pillar had shrunk to half its original size, like a small tree in a storm. Crack! Feng Yuan fiercely kicked horizontally, and with a crisp sound, the stone pillar that was already in danger finally could not endure anymore, breaking into two and falling to the ground. Feng Yuan slowly retracted his leg, breathing slightly hurried, a thin layer of sweat seeping out of his forehead. He looked at the ground. These two broken stone pillars were already beyond recognition. The surface was full of potholes, the traces of Feng Yuan's punches and kicks. This is because I did not use all-out effort goo. Normal attacks can't bring out the beast phantom. Swoosh! He let out a soft shout, took 2 large strides, and suddenly rushed in front of the nearest stone pillar. His right hand turned into a palm, and heavily slammed towards the stone pillar. Howl! A shadow of a brown bear suddenly appeared in the air behind Feng Yuan. It had a plump body and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp white teeth. At the same time, he raised his right palm and slapped, which was very similar to Feng Yuan's movements. At this moment, Feng Yuan suddenly felt a surge of power in his right palm. Boom! Feng Yuan slammed into the stone pillar, causing a loud sound. The thick stone pillar, which even 2 people would not be able to wrap their arms around, was instantly broken. With a loud boom it fell to the ground. A shallow pit appeared on the floor. A rebounding force immediately transmitted towards Feng Yuan, shaking Feng Yuan's right palm to the point of numbness. After Feng Yuan bought the brown bear innate strength goo, he had been using it. Now that he had succeeded, he gained the strength of a bear. I had to strike that stone pillar dozens of times before I managed to destroy it. After using the all-out effort Gu, he only needed one strike to break the stone pillar. Fang Yuan sensed the gap between them. All-out effort Gu was not an attack-type Gu but a support-type Gu. But once it was used, it had a miraculous effect. The difference between Fang Yuan's strength before and after was like heaven and earth. It was rare to use a support Gu as the core. Most Gu masters use support Gu in their Gu set, and were only the main support. For example, Wei Yang. Wei Yang used the movement Gu Rainbow Light Gu as the core, the offensive Blade Light Gu as one support, and the support Light Source Gu as the second support. The Light Source Gu could greatly reduce the primeval essence expenditure of Light-type Gu. All-out effort Gu could be used as a support Gu, but it could be used as the core. From this aspect one could see its value. But, although the Canopy Gu's defense is impressive, it lacks rigidity. If it were Golden Shield Gu, the effect would be even better. Fang Yuan thought. During the entire attack, he had been using the Canopy Gu. Otherwise, his hands and legs would have been destroyed. The effect of force was mutual. Although Fang Yuan's bones were like steel, his skin, flesh, tendons, and blood were all mortal. If not for the Canopy Gu's protection, his bones would have been fine, but his flesh would have been mangled. However, Golden Shield Gu was not in stock yet. Fang Yuan was out of money. Initially, he had over 900,000 yuan stone, but Bai Ningbing took half of it. Then, for the all-out effort Gu, he spent a lot of money in the gambling den. Furthermore, his food, lodging, and feeding his Gu worms were all very expensive in Shang Clan's third inner city. After that, he changed his resources and invested a large amount of yuan stone. 8 days ago, he had handed over the remaining 80,000 primeval stones to Li Ran in front of everyone on the practice field. Right now, not only was Fang Yuan clean, he was also in debt. Because according to the poison vow, he still needed to give Li Ran 120,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan knew this was a necessary investment. Reputation was secondary, the most important thing was to stabilize Li Ran and show him a sincere cooperation. Even though Fang Yuan had used the going back on his words Gu to get rid of the poison vow Gu a few days ago, Li Ran was an unexpected gain for Fang Yuan. Killing Li Ran would leave behind evidence and arouse Shang Clan's suspicions. It was a bad move. Thus, Fang Yuan did not kill him. To Fang Yuan, Li Ran was a chess piece. Even though he was not useful, he was very useful. In the future, Fang Yuan might even be able to get the rank 5 all-out effort Gu's refinement recipe from Wu Clan through Li Ran. Right now, the most important thing was to stabilize Wu Clan through Li Ran. 3 days ago, Li Ran had used the emergency method to contact the person in charge. He expressed that Fang Yuan could be used. This way, Wu Clan's chances of revenge would be very low. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to begin with. If they touched Fang Yuan, they would attract Shang Clan's attention. Fang Yuan also had rank 3 cultivation. With the all-out effort Gu, his battle strength rose sharply. If they really wanted revenge, they would have to send a rank 3 or 4 Gu master. Mobilizing such a clan elder level strength had already broken the tacit agreement between the top clans. This was the benefit of keeping Li Ran alive. Again, Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and shouted. He lowered his body, holding his arm as he willed, pouring 5% of his light silver primeval essence into Vertical Crash Gu. Vertical Crash. The Gu worm's mystical strength made his legs fly forward uncontrollably. Bam bam bam. In a straight line he moved for more than 10 steps, knocking down 3 stone pillars. When it reached the 4th stone pillar, it kept shaking, but in the end it did not collapse. This was under the situation where Fang Yuan did not use the all-out effort Gu. Vertical Crash Gu was a movement Gu that Fang Yuan bought. Its effect was to forcefully break through. If there were no obstructions, he charged forward for 50 steps before coming to a halt. If there was an obstruction, it would be less than 50 steps. This Gu was more suitable for Fang Yuan than jumping grass. The jumping ability of jumping grass came from the Gu worm itself. And Vertical Crash Gu's strength came from Fang Yuan himself. The stronger Fang Yuan's strength, the better the Vertical Crash Gu's ability to forcefully break through. During the battle with Li Ran, Fang Yuan activated Boar Phantom at the same time. It was a perfect combination, heavily injuring Li Ran at once. Horizontal Charge. Fang Yuan activated another Gu. and his whole body charged horizontally like a tyrannical crab, crashing into the stone pillar. This was horizontal charge gu, similar to vertical crash gu, but it charged horizontally. Fang Yuan sold the jumping grass, and bought horizontal charge gu and vertical crash gu as his movement gu. No doubt these two gu could exert strength while moving, and were very suitable for strength path gu masters, making movement itself a method of attack. When I reach rank 4, I can fuse these two gu into charging crash gu and use it. This was a long-term investment, it could save him money. Next, Fang Yuan used these two gu worms alternately, turning into a raging bull, charging around the square. This time he was multitasking. Not only was he using horizontal charge gu or vertical crash gu, he was also using all-out effort gu. The stone pillars were sent flying, and smashed into the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Using Boar Phantom I can send 5 stone pillars flying and knock down 8. Using Bear Phantom I can send 7 stone pillars flying and knock down 5. Using Crocodile Phantom I can send 3 stone pillars flying, and knock down 4. Fang Yuan carefully experienced the intricacies of this. Evidently, Boar Strength was suitable for charging, it had a long range and the effect was good. Brown Bear Strength was strong in the first half, but weak in the second half. As for Crocodile Strength, it was not suitable for charging attacks. Currently, all-out effort gu can only activate one gu's strength. I cannot use Boar Phantom and Bear Phantom at the same time. That is to say, my strength of 2 boars is a waste. If I use other beast strengths, I can increase my offensive abilities in other areas. Right now, I have the strength of 2 boars, 1 bear and 1 crocodile, and have reached the limits of my body. It is time to use Steel Tendon gu. Fang Yuan had already bought the Steel Tendon gu. Steel Tendon and Iron Bone complementing each other. But Steel Tendon gu was different from Iron Bone gu. The latter was an expendable gu, while the former needed to be used continuously for a period of time before the quantity would reach a qualitative change, forming a steel tendon effect on Fang Yuan's body. After calling the servants to clean up the plaza, Fang Yuan returned to his secret room. He did not want to waste a single second, and started to use Steel Tendon gu to modify his body. 3 days later, 5th Inner City Battle Stage. A blue-clothed man stood in front of Fang Yuan, gasping for breath with lingering fear. I only fought with this kid for 5 to 6 rounds and I suffered heavy injuries. All-out effort gu is really something. Every move can create Beast Phantom, it is too terrifying. This blue-clothed man stared at Fang Yuan, trying to raise his spirits. I cannot lose. As long as I defeat him, according to the battle stage's rules, I can obtain the all-out effort gu. With this gu I can also cultivate the strength path. The blue-clothed man thought of this and shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Water Prison gu. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue water ball. The water ball quickly expanded and enveloped Fang Yuan's whole body. Fang Yuan snorted and waved his fist in the water, casually punching. Boar Phantom. The water ball shook 3 times, deforming intensely, but did not break. It's useless to deal with me, I borrowed money from loan sharks to buy this rank 3 water prison gu. The blue-clothed man laughed proudly. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp, and without any panic, he sent out another palm. Bear Phantom. The water ball shook fiercely, deforming intensely, almost breaking, but eventually returned to its original shape. Beast strength is fierce, water is soft. Using softness to overcome hardness, you cannot break it. The blue-clothed man heaved a sigh of relief. But at this time, Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked sideways. Crocodile Phantom. Crocodiles were different from boars and brown bears. They were amphibious creatures, and were familiar with water. Crack! The water ball suddenly broke, and the effect was immediate. What? The blue-clothed man turned pale with fright. Vertical crash gu. Bam! The blue-clothed man was sent flying by Fang Yuan, spurting out large amounts of blood, and only landed on the ground after flying for 20 steps. He struggled to get up, but fell down again halfway. Motionless. Chapter 294. Even Wang Han lost, dying in the battle stage. This lad is too ruthless, he doesn't know how to show mercy. All-out effort gu is truly powerful. Outside the battle stage, everyone discussed. Fang Yuan kicked out the water prison and charged over, directly killing the blue shirt man. The battle ended abruptly. The blue shirt man's chest caved in. His white ribs were exposed, and soon blood dyed the battle stage red. The hosting Gu master walked up the stage and announced Fang Yuan's victory. The blue shirt man's corpse, however, was left untouched. After retrieving the Vine information Gu from the hosting Gu master, Fang Yuan checked with his mind. He had 17 victories and 0 losses. After all, this was only 5th Inner City's battle stage. Rank 2 Gu masters were the majority, and Fang Yuan had the advantage with his cultivation. With the all-out effort Gu, other than the first few matches, the rest were decided in a few rounds. These victories gave Fang Yuan a large amount of Yuan stone. Winning a match in the battle stage, not only could he take away the opponent's Gu worm, he could also obtain Yuan stone from the battle stage as a reward. The more spectators, the more Yuan stone the reward would be. Li Ran, here is 50,000 Yuan stone. I will give it to you in front of everyone in case you go back on your word. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out a pile of Yuan stones. Li Ran walked out of the crowd, and under countless envious gazes, he smiled and kept these Yuan stones. Fang Zheng, you are a trustworthy person indeed. You gave 80,000 earlier, now it is 50,000, it is 130,000 already. He cupped his fists and left after saying that. The crowd went into an uproar again. This Fang Zheng, he gave 80,000 earlier, now he is giving 50,000, where did he get so much money? Someone did not understand. It is not strange. In this half a month, he has won repeatedly in the battle stage, and the fame of the all-out effort Gu has attracted many spectators. Every match he earns at least a few thousand Yuan stone. After a few matches, he earns tens of thousands of Yuan stone. Someone said with a sour tone. Not just that. This kid was vicious and merciless, killing his opponents in almost every match. Very few could escape unscathed. That's why he can get 2 or 3 Gu in every round. Once he sells these Gu, he can earn another sum of money. Someone coldly snorted, exposing Fang Yuan's atrocities. This Fang Zheng has gone too far. He is stepping on our corpses to advance. Someone was furious. Someone sighed. We are all demonic Gu masters, why must we kill each other? Sigh. Someone else lamented. But then again, Fang Zheng has his merits. When he said that he would give Li Ran 200,000 Yuan stone, he really did so. To be honest, if it were me. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Very quickly, someone retorted, 200,000 Yuan stone. Didn't you not give them all? You can say that again after you've given me everything. Looking at Fang Yuan's back as he left, someone in the crowd sneered. This kid's good days are coming to an end. 5 days from now, Li Hao will forcefully challenge him. Li Hao? Didn't he go up to the 4th inner field? Just a little bit more, I'm waiting to see this show. This kid is too arrogant. Let Li Hao teach him a lesson. Swish 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 in the aperture, the tides rose and fell. The light silver primeval sea created waves. The steel tendon Gu swam in the sea, absorbing the light silver primeval essence and emitting a black eerie glow. The steel tendon Gu was shaped like an earthworm. Its whole body was black, but its surface was not as soft as an earthworm. Instead, it had a layer of tough and glossy carapace. The eerie glow it emitted passed through the aperture and shone on every corner of Fang Yuan's body. Under the effect of the eerie glow, Fang Yuan's muscles and tendons were dyed with a layer of faint black, becoming tougher and stronger. After a long time, Fang Yuan finally stopped using the steel tendon Gu. He was sweating profusely, his breathing was rough and his head was slightly dizzy. The feeling of using the steel tendon Gu was not pleasant. All sorts of numbness, pain and itchiness attacked his nerves, testing a Gu master's endurance. Ordinary Gu masters would need at least half a year to use the steel tendon Gu. But in Fang Yuan's plan, he condensed the time to 1 month. This meant that he would need to use the steel tendon Gu 6 times more than ordinary people. It was a severe test of his willpower and endurance. I must cherish every minute and every second of my time and carry on with my cultivation. I need to increase my strength as fast as possible. I need Yuan stone. The battle stage is the fastest way to earn money. But as long as I lose, the all-out effort Gu will be taken away. I might be able to use the purple thorn token to stop it, But I will have to pay a huge price in other aspects. I cannot lose. I am like a galloping war horse, my strength is rising rapidly. But as long as I lose, I will suffer a huge setback. My rising momentum will be met with a head-on blow. Shang Clan City is just another starting point. How can I fall here? In this life, I want to become a Gu immortal. I want to charge to rank 7, rank 8, rank 9. I want to reach the peak and see the scenery I could not see in my previous life. It is rumored that above rank 9 is the highest realm of eternal life. It is easy to live long, but no one can achieve eternal life. A life, the highest realm is eternal life. Their greatest desire is eternal life. What wealth, it is just a hobby of collecting. What men and women, it is just primitive. What reputation, it is just bullshit from others. It is filled with the smell of corruption. Wealth, beauty, reputation, status, those who pursue these are simply short-sighted. On earth there is no choice, everyone will die, they can only pursue these things, otherwise life would be boring. But in this world primeval energy is abundant. There is the possibility of eternal life, why not pursue it? For eternal life, wealth, beauty, reputation, status, they can all be used, they can also be abandoned. For eternal life, fear cannot stop me. I will move forward bravely. For eternal life, laziness cannot stop me. I will not slack off for even a moment. For eternal life, pain cannot stop me, gods and demons cannot stop me, heaven and earth cannot stop me. As he thought of this, Feng Yuan's pitch-black eyes seemed to be burning with dark red demonic flames. After resting time, he activated the steel tendon Gu again without hesitation. The black eerie light shone on every part of his body, even penetrating his skin. In the silent secret room his expression was extremely cold, like a steel statue, showing a stubborn and unyielding toughness. All sorts of aches and pains, they were just ripples in the lake of his heart. Others could not endure it, but that did not mean Feng Yuan could not. If stubbornness was a demon, then Feng Yuan was a demon among demons. No matter how many times he died, it would not change his determination. No matter how many setbacks he suffered, they could only be used as firewood to fuel the demonic flames of ambition in his heart. Bam! A huge explosion reverberated in the battle stage. Rocks flew, air waves swept. Although the opponent escaped a fatal blow, he was still pushed back more than 10 steps by the air waves. As the dust settled, the culprit behind this attack was revealed. It was a giant toad. It was even bigger than a mammoth. Its bulging eyes were like millstones. Its whole body was ash green. It had a huge belly, strong and powerful limbs. Its skin was covered in green moss, and there were even rocks embedded on it. The most eye-catching part was its back. Its back bulged up as if it was carrying a small mountain on its back. This mountain peak was genuine. It was made of solid mountain rocks about 15 meters tall. The rocks were stacked on top of each other, as if they were chopped by knives and axes. The mountain rocks were also covered in moss, grass, and even 2 to 3 small trees. This was a rank 3 Gu called mountain back toad. It was thick and sturdy, and its most proficient move was to jump up high and then smash down with the force of MT Tai. Just now it had displayed its best move. The whole battle stage was like an earthquake, causing the surrounding spectators to lose their footing, swaying left and right. Such an attack is too strong. The momentum was grand. Even the spectators felt their hearts palpitating. Mountain back toad is like a fortress, able to attack and defend at the same time. Its biggest weakness is its speed. But its owner perfectly filled in this weakness. Everyone discussed among themselves. Their gazes first focused on the mountain back toad, and then shifted to another Gu master at the same time. This Gu master wore a flowery robe. He was thin and had a delicate appearance. Although he was a man, he wore foundation and rouge, standing on the other side of the battle stage, picking at his long and clean fingernails. His name was Li Hao, rank 3 cultivation. He had rich battle experience, especially against strength path Gu cultivators. You want to fight me with just you? He admit defeat, don't waste my time. Li Hao stared at his fingernails, not even looking at his opponent. Damn you looking down on me like this. I'll fight you to the death. The opponent was also someone who worked in the battle stage but was humiliated like this in front of everyone. His expression twisted in anger. He gritted his teeth and pounced towards Li Hao. Li Hao looked at him quietly as he charged towards him. His lips curled into a cold smile. You still haven't learned your lesson, haven't you learned your lesson? Then, I'll let you have a taste of this special feeling. Position swap gu. Li Hao's eyes shone with a strange light, looking at his mountain-back toad. After a breath of time, he disappeared and appeared at the mountain-back toad's position. At the same time, the mountain-back toad appeared at his original position. Using position swap gu, he swapped places with the mountain-back toad. His opponent was charging towards Li Hao, but in an instant the mountain-back toad appeared in front of him. Bam! The mountain-back toad jumped like a flying mountain, easily sending the opponent flying. The battle ended within everyone's expectations. Mountain-back toad and position swap gu. Such a battle tactic is simply unbeatable. That's right. Position swap gu can not only swap places with the mountain-back toad, it can also swap with the opponent. This completely makes up for the mountain-back toad's lack of mobility. After this battle, Li Hao will have 29 net victories. One more battle and he will be promoted to 4th inner city. Hurry up and go up, no one can stop him here. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.